The Chicago Bulls attempted to win a basketball game last night. They welcomed the Pistons into the United Center for a Central Division clash that proved to be a mismatch in the first couple minutes. It took less than 7 minutes for the Pistons to lead to their lead to balloon to double digits. Chicago scored a few token points in the closing minutes of the frame, but the damage was done. The Pistons won the first half by 42 points. It was 71-29. If you assumed that at a halftime margin was historic, you would absolutely be right. It is now tied for the seventh biggest halftime deficit in NBA history, the largest in Pistons history. Pistons on the winning side of that one, 71-29. They go on to obviously win that game. Moving over to the NFL, Dak Prescott spoke to reporters on what it was going to be like to facing the potential Eagles dynasty moving forward. He was really confident in his answer and reminded people that he and the Cowboys during his tenure there have a winning record versus Philly. And he said his team is very close to winning it all. However, he didn't mention that none of those wins came this year, or that his team posted a losing record for the first time since 2020, or that Mike McCarthy is gone, or that Dak missed more time this season with a hamstring injury and required surgery. So maybe he should be a little worried. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. It snowed. It snowed, man. The snow came down, B.
Yep. There's a lot at my house.
Yeah, dude. I bet we got.
I look like I was in the mountains or something.
How much you think you got by the end? By like this morning?
About 6.5.
Okay. I think I'm a little bit north of you. And as we learned yesterday by the brilliant game of Is It Snowing Where You Are?
The polar vortex.
I think I probably.
That it was not.
I think I probably ended up like 4.5, 5. But it was easy shoveling snow, if that makes sense.
It was, because I got up this morning and I shoveled the sidewalk.
Well, I was thinking about your philosophy, which I applaud.
Well, I did that.
But how do you get the snow off your car?
My car's in the garage.
Oh, well, that'll take care of that.
So I told you, like the last time they said we have the big snow, I cleaned out a part of the other garage.
Okay.
So I could just park the car in there. But what I did this morning, I drove my car to the front part of the house, and I shoveled the sidewalk that goes into the house, put a little salt down, and then I rode around the yard like 3 times, and you can start to see the
spreading the salt out, I guess.
No, I didn't put no salt on that. I just rolled the snow.
Yeah.
And I made a track, so when they back out the garage, they could just drive out.
There you go. For me, it's pretty. My house, my walkway and steps really aren't that hard. It was pretty easy. I got both cars out. It was good snow. My daughters are playing in it now. I think the schools handled it well, that the kids were in school yesterday. Obviously, you're going to be out of school today.
Yep.
Looking at the weather tomorrow over the next 24 hours here, it looks like there's rain coming in tonight. And then tomorrow it's supposed to get up to 50. I think one thing I'm cool with is you get a snow day and the kids get to have fun. My daughters were out helping me shovel, which is the real story is that is not any help whatsoever, but whatever. We were kind of having fun with it. But dude, I don't mind the snow as long as it's gone within like 36 hours. the amount of snow that was sticking around for so long.
Well, that's because it was so cold.
Yeah.
We're not going to have that this time.
Right.
And it's supposed to rain a little bit today, which is going to take
Wash
a lot
it
of
away,
it off.
baby.
Yeah.
Wash it away. Listen, I think we're all highly aware that we don't do politics, but it seems like everybody's got to go back to work in this city.
Uh-huh.
I know, like in my family, for my wife, that's what's coming. There is a traffic apocalypse coming, a tropocalypse, if you will, because not only is everybody supposedly coming back to work down here in Navy Yard, we've all been getting these emails about the actual naval installation of Navy Yard, where all these people now have to come back, and there's not enough parking, and nobody knows where anybody's going to go, and blah, blah, blah. But, like, people's habits have changed significantly. Metro ridership is down dramatically.
Yep.
And we'll see. Maybe people will go back to riding the subway.
After they hit the toll road a few times, 66 coming in, they'll pick me up on the subway.
Right. So we'll see.
Believe me.
We are aware. We are acutely aware of the traffic apocalypse that is supposed to be coming back to the DMV region. And specifically, where this radio station is located is by far the worst location from a traffic perspective in the entire city. It's a little peninsula with only very limited ways to get here unless you have a boat, right? Like, on some days, I think it'd be easier to get here by boat.
I might start doing that.
Yeah, maybe we get a boat.
Go buy me another boat.
But
I'll ride the bike in.
But today,
that's a lie.
Today was not one of those days. The roads are clear. Like, I don't know if the roads, even in my neighborhood, they had plowed them pretty well.
Well, I mean, I had no issue until I turned on this street right here.
Where?
What's it?
K or whatever?
K, is that?
What, to get into the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only one I saw, like, slushy. Everything else was clear all the way through.
I cruised. I picked White Bryant up. There was zero traffic. I wish today was every day. I was impressed the roads were in good shape. I was wondering what my man Sean would be up to today.
So what's happening, man?
What's up, buddy? Oh, he's got his golden gloves on today.
Flexing. Oh,
stuff. And then traffic couldn't have been better. I feel like that was like the one last, in like
I came from all the way from Centerville to here and it paid about $2.20.
That's even better, right?
That I tell you, that's never been like that.
I think in movies when a couple breaks up, they decide to like have one last session.
One go at it.
I feel like the ride to work today was the one last go at it before the traffic apocalypse comes next week. Because I think that's when all the government folks have to be back all the time.
It's still a lot of stuff going on with that. We don't know exactly when that's going to hit, but it's going to hit.
It's the traffic apocalypse is coming. We all know it. We're all going to have to figure it out.
Got to leave home a little sooner.
Good luck to all parties involved.
Yeah,
I tried to join Brian. White Brian sent me the stream this morning, and I got like a giant warning from Gmail.
I told him the same thing. Mine said, this seems dangerous. What? And I'm like, what the hell did you send me, Brian?
Of all the words I would use to describe White Brian, dangerous is not.
Well, it's not him being dangerous. It's the actual email. So somebody's messing with your email, dog, or you sent it from some different damn link.
Landfill, how was
Brian,
your
I don't know.
Because Landfill drives
you heard me just asking, what the hell did you send me, Brian?
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's totally fine. Yeah, there was just the roads were wet.
Yeah, I think it's wet. So I park like a block away.
Well, it was snow on it, and they threw ice and sand. It's gonna be wet.
But to Landini's point, it was if you have something you need to do today and you're debating it, go do it.
Get out
the roads
your house
are
and
empty, and it's great.
I actually like when people stay in a damn house and let me have the snow roads. I don't mind driving on them.
I don't mind that either. I don't mind.
I'd rather most of y'all stay home anyway.
Dude, it was funny when we were talking. I think it was when we had Camera on yesterday. My boy Colin from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota texted me. He's like, dude, your 4Runner is going to be completely fine in this snow. And I was like, I know. I'm not even worried about it. I did learn. Do you throw your truck in 4-wheel for like driving today?
All the time.
Do you leave it on?
It's always on 4-wheel.
That's just how you're thinking. Yeah, but does that impact your like turning and cornering?
No. They have a lot of cars today that are made to be full time.
That's all wheel.
Yeah.
But the difference is four wheels when all four are turning.
Not necessarily, Jay.
It's my understanding four-wheel drives, everything's turning. All wheels when they're all responsive.
Most cars, the back wheels never turn.
I think in four-wheel drive, they do.
You may turn like turning.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Then what's the difference?
I just think four-wheel drive means all four wheels are actually turning and pulling. Like you look at what's the Hummer that does the crab walk? That's when your back wheels are actually turning. I don't think many actually. I'm not saying turning in the going down the street type of way. I'm saying actually turning.
So according to AI, four-wheel drive is a system that sends power to all four wheels of a vehicle simultaneously.
Yeah, so that's not all of them turning.
When I'm in four-wheel drive, it's a lot more difficult
to turn.
Like not turn, but like to park, like big turns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
why is that?
If you are moving fast, if you're driving and turn, you won't have that problem. I don't know. I maybe something with your steering column too. It could be I don't know.
Nah, because it's every four-wheel drive vehicle I've like. If I am like to pull into the garage, I'm reversing in. You know what I'm saying? I got a CarMax is gonna help me here, or somebody text me.
Somebody call and tell him.
All right, so all-wheel drive. Let your vehicle decide when to drive all four wheels. It's adaptable, balancing fuel economy and traction. I guess it's like a computerized system.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas four-wheel drive is when, yeah, dude. All right, this makes more sense to me. They link the front and rear wheels together, splitting the power evenly. So it's like all wheel is like, all right, the power goes where they sense it needs, whereas four wheel is there's just power going to everything all the time.
That's what I expected.
Landfill, did that make any sense?
The steering, the wet wires makes it hard. Steering is something totally different. I don't know.
So the only dude that we could tell had any trouble is our guy Jeff. I meant it sincerely. I said, sorry, Jeff. Glad you're okay. Things could have been worse. Somebody in front of him was a jerk, and he had to avoid it. Landfill, on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised are you that the one dude that had trouble due to the snow is Jeff?
0.
B, 0 to 10. How surprised are you that the one dude that had snow trouble was Jeff?
I'm with Landfill.
Like, I know it happened, and I'm glad you're okay, but damn, it seems like stuff follows. There's a cloud that follows Jeff around a little bit. Because I saw all four junkies were here. Drab and Valdez were here. Maybe those guys got hotels, but I kind of doubt it. 3 of us are here. 4 of us. White Brian was going to take the damn metro. So let's hope Jeff's all right. Let us know, Jeffrey. Feel free to call in. Folks are calling in. A lot of people. All right. Florida man says the back wheels just rotate. They don't turn. That sounds like it makes a lot more sense.
Well, I know that's basically what I'm saying.
That's
just
what you
said.
Yeah. We are kind of getting into the sports abyss. We have to recalibrate our brains now. I was listening to PFT's podcast this morning, and they were saying they just went back and watched a bunch of old Super Bowls to get ready.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of like Commanders offseason stuff we have to discuss. Dude, what day is today? The 12th? I think we're like exactly a month out from the opening of free agency. Not even the, what do you call it? The tampering,
the legal tampering period.
Yo, but it's not just the legal tampering is already a month. Today is the 1 month out from the real joint, the actual open of the new league year.
Okay.
Like 4:00 today will be 1 month out.
All right.
So
March
12th. So when you go on these long runs, these long playoff runs, the offseason comes at you a lot faster.
Oh, yeah, it comes.
And I think that is pretty fascinating for Washington because there's a lot of decisions to be made, 28 free agents. Also, man, like, I think folks got to relax a little bit that everything is not zero sum when we have conversations about free agents or anything else. That if you're saying you like one player doesn't mean the other player's on their way out of town. Like
First of all, listen,
a lot of moving parts.
Every year, people come, people go. We have to discuss the possibilities. And nobody is out here promoting or cheering for or trying to fight for any other player or say another one got to go. But it happens. No team comes back the next year 100% what they were the year before. Coaching staffs or players. It don't happen like that. So allow people to discuss it, but, you can say what you feel, but we're not making that decision.
Right.
And you're not making that decision.
Brian and I
Adam
are not
Peters going to make that decision, believe
just so we're clear.
People tell me, man, you need to tell so-and-so to do this. I say, man, I'm not telling them a damn thing. They know what the hell they're doing.
If you call DQ and you're like, listen, Dan, I've been running through a lot of rosters and
I don't imagine that because you know what? I would never even try nothing like that.
Well, it'd also be completely out of line. Like maybe you have a bit more of an angle to do that than others.
If they were to ask me a question about somebody, I would give them my honest opinion. They may love the person. If I don't like them, I'm going to just give them my opinion. But my opinion may not make one bit of hell. Nobody cares.
I completely agree. But the couple things that will continue to pop up that I think we should discuss, Garrett, Debo. We've been pretty clear on this program. We would completely support a move for Myles Garrett. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, obviously.
At all. We just
I got this tweet from, I think it was from Colin Gutman. I don't know if I'm going to find it in time. Basically, it was like, all right, people are cool with going all in on Garrett. Would you do something similar to try to get the kid Abdul Carter to move up to the 2 or 3 spot in the draft for a guy that you have a much more advantageous contract? Because the other part of Garrett is you're going to have to pay him.
Okay, free agency is going to happen before the draft, right?
Yeah.
So you would know what you have to do in the draft because Garrett, if they're going to trade him, he's going to be gone by the time the draft comes around. As soon as it opens up, if they're going to trade him or something, they're going to figure something out with him. So when the draft comes around, then if that's the next thing, the next best thing, go for it. But you can't do that before free agency.
Yeah, free agency comes first. Like I mean,
they
honestly,
may address those positions prior to the draft and then be able to focus on something else.
Dude, one of the craziest things we've seen is last season, Atlanta signs Kirk on the first day of free agency. And everyone's like, all right, well, Kirk's a genius businessman, blah, blah, blah. And then they draft Michael Penix and everybody flipped the hell out. So free agency kind of sets your plans in motion, but they can always change depending on what happens in the draft. I like the kid Jack Sawyer from Ohio State at 29. Like, I'm not adverse to staying at 29 and letting these guys just try to find the right players. What's funny, being I didn't realize this till we were talking about it the other day. We both like the dude Nick Bolton from Kansas City, who's headed for free agency. Yeah. Maybe he gets signed by maybe KC works out a deal. Really good young player. He went, I don't remember the exact number, but he went about 20 spots in the draft after Jamin.
All right.
It's just like when you look at the linebackers in that draft.
What I said the other day, it doesn't make a difference where a person is drafted.
Right.
You just have to identify that person has the talent to do what you need them to do or what you want them to do. And there are a lot of times coaches see a player and they see something in that player that none of us might see. See, we all sit here and watch a guy out and say, we think this, we like him because we may just like the guy. These coaches have dissected everything about him. Some of them are good at it. The GMs and the scouts, all that. Some are good at it. Some are awful. We've seen that.
Right. And a lot, I mean, things can change and evolve every year, right? But it's just, you can get good players throughout the draft. That's what these guys are going to be tasked with. And I think if they can build 2 or 3 good classes, everything starts to look a lot different. Like if you look at last year's draft, obviously it's already an A+ just because of Jaden, but you got real starters. I mean, Johnny Newton, Samerstill, Coleman. Samerstill and Coleman started probably every game for this team. Coleman maybe missed two with injury. Sennett played a ton. I know people are upset that the offensive production wasn't there, but I think you're looking at it wrong for a third-round tight end. We'll see what Luke emerges to be. You didn't get much from the back end, McGee, Hampton, Baptiste, but maybe they become something, maybe they don't. Those are kind of a lot of like if you add 2 or 3 of those kinds of classes where you have homegrown, drafted, developed players, that's how you really build a good roster.
Totally.
So I know folks want to be.
That's how that roster stays good for a long time because you have those veteran players that are going away from their prime. And you got the drafted guys coming in. If you have the good draft every year, it just becomes a whole rotational thing.
Right.
Circle of life, baby. Circle of life.
Neil Greenberg is going to join us at 11. Daryl Reuter from Cleveland going to join us at noon to discuss Myles Garrett. What are the actual chances of him getting out of Cleveland? 12:30, Jennifer Lee Chan from San Francisco. We're going to talk a little bit about Debo. Right now, though, we're going to talk about what you need to do if you're looking to buy or sell a house. Seriously, we're not moving right now, but if we were, I'd call my friend John Leahy.
Yeah, I would too. Just like about Amy. You know, Amy's mom had dementia, and John will make every situation good for you. And it became time for her to move in with her daughter. Amy's heart was aching seeing her mother, who was once vibrant and independent, now facing such a significant challenge. Amy felt the right thing to do was to be responsible and make the emotional, difficult decision of selling her mom's rental home. And John and the FanDuel group came highly recommended. So Amy reached out to him, and she's glad she did because the property sold in only 3 days for $65,000 over the asking price. But not just that, the entire transaction was both hassle-free and headache-free, enabling Amy's mother to move in and move on and settle in smoothly. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? So check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. And that's John without an H. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. And if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times when you do have to make a move, it's stressful. Even if it's for the right reason. Say you got a promotion, you just bought your dream house. It's still stressful to move. Working with John and the Fine Living Group can remove that stress. Plus, if you're looking to sell your house and you just don't want to have to sit around for a while, you don't want to sit on the Redfin and Zillow and all that, looking at all the other houses, John's could have it sold ASAP. He's got a deep bench of buyers in waiting, more than 10,000 buyers ready to rock. You need to call John, man. Trust me, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. It is the best day of the year because the Nationals, their pitchers and catchers report to spring training today. West Palm is full of familiar faces and some young prospects looking to break camp with a big league team. So what are the position battles that you need to watch throughout spring? Third base is a huge one. The Nats signed veteran Ahmed Rosario this offseason, and they do have some young guys, though, fighting for that spot, too, like Trey Lipscomb, Jose Tena, or even Brady House. But the other big battle to watch, that one's going to be on the mound. So who's going to earn a job in the starting rotation? The Nats have a ton of options, but they're going to have to make some big decisions. Will DJ Hers, will it be Mitchell Parker, or will it be their free agent that they just signed this offseason, Shinosuke Ogasawara? Lots of fun position battles starting up this spring. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Snow day in the DMV. Hope all the kiddos are out there enjoying it. My wife just texted me. If you're facing my house to the right, the older woman that lives next door to us, and like older, and she lives by herself. Her son lives in the area, and he's over there frequently. But my daughters were out playing, and she came out to try to shovel her walk. She's very independent. She goes through these long walks every day. I mean, she's got to be in her 80s. And my daughters, very sweetly, were like, "No, Miss Jane, we'll do it for you." But they're completely incapable. So like
a little something.
Like I learned this morning, Shelby wanted to help me shovel, so I let her do it, and she kind of got the hang of it. But then Ainsley wants to do whatever big sister does, and it's difficult. So Lauren just texted me. She just had to shovel Miss Jane's walk. She's like, the girl started, but it's just not going to happen.
Hey, see, Lauren, see what Carmen does? You talk about how your mama go outside by herself. and say, oh, let's see if we can get Lauren to do it today. Hey, get a snow blower.
Yeah. that snow today, like I have a leaf blower.
Yeah, that would work today. Yeah.
Nah, it's too wet.
No, I'm saying if you had a snow blower, it'd blow off easy.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that other stuff, man, it didn't blow that far. I saw my neighbor trying to blow the other stuff before. It wasn't blowing very far.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah. I do want to do we're going to be so heavy on how the Commanders continue their improvement. I do want to give some credit before I forget, because Lord knows I'll forget. AU had a big win last night. They beat Lafayette up in Lafayette. I assume that's Lafayette, Pennsylvania.
It's up north.
I know it's in PA.
Yeah.
I don't know if the town is actually called Lafayette. I kind of don't care. I think they're the Panthers, which is not a bad.
I used to see that a lot when I was younger. And I see Lafayette. I'm like, we didn't play nobody last night.
Yo, but AU is now first place in the Patriot League, 10-3. They're 9-1 at home at Bender, which is a fun little arena. Dwayne Simpkins is the coach there. If you remember him, he was Maryland point guard. When AU goes to the tournament, it's always fun. And shout out to David Aldridge, Amanda Zimmer, all the AU Eagles, Matt Doolin, wherever you may be. I know they get fired up for their basketball team, and we'll see what happens because that Patriot League is always tricky because it always comes down to the conference tournament. Typically, that's a one-bid league, but at least, they've changed the rule with the NIT that if you win if you're a one bid league and you win your conference regular season, you get a slot in the NIT.
Okay.
So it looks like the Eagles are at least playing some postseason basketball. Wanted to credit them. And then Mason also had a huge win on the road last night. They won by 2 at St. Louis, which is usually a tough place to win. Mason is in first in the A10.
Huh.
They're 11-1 in conference. VCU right behind them at 9-2.
That conference normally, when they get in, they normally make noise.
White Brian, is the A10 a 2-bid league? Could they get VCU and Mason in?
VCU is going to have to really just keep on winning, and Mason will probably have to win the conference tournament.
Mason's 20-5, VCU's 19-5.
Yeah, I think VCU's a lot better in net rankings, so the best case scenario for them to get to would be George Mason winning the conference, and then VCU just keep winning.
Gotcha. All right, Mason's got that's a huge game then. So Mason plays St. Joe's on Saturday at home. Then next Saturday in Richmond, Mason VCU. That game will have some serious juice to it, I imagine. If you want to get out to Fairfax, Mason's got 2 home games left. I guess 3. 1 this weekend, 1 next Wednesday, or 2 Wednesdays from now, and then they get LaSalle the first week of March. That's another arena I like. The last time I was at what is it called now? Patriot Bank? Eagle Bank Arena. The last thing I saw over there.
What?
Paw Patrol Live.
Paw Patrol.
It was great.
Yeah.
What I can tell you about Paw Patrol Live, even though it starts at 10 a.m., they do sell beer.
I think one of the last times I was there, I saw
kind of silly.
I saw Flame boxing.
Wow. That was a long time ago.
I think I've been there twice since then.
I'll be honest. I would love to get out and cover some of these games for Channel 4. I don't know if it's going to happen just time-wise. I don't want to ignore anybody locally that is doing well in basketball. Is Howard? How's Howard looking? Pulling up the standings. All right. Howard is 1 game behind Norfolk State in the MEAC. Howard's 5-2 in conference. Norfolk State 6-1. But dude, I don't know. Maybe Howard played a much tougher non-conference schedule, but Norfolk State is 16-8 versus Howard's 10-14 overall. The Bison, if you want to go see them play, they're home on Monday against Maryland Eastern Shore. This is wild. I don't know enough if their schedule was really front-loaded with home games. Howard has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Howard has 7 games left in the regular season.
6 of them on the road?
5 of them on the road.
5 on the road? Wow.
Now, the travel doesn't seem that significant. Dell State, Morgan State, Coppin State, NC Central. I think that's where Derek went. The longest travel is down to South Carolina, but still, that's a lot. That MEAC could come down to March 6th. Howard's hosting Norfolk State. That could be a pretty good game with a tournament bid on the line, whether it's NIT or not. My Terps have a big game tomorrow night at Nebraska, which I don't know if you agree with this, B. I feel like Maryland generally recruits kids from the Northeast, and things have changed, obviously, but like their 2 best players are probably from Baltimore and then a couple kids from the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, mentally, it's hard to lock in going to Nebraska.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
But
they're like,
mentally for who?
What's going on there?
No. The players better not be thinking like that. You're playing against a team. All it takes. Competition.
Terps playing.
May not be able to say, they better not be thinking about sneaking out anyway.
I don't know. Listen, I also am cognizant.
I'll be honest with you.
Nebraska's a big college. I'm sure
when I was in college, every time we went on a road trip, that was the conversation.
What?
Man, this city, you don't want to sneak out in that city. This city might be okay.
Which cities did you like going to?
New Orleans.
I mean, that's
still New Orleans. All the colleges right around. You knew people. That was easy.
Who was your guys' biggest rival?
Tulane, Southern Miss. But you know, sneak out at Southern Miss.
Was that Hattiesburg?
Yeah.
Hattiesburg doesn't strike me as the most cosmopolitan
Well,
town.
Anthony Gilmore was from Hattiesburg, so he knew some folks. So I
Where was Arkansas
one
State?
thing about
know
me,
you
I
always
was not
put-
the sneak out guy. I did not like getting in
Really?
trouble. No, hell no. I did enough during the week. I had to worry about that on the weekend. Why am I gonna sneak out the night before the game when I could be having fun all week?
Now granted I was not an athlete, but I got a fair amount of I was a sneak out kind of guy.
You didn't have no curfew.
Right. That's
So
a good
what
point.
the hell you have sneak out? You
Like
have
in high
curfew?
school I did. Apparently White Brian has an update. Towson is at the top of the CAA too. So
All right.
that Mason Towson VCU thing could be pretty fun coming down to the wire. I think if anybody wants to give me tickets to the Maryland-Iowa game on Sunday, I might try to go to that. Terps have a big game next Thursday night.
Dude.
What?
You went to Maryland. You like your buddies with locks. Just call them and get a damn ticket.
I could get some.
Or call what's called. You know, hey,
we could get some tickets.
I'm asking the fuck. You go.
Sparty coming.
They should be sending me tickets all the damn money. I sit to Maryland.
Yo, have you seen what just happened to Texas in the state of Maryland? They should be begging me to get tickets, and they should be selling beer in Montgomery County. Sparty coming to town in 2 weeks. That'll be a big game. Yo, here's one thing I hated with this Maryland move to the Big Ten. I understand that television drives everything.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. I'm aware of that. The rest of these schools are in towns like Des Moines, Iowa, Happy Valley, Pennsylvania. Where is Nebraska? Lincoln? I'm guessing it's in Lincoln. I'm sure these are all nice towns. I'm not knocking anything. They don't have traffic. They got Michigan State, Maryland scheduled for 6:30 on a Wednesday. How you think it's going to go driving to College Park?
Who scheduled it? The home team,
The
right?
Big Ten. No, the Big Ten for
Big Ten
TV.
scheduled the time?
Yeah, because that's a big game in a 6:30 time slot that'll get eyeballs. I understand the why, but nobody thinks about the how.
Hey, man.
You want
if you don't want them to be in the Big Ten, donate some damn more money.
I don't have any.
All right. Well,
they need to get
all
that.
the people in Maryland that went to Maryland don't want to complain about when they're playing and where they at. Donate some more damn money. They wouldn't have to.
No, now they're in the right place.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
ACC's a sinking ship. That was College Hoops Roundup. Neil Greenberg at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel is supposed to be the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I got good news, folks. We're going to give you some Wizards tickets right now. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You will win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Wizards Friday, February 21st against Milwaukee. It's Wizards Friday night concert series presented by Sprite, featuring a free postgame concert from T.I., supported by Scooby and Sirius Company. For tickets and more info, visit thefandc.com/contest. Damn, T.I. used to be the king of the South.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of wild. He's the post-game Wizards concert.
Didn't they have Big Boy?
They have had some good names.
They have a lot of people coming in. It's not just local.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wizards
They
rapper.
do they got about 100 cars down there in Florida. I think he lived.
Was
Big
T.I.
boy that lost weight.
Yeah. Was T.I. in American Gangster? Wasn't he like the pitcher that then got caught? Who am I thinking of?
Mm-hmm. You asking me about movies?
Dude, so last year they had KRS-One, 2 Chainz. I remember a few years back they had Biz Markie
Biz.
And they had, I think they had Slick Rick. I went and got a photo with Slick Rick.
What's the dude that they beat up in Canada?
Huh?
When
Drake?
They started playing. He started playing They Not Like Us, and the dudes jumped him and his crew.
Oh,
I can't think of his name now.
We need Jeff.
Big Boy, yeah. Jeff would probably be able to
The
tell
1
us
minute
that.
we need Jeff.
Yeah. Yeah, that Big Boy from Florida.
So all these Super Bowl odds are coming out, right, about who could win next year. And I'm trying to be fair, because if you are in the NFL, you don't get there without thinking you are the person to, we're going to win it next year. Like was that your mindset every year going into a season?
My mindset was to play the best we can, and then let's get into the playoff and see what happens. People can say what they want to say. You can't just say we next. Hell, I mean, it's a good thing to say. What else are you supposed to say? But come on, dog, please.
So the Commanders, depending where you're looking, have the best odds they've had, I mean, probably in 30 years of being a Super Bowl team. They're at plus 1,900.
All right.
So if you like that, get on it. Now, ahead of them, and now there's different odds, right? But I just grabbed something online here. Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills are tied. So the Eagles are 6-1. Chiefs, Ravens, Bills are 7-1. Lions, 9-1. Niners, 15-1. Bengals, 18-1. Then tied at 19-1, you've got the Commanders and the Packers, with the Rams and the Chargers right behind them. That gives them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth best odds in the NFL of making the Super Bowl, of winning the Super Bowl. I mean, that seems pretty fair. They were in the Final Four this year. Mm-hmm. You've got a dynamic quarterback. You've got an organization that's allowed to continue to build. But there's another team that believes it's their time to win the Super Bowl. I can't wait for folks to hear Dak Prescott is the Cowboys quarterback. I think we all know who Dak is. Now, there's a lot of excitement in Dallas. They just hired Brian Schottenheimer. People are through the roof. Dak thinks the Cowboys are up next. It's kind of crazy to think.
Well, last year, didn't Michael Parsons talking trash to Jaden Daniels? He said that him, man, young buck right here, yeah, we gonna beat him twice, and they lost twice. So what the hell?
They split.
I don't care. I say lost. He was talking trash right in Jaden's ear.
Mike is an interesting cat, man.
That he is.
I can't get a read on that dude.
A little different.
He's obviously a great player.
Yeah.
I think
Feel weird.
He seems a little weird, dude. And then I don't all these players with podcasts, and people are like, "Oh man, how's he have time for that?" They can make time. I got no beef with that. I think
if he was not playing good, then you could talk about that. But the fact that he plays well, you can't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, in 4 seasons in the NFL, Parsons has 52 and a half sacks. And
at that point, enough said.
He's the closest I think we've seen to LT in that he's a pass rusher, but he's also an actual linebacker.
You can put him wherever, and he will have some level of success.
He's a hell of a player. He missed time this year, though, and the Cowboys really fell apart without him. I'm not going to knock Dak too much for saying it's the Cowboys' turn. I don't agree with him.
But
I feel like
what
the
is he
Cowboys
supposed to
backwards.
say in that situation?
Right.
Now, if they ask the question, yes. If he just offered that up, do pump your brakes.
Right. Here's what he said. Also, like, this is Dak Prescott at a Children's Cancer Fund gala, right? Or I guess he's promoting the gala. Dak says, I feel like we've competed with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we've played them. I don't want to say check the record when the other guy is holding the trophy. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserve it. But yeah, we're very close. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I also don't think it's
Well, he might want to just stay healthy the whole year.
Yeah.
Because he's been not healthy for some years now.
Now, here's where Dak turned it a little bit towards Washington. He said, especially even watching the NFC Championship and those two teams that we battle against each and every year a couple times. As I said, I feel confident that we've gotten the better part each and every time. But just seeing such a dominating fashion against the Chiefs, credit to them. It's our turn. It's on us.
If he wasn't in the NFC Championship game. Has he been in it?
He's saying no.
So how can he even make that comment? He hadn't even been in the NFC Championship game yet. So how close are you really?
About as close as me, you, White Brian, and Landfill. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
Coming off a Super Bowl performance where he was kind of a non-factor and his team was dominated by the Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce says he's going to take some time before making a decision on whether or not he's going to return for a 13th NFL season. Now, in the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, Kelce said multiple times that he was planning to play in 2025. But on this most recent podcast episode with his brother, Jason Kelce, he kind of struck a different chord. He said he needs to decide if he can still go all in. He owes it to his teammates to go back wholeheartedly, but he isn't sure yet if going back to football is the best decision for him moving forward. And with a free throw late in the third quarter, Kevin Durant became the 8th player in NBA history to score 30,000 career points. He joins a very exclusive club that includes LeBron James, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Karl Malone, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Dirk Nowitzki, and Wilt Chamberlain. Now, Julius Erving is also in that club if you combine his points from the NBA and ABA. Kevin Durant, 30,000 career points. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Ozzy Osbourne and Neil Greenberg. He is our analytics man. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're good, man. We're good. I'm curious. What'd you make of that Super Bowl, dude? You've been on the right side of a lot of auxiliary lines. Did you have the Eagles kicking the Chiefs' ass like that?
I did. I actually was on the Junkies on the Friday before Super Bowl and advocated Philadelphia -2.5 and -6.5. So it was a good day for me.
All right, great.
Very
man.
good day for you.
What made you think you could get it? What made you think Philly could take advantage like that?
Philly's been really good all year long. Kansas City had some struggles. I never really was as high on Kansas City as most other people. And then when just looked at the betting markets, there was a lot of public sentiment around Kansas City. They actually got a big bet on Kansas City, which moved the lines a little bit. So it just made the most sense to look at a Philadelphia big win. And most teams win by 3 or 7 points. So I figured if Philadelphia is going to win, they're going to win by one of those two margins. I had no idea it'd be a blowout, but I'm still happy with the outcome from a betting perspective.
Sure. This is a much harder question to ask, right? But what, if any, lessons do you take from the Super Bowl for a young Washington team that has to compete with what is largely a young Philly team in the division?
Well, every year you look at who won and you try to figure out how to beat them. That's what Buffalo's been chasing Kansas City for a couple of years. It's pretty clear that Philadelphia is really good in the trenches on both sides of the ball. And if you want to have any hope of dethroning them in the division, let alone in the NFC, you're going to have to be just as good. And I think Washington is lucky because they have a lot of money to spend and they could address a lot of different areas. But you absolutely have to upgrade the defensive line on the edge and probably the interior offensive line at an offensive tackle. I just, looking at the way Philadelphia was able to do what they needed to do without blitzing, that's something they've been able to do all season. They've had one of the best pass rushing defenses in the league. So, you're absolutely going to have to get better in the trenches.
So I'm asking this question. I know everyone here is all automatically talking about receivers. I believe you have to build in the trenches as well because all the success we had winning Super Bowls here were because we were damn good on offensive, defensive line. What do you think they will benefit most from building in the trenches or going out and trying to get? Everyone thinks a cornerback or a wide receiver.
Well, you need all of that, right? But I think after what we saw,
would make the success happen quicker?
Edge rusher.
All right.
Because if you think about it, the most important position is quarterback, and then if you
people who chase him?
I'm sorry?
I said quarterback and then the people who chase him?
Right, exactly, yeah. And you just look at, the offensive efficiency on drives with 0 sacks to 1 sack. You can cut that almost in half in terms of a points per drive perspective. So I think the edge rusher would be a clear number one need going into the offseason.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, when we have this conversation, it's not like the suggestion is to ignore the receiver position. They currently have 2 under contract. You're going to have to bring people in. It's more an allocation of resources. One thing I'm curious, Neil, if you've done a deep dive on this or what, but one conversation people love to kind of throw out is, well, you've got the quarterback on the rookie contract. You got to be aggressive now. But I think if you look at, this Super Bowl, you had neither quarterback on a rookie contract. In the last 2 NFC and AFC title games, you've had, 2 out of 8 quarterbacks be on rookie contracts? You had Purdy last year. I think some of the spend a ton right now is ignoring the fact that if you do that, Jaden on March 12th, they can probably do it sooner than that because they don't have to wait for the new league year. Jaden's going to sign the biggest deal the NFL's ever seen in February of 27. And then all of a sudden, everything's going to look dramatically different. Like, I think it's too much of a simplification. They should be aggressive and spend, but you have to be cognizant of what's coming, too.
Yeah, and that's what Philadelphia is really good at, kicking the can down the road from a salary cap perspective. I have a lot of belief in the front office of Washington that they know how to manage the cap, they know how to allocate resources, they know how to evaluate talent. The market is what the market's going to be. You can't control who's going to be available, and you can't control bidding wars or anything like that. You can set prices and kind of get an idea of what you're willing to spend. And then you have to, make some decisions, right? You have to make a decision such as, should we get this player who's the best at $7 million a year? And I'm just throwing out numbers. Or can we bring in the second best guy for $5 million, coach him up, and get almost, the same type of production? Like, those are the questions that you have to be asking when you're looking at who's available. But I think that this front office will be fine. They know what they're doing. They deserve the benefit of the doubt. I've said that before. And I do think that they're going to build through the offensive and defensive line before they start to look at wide receiver, because I do believe that they think they have their guy in quarterback that can make stuff happen. And that means getting guys on the field that can have some chemistry with that. They don't necessarily have to be the best wide receivers, but just to be able to do the things so that Jaden can make the plays, or at least take some pressure off for Terry McLaurin, I think is the way to go. But that's just my opinion sitting at home.
Well, I kind of think like you. If they had the success they had last year with the O-line and defensive line that they had, if you improve those things, you could probably have some level of success with these guys being together again for another year. But you still want to improve some places, but you don't have to break the bank at cornerback and receiver. You could go you could just jump up a little.
Yeah, and the cornerback position is interesting because, there's a lot of data out there that says the cornerback is also important in terms of the pass rush, because that is what is buying your defensive line time to get to the quarterback, right? Good coverage, quarterback has to hold the ball longer, allows for more pressures. So I think that even I would move cornerback above, wide receiver and linebacker as like the third most pressing need. because I do think that can make a difference. You get an edge rusher, and then you get a cornerback that can cover some dudes, or at least make the quarterback hold the ball on. Again, we talked about this, half seconds matter, right? Another half second or a second, that's a huge difference for the defensive line in terms of being able to get to the quarterback.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg on X and Instagram. Check out all his work in the Washington Post. Let's zoom out a little bit from the Commanders and talk league-wide. Of the NFL jobs that changed coaches, what did you think was the best job, and who do you think made the best hire?
That's a good question. I like the Jets hire only because they're starting from scratch, and I think that was important for that franchise to kind of clean house, move on, and try to figure out what they're doing in the AFC East. I think the most difficult job, and this is evidenced by it was the longest to remain open, was in New Orleans. I just don't think they have the pieces to compete. You look around the league as to, like the Bears, like what they have to offer and what you're able to at least start with. A lot of talk about Cliff Kingsbury, having the job if he wanted it. I don't blame him for passing. I think that, that's a tough gig to be in. So, yeah, I think that the Jets are probably making the right moves. And it's going to be tough for a new guy in New Orleans.
What are your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers? Do you see a landing spot for him? I know Aaron, we say he's one of the best quarterbacks to ever play, but he's also a headache. And I think a lot of young coaches or young GMs are not going to want to deal with that.
Yeah, I think there'll always be a spot for a four-time MVP quarterback that wants to be somewhere. It comes down to, like, what are the expectations, right? Like, as a starter, I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be a tough sell. I thought the Jets were going to be very good with Aaron Rodgers. I thought he'd have at least one more decent year in him to make some stuff happen, or at the very least compete in the AFC East. That obviously wasn't a thing. 41 years old, that's football old. So it'll be tough. It really just comes down to, what the price is and then what the expected contribution is. I know someone will give him a contract just to say that they got Aaron Rodgers and, hope that there's one last spark in there. But I think it's pretty clear that, he's going to have some trouble competing. This is the third down year. When you talk about the injury year last year, even though it was fluky, 41, 42 years old for a quarterback is football old, and it becomes very difficult for them to produce at even an average level at that age.
Dude, I said this yesterday, and B doesn't necessarily agree with me. I think of the places he could go, the only one where I think it could make sense is Pittsburgh. And I don't think it's going to happen, but maybe, just maybe, Tomlin is the one dude that could get him to shut up and play, for lack of a better word. Like, of every other spot, where's he going? The Giants? You think Daboll wants to deal with that at this point? Like, I mean, just look around. Tennessee, they're going to try that when they have the number one overall pick. I think we all agree Rodgers will be god-awful for a young quarterback. I think it's possible nobody wants him, man.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. And, with the way the Jets kind of hardlined him and said, hey, if you want to be here, it's football all the time. It's none of this extracurricular stuff that you've been doing. Mm-hmm. You have to wonder if other clubs are going to do the same thing, right? I mean,
could Pete Carroll get him to behave for Vegas?
Everyone says yes until it doesn't work, right? And then if it doesn't work, it's a huge issue. Like, I don't know. I know everyone would say the right things. Oh, I want to be here because there's $1 million at stake. Like, if you're Aaron Rodgers, it makes no sense to be the malcontent at the beginning. Everything is rah-rah, rainbows and roses. of course he's going to, listen and do the right thing and be a team player because he's going to be making millions of dollars if he doesn't.
Yeah.
But then it only takes, one practice where Pete Carroll or Mike Tomlin want to see something a little different, and, you have a malcontent on your hands. So I think it's a huge risk there. Personally, I think that there are other, you're probably better off not, invoking that or at least taking that on. There's other as a coach, especially, your window is small, right? Average coaching tenure is 3 years, and I know Tomlin's been there a while, can probably get away with a lot more, but you still have to win in this league. And if you make the bet on a guy like Rodgers and it doesn't work out, that reflects poorly on you too.
Totally,
especially because you got all the Rodgers that was winning MVPs was not the dude playing for the Jets last year, and Kirk will be available. Darnold will be available. I am fascinated to see what happens with Mariota. There's a lot of options that maybe you don't have to deal with McAfee and ayahuasca and everything involved in the Aaron Rodgers experience. And I mean,
he leaks everything. If you don't want to leak, you don't want Aaron Rodgers on your football team.
I love how he tries to be so sanctimonious towards the media when you are clearly playing the media game, brother. Greenberg, I did want to. I follow you on Twitter, and I appreciate your work. Everybody should at @ngreenberg. You've got some math for us on Ovi, who's 15 goals away. Now, granted, there's not a damn Caps game for a month, but when they do finally play again, you've got some math on what fans can maybe expect to try to see him break the record. Let's start with, what do you think the chances are Ovi does break Gretzky's record this year?
Oh, really well. I only have him as a 70% chance to not break it. So I think we're going to see the record fall, assuming he's healthy.
So 80% chance they break it.
83% chance he is the goal-scoring king of the NHL.
That's wild.
I like
awesome.
Yeah. And I think it happens early April. That's kind of where I'm looking. So if you're local, and you want to start scoring some tickets, I think March 30th versus Buffalo is a good idea. April 4th versus Chicago. April 10th versus Carolina. April 13th versus Columbus. I think those are your best home dates right now to make it happen. The prices are going to start to go up. People are going to start to, as the pool of games start to close, it's going to become easier to kind of figure this stuff out. So if you're looking to start to plan and you want to be in the building locally, I think those are the best possible spots.
Sergey,
I'm with it.
Sergey, put me on the list, bro. I'm gonna need a slot. I'm gonna need to do some pregame lives. I'm gonna be there for that as much as possible. I think that's a pretty damn historic moment. I mean, when you talk about Wayne Gretzky, dude, and not to mention Ovi's been robbed of a season and a half between COVID and
it would have been over for a while ago.
Dale Hunter,
jeez. When you think about some of the coaches he dealt with, man, wow. And the mature, worldly leader veteran of Ovi that we now get compared to the young, crazy partier. It's just so cool. I feel like we've got to watch his life evolve. I think Ovi and I are roughly the same age. I feel like he and I have evolved together.
Yeah, as I always tell everybody, this is what a generational talent looks like. This is it. And to put that moniker on kids coming out of drafts, I think is really ill-advised. But, the best at his craft for the only team he's ever played for, going to be the NHL scoring king, that's what a generational talent looks like.
Yeah, I always say you got to let people play. The problem is in this day and age, we want to crown everybody instead of allowing them to go out there and at least let them play at least 4 or 5 years. But after a season, we're like, oh, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
People are saying
after a season, after the draft pick.
People are saying that before the draft. I mean,
crazy.
Right? At least suit up.
Right. I mean, dude, we said it about Chase Young, right? That was what we were told. I think even Jaden, who is fantastic, we should try to chill on the generational talent. Let's just
I do.
He is fantastic. Let's
That
try
is,
to
that
let
is
it.
my motto. Wait, let's give it another chance.
I hear you.
I'm happy, but I need to see more.
All right.
It's okay to call someone a generational talent 10 years from when they're drafted, right? Like, you don't have to be first, for 100 players in hopes that you get one. Like, let's just wait, and it's still impactful if we don't put that moniker on someone a decade later.
Yeah. I totally agree.
Makes sense.
Last thing for me, Greenberg, putting you on the spot here. How many DMV local college hoops teams are getting into the tournament?
That's a good question. I am just now kind of transferring into
Same with us.
into that mode. Let's see. We got Maryland definitely for sure. I don't know. Maybe
You got
putting me on the spot.
AU, Mason. If we want to count VCU, like you got. If we want to count Towson, we got some options. There's
going to be some decent. There's going to be some decent teams that are going to be represented. I would say Maryland for me is very, very exciting. I think that they could actually do something really well. George Mason, I think Towson. I think those three for sure. Maybe American, depending on how they shake out in the Patriot League. But Maryland, I think, is going to be sneaky good. That's a team that if they get like a 6 seed, I think could make an Elite 8 appearance. So that's someone to keep an eye on.
Oh, Greenberg getting me all steamed up.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the time as always.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, man.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg. A deep Terps March run would have your boy fired up. But you know what's actually happening? This isn't the fantasy. This is reality. My new garage door. With all this snow, it's so much easier for me and the kids to come in through the garage and then go upstairs because they're soaking wet and their coats wet and their shoes and boots are wet. We can leave it all in the garage. But my old garage sucked and I didn't have a clicker. You know what I got now? A clicker. And I could just open the garage from my car and tell them to run in through the garage. Now, do they listen? That's 50-50. But when they do, the garage door is open and it works fantastic. You got to call my guys, Shane and Vince from Door Pro America. The process was so easy. They came to my house, measured everything. Then they have this like Photoshop program where they showed us all these different types of garage doors, how they would look at our house. Technically, my wife and I picked one. The reality is my wife picked one. Whatever. I like it. It's whisper quiet. It works so easy. You can run it off an app. I couldn't have been more impressed. And every time I'm dealing with snow and I got to shovel and get the salt out, so much better with a new garage door, man, because that's my way in and out of the house. I'm telling you, hit up Door Pro America. They've been serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can do it all. Garage door, openers, maintenance, new installations, like true pros. Call them now. You can save $150 on a brand new garage door. If you're like me, man, and you need a new one, check out doorproamerica.com. Call 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out, doorproamerica.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Former Houston Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick has a new gig. He's reportedly joining the Miami Dolphins as a senior passing game coordinator. If you remember, Slowick was fired by the Texans last month following Houston's divisional round loss. But the firing was kind of a surprise to everybody as he reportedly signed a new deal with Houston last January. But he's going to start coaching with a familiar face. Him and head coach Mike McDaniel worked together under Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers back in 2017 through the 2021 season before McDaniel landed his first head coaching gig. So now he's bringing on former coaching teammate there, Bobby Slowick, as the Dolphins' new senior passing game coordinator. Power up your future and enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley and DMX. That's what you need on your snow day.
Mm-hmm.
Just put on DMX on Spotify. You'll have that whole driveway shoveled in like 4 minutes. Get all fired up.
Yeah, X will give it to you then.
DMX is like a audio stimulant. All right, we do power rankings on Wednesdays. And for the playoff run, it kind of seemed a little silly to do them. But
we knew it was there.
Everything's over now. Everything's over. I think the next, unless there are maybe some teams start re-signing their own guys, which can happen. You're allowed to re-sign your own guys.
Mm-hmm.
Unless something like that happens over the next month or so, the next batch of power rankings that'll matter is probably like 3 or 4 days into free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever trades could happen, et cetera. So Brian, now listen, we do them every Wednesday. We go with Eric Edholm from NFL.com. We try to at least be consistent with our source of power rankings. Doesn't mean we always agree, but consistency is key.
Yeah.
Brian.
Yes.
Who's number one in your power ranking?
I would say that the Eagles are.
I would say that too. But if there is, White Brian, I'll task you with this. If you're able to find power rankings right now that don't have the Eagles number one, please send them to me. And let's publicly lambaste the desperate
the day
click
after
counter that creates that content.
They're number one in the power rankings, but they're not favored to win the Super Bowl next year.
They are.
I saw the Chiefs were still above them.
The one I just looked at had them at 6-1.
The
KC
day
at
after
7-1.
it was the Chiefs.
Okay, maybe
why I don't know.
Maybe it's adjusted. Who knows? Because people are crazy. X gonna give it to you. Who's the second best team in the B Mitch power ranking?
The Chiefs.
They got their ass kicked.
Still, they were there. I mean, listen, I understand Neil's my dude. You know, I like Neil. Neil's the only real analytics guy that I like. He said they wasn't good all year. They're in the damn Super Bowl 3 years in a row. And you have to believe that they're not going back next year with the same offensive line. They're going to improve something. Who's better than them?
I think it'd be reactionary to not say the Chiefs. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, says the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your top five then.
I'm going Chiefs. Eagles, Chiefs. I don't know in this order. Bills, Ravens. They're gonna throw Green Bay in there.
So Landfill just said something that's absurd. But I'm gonna stick to this for a second. So Edholm goes Eagles, Chiefs, Bills at 3, which I think is fair, and I think they'll be able to add a little more this year. They had some cap trouble that I think they're kind of working their way out of.
Mhm.
Lions at 4. Detroit was really good. I think they were really hurt.
I forgot about
late in
the
year.
Lions. I throw the Lions before the
Packers,
Packers. Yeah.
He's got Lions 4, Ravens 5.
So we had the same 5. I throw out the Packers and put in the Lions.
Commanders at 6.
I like that.
Dog, it's pretty.
It feels way better than what you felt any other time because we wouldn't even in the top 25.
If we were talking this time of year about being 6th, it would be in the draft. It wouldn't be 6th in the power rankings. And look, there's no trophies for power rankings. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
But like, they belong in these conversations. This is not us all talking ourselves into Taylor Heineke after losing to Tampa in the playoffs because he dove at the pylon. Like, you got to be able to differentiate in your brain what's real and what was fan fiction. And we're now approaching the real part of town.
But let me ask you all a question, though. Every year we say just because the team was great the year before, they won't be the next year. Normally the team, like in the NFC East, normally when the team wins the division, they damn sure don't win it the next year. Has it been proven, right? Now, Kansas City, for 7 years now, they have been in an AFC championship game and 5 of those years in a Super Bowl. They found a way to be better than everybody every year. So if you think that they are going to be just as good this year as they were last year, when, let's be real, analytics say they weren't good this year. So if they improve at all next year, what the hell are they going? 17-0?
That's a good
I
point.
mean, let's be real about it. So when you see people starting to lean towards them, it's not because, I don't think it's just because they think they're that great. They're the only team that seem to be able to repeat it. Consistently repeat it. The other teams don't.
I agree with you there. I want to read what Edholm wrote about the Commanders. Commanders' wonderfully unexpected run concluded in a blowout loss on Championship Sunday, and now they are in a similar position to the 2024 Texans after Houston's own upstart playoff push in 23. More is expected of Washington, and more is possible, especially if you consider players might actually want to play for this previously downtrodden franchise. Jaden Daniels is certainly a big part of that appeal, but Dan Quinn deserves some credit for his work, which has burnished his reputation as a player's coach who gets his teams ready to play. Assuming GM Adam Peters takes the same smart approach with a measure of restraint he employed in the free agent market last year, the Commanders should be able to improve the roster. But as the Texans showed, that doesn't always guarantee a massive step forward for the team in year 2 of a talented quarterback's career. People have treated the Texans, to me, oddly. They won a playoff game and got back to the divisional round.
Yeah.
That's a successful season. Not every season ends in a trophy. Unfortunately, the Bills and the Ravens have gotten to a place where their seasons are only successful if it's a trophy.
Yeah.
I kind of think San Fran has gotten to that place, and then that made this year a
They dropped
particular.
out the top 5 real quick, didn't they?
Right. That this year becomes a particular disaster for them. Kansas City's clearly in that place because everybody's like wondering what's wrong with them because they lost in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Washington,
crazy.
to me, is still not in the place where the only way a season is good is if it ends in a trophy.
No, they're not.
I'm glad that's Jaden's mindset and DQ and AP, but take a big picture approach. If Washington gets back to the divisional round next year,
That's success.
that's success. You are now truly laying the foundation of a absolute winning franchise.
True.
I agree. I think they're a top 10, top 8. A lot of it'll shake out kind of depending what happens this year. If you look elsewhere in the top 10, of the top 5,
Where are the 49ers?
Ravens, Lions, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, I think that's the right top 5. I think that's the upper echelon of the league.
Where are the 49ers?
He's got them. I got to scroll, B. He's got the Niners. This can't be right. I must have missed. Whoa. Yes.
15th.
21.
But I'm asking the question. Has that luster and how great is falling off?
You're talking Kyle or Brock?
I'm talking about Brock Purdy.
If they're trying to shop Debo, To me, it's about making caps. It's about clearing up some space. 21 is wild, dude.
Not really. You can fall off quick.
They did go 6-11.
Falling off in the NFL is just like gaining weight in regular life. It happens quickly, but you don't build back up quickly.
6-11, not very good.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting one to me is Minnesota. Sam Darnold, they're not bringing back. J.J. McCarthy's probably hurt, at least to open the season. You going with Daniel Jones? Kevin O'Connell's been great. That defense has been great. They kept Brian Flores, right? He didn't get a head job somewhere. I don't know. Seems like smoke and mirrors up there. I like Tampa. They keep losing coordinators. I like where Washington is, B. Don't go anywhere. We're talking Myles Garrett at noon and Deebo Samuel at 12:30.
B. Mitchell, JP here. If you want convenience and comfort wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to our friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. If you're on vacation and you forgot to turn down the heat, you can adjust it in seconds right from your phone. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently, even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
So go to Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
So we tasked landfill.
Wow.
We actually tasked White Brian. He did nothing.
What?
With finding if there are any power rankings that came out that don't have the Eagles at the top. Like the overwhelming odds are the Eagles are bringing everybody back. They just went 14 and I guess like by the end of the season they played 21 games or something. They probably went Would they go 17-3? 18-3?
Yeah, 3. They won the 2 playoff games because they had.
They're probably bringing everyone back.
Yeah,
maybe not Vaughn as the real.
They're not bringing everybody back. Then again, they were relatively healthy this year.
Yeah, but
it doesn't happen 2 years in a row.
The audacity to make a list 72 hours removed from that ass kicking in the Super Bowl.
But the lists are always about how can you rebound the next year. As I mentioned to you earlier, the Chiefs have proven they can get back there year after year after year.
Philly's been in 2 of the last 3.
2 of the last 3, but they have not won the conference the 2 years in a row, right?
Yeah.
So when you get that home field, you may have a better opportunity. So
if I may, I hear what you're saying. And this is all speculative pixels.
You know what you used to say all the time, JP? You went on a tangent for like over a year and a half, 2 years about nobody in the NFC ever wins back-to-back.
The division.
So if they don't win the division back-to-back,
which is still true,
it's not going to be easy for them to go back-to-back to the Super Bowl.
It's still true because Dallas won it last year.
But I'm saying it still won't be easy for them to get back to the Super Bowl.
Fair. Yeah. But Brian, shout out to ESPN, and I applaud this because nobody, this does not have a byline. It's just NFL Nation.
You know what they did?
Nobody wanted to put their name on this schlock. All right?
You know why? Because they just want to get what's about to happen right now. They're smart as hell.
All right. So the number 1 team in the power rankings, the Chiefs. Number 2 is the Bills. Number 3 is the Lions, and the Eagles come in 4th. Can you read that as anything but
clickbait?
Content creation nonsense.
And guess what? People that like content discuss it on their stations and their shows, and they're getting exactly what they wanted out of it.
Professor Landini, how long did it take you to find that, and how little surprise do you have?
He probably knew it before he must post it.
I mean, I didn't find it. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Brian actually find it?
Brian and I have been talking for 5 minutes about how you've just been wrong about this for like 14 straight minutes. I didn't find that.
Brian found it.
Brian, he found it and he sent it to you on the text.
I sent the text too, yeah.
Oh.
215 will be his number.
I don't know why. All right, White Brian. What the hell do you make? Hold on, but landfill. Regardless of who found it, how about the Eagles coming in 4th on a post Super Bowl power ranking?
I love it. I mean, it's a 100% pure troll job. 90% chance it's AI generated, but it's giving us something to talk about. So hats off to ESPN.
And then on top of it, it's about like what does JP say? What's his word? Every season is a living organism.
It's true.
So what happened this year don't mean it's gonna happen next year.
All of that is true.
I understand.
But to be 4th?
But the team that has been in 5 of the last 7 and has won their conference have been in their conference championship 7 times. If somebody throw them out there, I can understand their mindset. But I still think the Eagles should be the favorite because they just won it. Like I say, you got to beat the champs to overtake them or whatever, to become the champs. But if they put anybody other than the Eagles or the Chiefs, then I would be baffled.
4th?
Yeah. So who's in front of them? The 2 teams that can't seem to beat them.
Yeah. So in front
the
of
Ravens and the Bills?
Chiefs, Bills, Lions, Eagles.
Okay, so they don't have the Ravens in front of them.
Eagles are 5th. They got the skin 6th.
And the Bills just seem like they see a ghost every time they see them. So what makes ESPN think they're going to beat them?
I don't know. I really like the Lions. I think we had this, maybe we were off air, when you were asking me who would be your second favorite team. I grew up loving Barry Sanders. I like the Lions. But they just lost their OC and their DC.
In other words, so you didn't know who to cheer for in the NFC Championship game.
Well, no, because that was Commanders Eagles.
Still. No, in the game
Divisional
before that.
round.
Yeah,
No,
you know what the hell I'm trying to say.
I did.
Yeah, you were struggling.
No, but I wasn't going to let you attempt to troll me incorrectly.
I'm going to troll you straight.
I had no problem.
Everybody just remember, JP was pulling for the damn Lions. I saw him cheer when they scored.
Completely incorrect. Completely incorrect. But dude, when the Eagles were really good and then lost both their coordinators, they took a big step back. They lost the last 6. Like I'm not sure we can count on the Lions being as good. That's a lot of change for that organization. I don't know.
I think we might have put them under with that game we got them. Seriously.
Dude, I kind of think so too.
Yeah.
They got their ass kicked. Keim on this ESPN Power Rankings wrote about the Skins. He said Washington nailed the 2024 offseason by hiring general manager Adam Peters, coach Dan Quinn, and drafted quarterback Jaden Daniels. The foundation has been set for many years thanks to this trio. But the Commanders also can't ignore the work that needs to be done. Their 2024 success was unexpected, and the roster still needs work for the team to become a consistent contender. The Commanders have around $80 million cap space available and 7 draft picks. They need to fortify both lines. The run game remains an issue on both sides of the ball. Find another playmaker on offense and another corner on defense. Agree with all that. I agree with all that.
Yeah.
I just don't know how. I don't know how the Eagles could land 4th on your list today.
You know I'm trolling you right here, though.
I know. When we come back, we're talking Myles Garrett with Daryl Reuter.
Washington hosts the Pacers tonight with tip-off scheduled for 7 p.m. Wizards are looking to end their 10-game home slide with a win. You can tune in over on Team 980 to listen to that live tonight. Again, tip-off 7 p.m. The Pittsburgh Steelers need to make a decision at quarterback this offseason. Both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are free agents looking for new deals. But while we wait to see how the Steelers decide to move forward, their safety, Deshaun Elliott, made sure his opinion was out there. The safety commented on an Instagram post that stated Pittsburgh was the betting favorite to land Aaron Rodgers. He commented, quote, "Leave his blank at the retirement home." That could make for a very awkward locker room if Aaron Rodgers does start donning the black and gold. And a little bit of NBA history was made last night. Kevin Durant became the 8th player in NBA history to reach 30,000 career points. Durant reached the milestone in his 1,101st career game. That is the exact same number it took Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to reach that number. Only Wilt Chamberlain and Michael Jordan got there faster. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. We are excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's got the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to our friend Daryl Ryder from Cleveland. Daryl, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Dude, obviously, it's probably not a huge surprise why we wanted to chat this week. I think Myles Garrett is the biggest name on the NFL trading block. I'm curious if you can get us up to speed.
That we assume is on the trading block.
Right. Well, I mean, he wants out. Doesn't necessarily mean Cleveland wants him out. Get us up to speed on all things Garrett and kind of where it's headed.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's actually not on the trading block, at least from the Browns' perspective. Now, Myles wants to put himself on the trading block, but, the organization, Executive Vice President of Football Ops and GM Andrew Berry has been very adamant in telling people that he has no intention of trading up Myles Garrett. Now, I'm old enough to remember when Pat Riley released a statement saying he wasn't trading Jimmy Butler a month ago. So we all know how that movie ended. So, but just, from a factual standpoint, yes, Myles Garrett wants out. He is telling everyone that is willing to listen that he wants out and why he wants out. And, the Browns are basically saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to move forward with Myles Garrett as a member of the Cleveland Browns. So we'll have to see how things shake out. I'm sure Andrew Berry is getting phone calls as we speak. It's really hard to handicap now if he'll actually get moved.
Will that come down to what is offered? Because I know a lot of people say, I'm not doing it. Oh, yeah, that price, I'll do it.
Well, I don't know. The Browns are in a tough salary cap situation right now, too. They're going to have to do some contract restructures before the new league year commences in March. Garrett has some bonus money that's due him in March as well, which could inflate his actual cap number. Should the Browns trade him, it would take him from the mid 30s million, possibly over 40 million as far as a cap hit. So, as they say, deadlines spur action. And if they're going to move Garrett from a cap standpoint, they need to do it before the new league year. I just don't know that the Browns have room to absorb yet another $35 million in dead cap, considering they're going to have to restructure Deshaun Watson for what is going to feel like the 200th time since doing that albatross of a contract. because they're going to need to create another $30+ million by doing that in cap space so that they can get close to being under the cap come the new league year. And by the way, the Browns have a ton of needs this offseason. They need cap space. They need, cash isn't a problem. The Haslam Sports Group, they'll write any check if they believe it's going to help them win. But also there's the reality of this was a $300 million football team last year that won a whopping 3 games.
Seriously. With the Garrett situation, how much, if at all, do you think it's bluster? He just wants a new contract. This is the first year of this deal without guaranteed money on it, right?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not bluster.
Okay.
Yes, Garrett does want money. Of course, he at $25 million a year, and I know this is insane to talk about $25 million a year and you're underpaid, but
he's making 10 less than Bosa.
Right, but considering the resume that he has and the marketplace, he is underpaid for what he's accomplished at 29 years old. He's the youngest player in NFL history to accumulate 100 sacks. He's the only player in NFL history with 14 or more sacks in 4 consecutive seasons. He is a game record type of player. He is already headed to Canton, Ohio. In my view, I think he could retire today and be a Hall of Famer. His resume is just that strong. All that being said, though, he wants to win. He's been here 8 years. The Browns have had 6 losing seasons in those 8 years. They've gone through a multitude of head coaches. Don't get me started on the quarterback situation. And so he's looking at the situation, and the Browns can say, hey, we're close all they want until they're blue in the face. The bottom line is they're not close. I watched the NFL playoffs, okay? You can't win 3 games in a season coming off an 11-6 playoff season and sit there and tell me you're close to competing or that you're a quarterback away, because the quarterback that was a problem got hurt and did not play the bulk of the season. And to be perfectly candid about it, not much improved with the football team. So yes, quarterback's a problem for the Cleveland Browns, and they absolutely have to address it. We've said that since 1999, but
Wow.
The reality is there are other things that need to be addressed as well. And Myles Garrett, who, by the way, is in the locker room, he knows a lot more than me and other people that aren't in the building. He knows exactly where they're at, and whatever plan Andrew Berry told him in the exit meetings and any further conversations they have had since his exit interviews, they clearly did not wow him and did not dissuade him from making this trade request.
But based on the situation they're in, wouldn't it probably be better for them to move him?
Well, again, you're right. It probably would from a team building standpoint. But again, they have this little thing called the salary cap and dead cap that the Browns are having to deal with right now. And so it's easy for me to say, oh, yeah, they should move him. And I have said that. Like, I'm a believer if you don't want to be somewhere. Young in life, I had a mentor of mine tell me, you know what, a life lesson for you: if you're not happy, get happy. And so if he doesn't want to be in Cleveland anymore and play for the Browns, and by the way, this isn't a Cleveland thing, this is a Browns thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Browns annual incompetence thing that he's tired of dealing with. This isn't he hates living in Cleveland, Ohio. He's a minority owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Wow.
He's really ingrained in this community. That tells you, that's the other thing. That should tell you how bad it is with the Browns right now that he's doing this.
Wow.
That he has reached this point where he's like, yeah, I'm done. Like, I've had enough of this, whatever's going on here. And I want to go somewhere where I have a chance to win Super Bowls. That's not going to be here in Cleveland. And if you're a Browns fan, and I have said this locally, and fans have been angry with me over, but it's just the harsh truth. He's telling you the state of your favorite team.
Yeah.
You stink. That's what he's telling you.
Mm-hmm.
There's no hope here. And he's not going to sit around and wait for hope to come again. He sees his, playing career mortality in front of him, and he wants to go somewhere where he wants to win. But again, it's easy to sit here and say, okay, The Browns should get 2 first-round picks plus more, and they should move Garrett so they can move on. And they haven't won with him anyway, and that'll give them the opportunity to go from an older team in the league, an expensive team in the league, to a younger, more cheaper, retooling type of program. And but he's got a $35 million dead cap hit. Denzel Ward's like it's a Super Bowl, and he kind of backed off of it, but I know what he meant. Like, he's like, okay, Miles ain't going to be here. Maybe I don't want to be here. Sorry, Denzel, you're not going anywhere. You're a $40 million dead cap hit if they trade you, so you aren't going anywhere, pal.
So they got 75 with 2 people right there? Nah, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah. So again, it's easy for us to have these conversations, but there is the practicality from a business standpoint. And I think that's why, Miles, in one of the 200 interviews he did down in New Orleans on Radio Row there, he said, like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to facilitate a trade. So does that mean he's going to restructure his contract so that the Browns can lessen the dead cap hit if they do trade him, right? So that when he does get traded, he then can agree to a market value contract. That I don't know. He seemed to maybe indicate that could be something he's open to. But yeah, it's easy to say the Browns are going to trade Myles Garrett, or they should trade Myles Garrett. But this isn't Major League Baseball, where you're the Dodgers and you can just defer salaries to 20 years down the road, right? They're going to be paying the 2025 LA Dodgers in 2052. But they do have to deal with those dead cap figures right now. And, because they enter the new league year right now over the cap and they got to get under it. I think trading him is a little more complex than we want to make it out to be.
Totally.
Yeah, it sounds like it. We're talking with Daryl Reiter from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. You can give him a follow at Reiter Wrong Fan, RUITER Wrong, WRONG Fan. What do you put the percentage chance of Garrett actually getting moved at?
I think 60%. Because again, Andrew Berry, to his credit, you guys remember the Odell Beckham situation here in Cleveland a couple of years ago, where Daddy put the Instagram reel out there, right? My kid's open. Baker Mayfield won't throw him the football, and it ultimately led to Odell being asked to not be around the team for a few weeks, and then Berry reached an agreement to buy him out so he could go to the Los Angeles Rams, and he ultimately ended up winning a Super Bowl ring that season. Barry has a reputation of being a player's GM, doing right by players. And so the reason I give it 60% is because I think that even though Barry's telling people, no, he's not on the market, we're not trading him, that could be the old wink, wink. Just come with your best offer, and we'll think about it. But Barry is a guy that does try to do right by players who are unhappy with being with the organization. Although a couple years ago, Kareem Hunt asked for a trade, and Andrew Berry's like, "Yeah, we're paying you like $3 million a year. There's no way we're trading you because we're getting great bang for our buck." Mm-hmm. But overall, Berry is a very player-friendly general manager. So I do think, in spite of what's being said publicly and privately, I do think there's a 60% chance they do move Miles.
I also think Miles, he's done right by them. You know what I mean? He's did what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there was the Mason Rudolph incident a couple of years ago that saw him suspended for the remainder of the season. He had a car accident here, and then it came out that, he had a problem going under 100 miles an hour on freeways, and things like that. But you're right. He has overall represented the Browns very well off the field. On the field, he is, I would call, a generational talent. I don't think that the Browns have ever drafted a defender as impactful as him. Now, that's not to say, like, I wasn't around in the 40s and 50s and early 60s there, where the Browns were the New York Yankees of football. But I don't think that they've ever had a player like him in their entire franchise history, which is saying something. He's just reached a point where he's had enough here in Cleveland, and he wants to go somewhere where he can win. But you know what? Don't we all in life, right?
Hell yeah.
I couldn't care less about the Rudolph thing. Like, not for a quarter of a second. Specifically, if they were to make a deal, I'm guessing it's not gonna be in the division. They probably want him out of the conference, right? How realistic, how logical do you think Washington would be as a landing spot?
Well, I'm kind of a spiteful person, so like I don't really. If I'm like Andrew Berry, I don't care where he wants to go. Like, okay, great, you want to go to a contender? I'm sending you to football Siberia in the NFC, wherever that is. Now, good for you guys there in Washington. You're no longer football Siberia. You've got Daniels down there who just had just an amazing rookie season. You're still 30 points away from the Super Bowl. Sorry. But that from his standpoint, Washington, Detroit, those two make the most sense. But from the Browns standpoint, I don't know. I think trading him to a mid-range team would make more sense, because the reality is, yes, okay, 2 first-round picks, but those 2 first-round picks are going to be in the mid to late 20s. And, from, let's say, Washington's standpoint, right, you guys are hoping it's the 32nd pick in the draft at some point, right?
Hell yeah.
So those, like, from the Browns standpoint, the value of that first-round pick is not as strong if you send him to a quote-unquote Super Bowl contender. So, I don't know, maybe it needs to be 3 first-round picks, just because the value of those aren't going to be that high as if you were to send him to a rebuilding team or a team that's in the middle of the pack where you're getting a pick that may be in the 10 to 18 range. So, from Barry's standpoint, those are the teams he should be looking at. But, where the Commanders are right now, of course, I mean, it'd be silly for them not to be burning up Andrew Berry's phone trying to make a deal. Same thing with the Detroit Lions right now. I don't see the Browns sending him to a team like Buffalo, as you mentioned. 0 chance they keep him in the division. Even sending him to the AFC West, I think that whatever trade that's going to happen with Miles, I think he does get sent to an NFC team.
Okay, that makes sense. Last thing, Daryl. Daryl Ryder joining us from the Fan in Cleveland. You can follow him at Ryder Wrong Fan. Who the hell is going to play quarterback for Cleveland next year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you throw a?
I got a couple throws left in this arm.
15-yard out.
I got a couple throws left. if they pay a quarterback like that, I'll go.
Well, the Browns have a history of playing. They have a history of paying really bad quarterbacks a lot of money over the years. So
I know I'm gonna get paid.
The latest thing that's been tossed out there is if Sam Darnold becomes available, Cleveland can potentially be interested. The name that I keep hearing is Kirk Cousins. Obviously there's a lot of chatter that the Falcons want to move on from him. Obviously there's some things that the Falcons have to do to make that happen, similar to the Russell Wilson situation we saw Denver do. But what the Browns want is they want a couple of veterans that will be able to come in here and help them win games. Obviously, that's important. But I think right now, because of the Watson contract and what's left on it, they need someone that's going to come in cheap, right? So if the Falcons are paying Kirk Cousins, yeah, they could get him to come to Cleveland for the veteran minimum or $2 or $3 million with some incentives and things like that. That totally would be doable for the Browns. And then ideally, they'd like to have a rookie quarterback as well. I don't think it's going to be with the number 2 pick, but because these quarterbacks, in my view, there's no Jaden Daniels in this draft. There just isn't. So why I'm just enjoying right now. People are twisting themselves into pretzels, convincing themselves Cam Ward 1, Shedeur Sanders 2, when those 2 players in last year's draft are probably 3rd, 4th, or 5th round draft picks.
Wow.
And here we're talking about those guys being the 1st and 2nd pick in the draft. I don't get it, but it is what it is. But yeah, the Browns definitely veteran quarterback, doesn't cost a lot of money, plus a rookie. And, as far as who those names are, I wish I could tell you, but we just have to sit and wait for the new league year to get here, and we can all be surprised together.
It's going to be wild. Darnold's not going to be cheap, though, dude. Darnold's still going to command
No,
40 mil.
At least 50.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Daniel Jones
again,
got 45. He's going to get 50 or more.
I mean, cash is not a problem for the Browns. Never has been. It's
just sense.
Maneuvering the salary cap. That's what they got to work with.
Hey, Daryl, thanks for the time,
appreciate
man.
you, brother.
We appreciate it, dude.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
All right,
man.
Daryl Ryder pouring a little bit of cold water on the idea of a Myles Garrett.
But
trade.
it does make sense what he's talking about.
Yeah. The numbers are the numbers.
Yeah.
You can throw hypotheticals all you want, but the cap does matter. So let's go from Garrett to Debo. We're going to San Fran next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over and unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in FanDuel's app to find your profit boost. Or visit FanDuel.com/Brian. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future, potentially retiring from the National Football League. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pacers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is questionable for the game with an ankle sprain. It's the final game before the All-Star break. Also, last night in the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark. He's just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. And baseball season's officially here. Nationals pitchers and catchers reported to West Palm Beach today. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Got me mesmerized. And them fat ass thighs. I forgot that dude, Sochan. He was the kid on Baylor, right? The guy that always dyes his hair crazy color. It's wild seeing him in the Spurs uniform.
That tells you that which
Reminds you of Rodman, doesn't it?
It does.
Remember when Rodman was in San Antonio?
Yeah, but Rodman was established. I think old Pop would have been sitting there saying, "Hey, bro, what you doing?"
Your boy Sochan. I think nowadays people do whatever they want all the time. I think the world has just changed.
I think some coaches still have that respect.
Okay.
Pop's sick now. He's in the hospital. Probably making him crazy looking at that.
Man, the kid, Greg sent me this. The kid at Bama, the star wideout, the freshman.
The young kid?
Dude, he just signed an NIL deal with a fingernail polish company.
Hey, he said work for Caleb.
Did you hear about that? White Brian, as an Auburn fan, you had to enjoy that.
He said, "Hey man, listen, it's about getting paid."
Yeah, he's also very good at football, so he can do what he wants.
Look, when you always catch him with your hands, he's like, "Look, you got to figure out a way to get it done." Because, like, let's be real, in our business right now, you probably don't. I don't sit up here and talk on the airways about nothing I don't believe in, nothing I don't work with. A lot of people that do, just like he is. You know, he's probably doing something. But, you know, hey.
I'm not mad at it. Do your thing, man. It's just $2 million for nail polish.
Tell them go and bring it over here. We'll try it. You wouldn't do it right now? They come outfit to you?
I'd probably do it for
less.
$2,000. Joining us right now is our friend Jennifer Lee Chan. I was just down in New Orleans with her. Jennifer, thank you for making time. How are you?
Good. Long time no see.
I know. We had fun working the red carpet together. I gotta say, Eric Armstead. You ever seen him in person?
Yeah.
Massive.
Oh yeah.
Might be the biggest dude I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's big.
Yeah.
So listen, I appreciate you taking time for us. Let's start big picture with the Niners. How surprised was everyone out there from this past season?
Well, I mean, when you look at the injuries, yes, you are a little bit surprised because I think you have expected just them to keep rolling. But the injuries were just too much for them to overcome, especially on the offense. And you look at the fact that there was not one game where all of their starters were on the field at the same time. So Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, there was not one game where they were all on the field at the same time. So, I mean, that's a crazy statistic in itself.
Totally. And now you're in this position where Purdy's coming up and quarterback money is crazy.
Yes, it is.
I think Brock Purdy's a really good player. I know he's got some detractors out there, and maybe the end of the season wasn't perfect, but Does it seem like they're going to get this deal done with Purdy and where that thing goes next?
I mean, his message to everybody at the end of the season, locker cleanout day, was like, hey, I want to get this done as fast as possible without any drama, which we've seen from the past. He wants to get it done quickly. He wants to hit the ground running in OTAs, have more time with guys like Ricky Pearsall, who he didn't have a lot of reps with during the offseason last year. And guys like, hopefully Brandon Ayuk gets back and he's healthier, but he really wants to get more time on the field. He's not going to hold out, I don't think. I think they're really going to try and work on getting a deal done as soon as possible. And I know there's a lot of thought out there that $60 million is insane for a guy who was drafted last in the draft. But when you look at the percentage of the cap, it makes sense. I talked to the guys at Spot Track, and they're saying, with the cap going up to $272 million, 20 to 22% is right about where quarterbacks all make their money. That's about how much they make of the cap, and that puts them right at $60 million. So that's where it's going to be. It's going to be high 50s, maybe 60s, maybe low 60s. I know it sounds crazy, but you just have to put it in perspective of the big picture of what the entire cap is.
I think he was drafted the last pick of the draft, but he's played better than some people that were drafted in the first round. So I think the draft position is thrown out the window at this point. If Daniel Jones got 45, he deserved way more than that. To be honest with you.
Yes. I mean, you look at it that way, yes, but the NFL is such a weird, kind of funky place. People look at where they were drafted to how much money they should be able to make. I mean, especially at quarterback. Now, you look at guys like George Kittle, who was drafted in the 5th round, Fred Warner, who was drafted in the 3rd, and they got paid huge money because of what they've done. I don't understand why there's such a difference with quarterbacks. I guess maybe because the amount is so huge at like $50, $60 million. But I mean, really, Brock deserves that money.
Do you think internally is there any question from Kyle or John Lynch, anybody, about getting the deal done with Brock, or is this just kind of standard business negotiations, takes a little time?
I mean, both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke at their end of season presser saying, Brock's our guy. Okay. We're going to get it done. So, I mean, I think any quarterback negotiations with the amount of money that is involved, all the details are going to be what's going to hold it back, right? Guarantees, incentive packages, all that stuff. So, I mean, I think they believe that Brock is their guy, and I think they've believed that for a long time. Although, those little rumors about, they were interested in Tom Brady, they were interested in Aaron Rodgers, those things kind of, leave doubt in people's minds. But really, I think they do believe that Brock is their guy.
Talking with our friend Jennifer Lee Chan. You can follow her on X and Blue Sky at Jennifer Lee Chan, 2 N's, and Jennifer does a great job covering the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. I want to get specifically to the Debo stuff, but I got to ask this. I don't remember his name, and frankly, I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to give him what I think he wants. But I remember towards the end of the season, there was a media dude out there who was really trying to antagonize Kyle, I thought, in pressers. It's one thing to ask tough questions, but it's another when you're trying to generate clicks is how I viewed it.
Absolutely.
Is there a section of that fan base that is starting to really get tired of Kyle, or is this just a one-off year?
I think, social media brings out people that will say anything because they have that keyboard courage. So I think there is a faction of fans that believe that Kyle Shanahan has not been able to win the big game, so he is not deserving. But when you look at the coaching candidates that are out there, I'm like, who's going to be better at the job than Kyle Shanahan?
Sure.
I don't understand the mentality. And honestly, I've talked to a lot of different media members, and for us as media, he is the most honest coach that I've dealt with. Players appreciate his honesty. He really has a good grip on both offensive and defensive play calling. I mean, you see what he's able to do when all of his players are out there. I think it's just been a challenge in certain areas, like fourth quarters of big games, which, I think is a red flag for a lot of fans. But when you look at his whole, I guess,
resume,
his whole resume, he's a great coach and the players really like him. There's so many veterans that have come into the 49ers and said, wow, I look at football completely differently now that I've watched film with Kyle Shanahan. So I just don't think there's another guy out there that's, that hasn't come from his tree that will do as good of a job or better than Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I respect him as a play caller and a coach. But let me say this: when you get to that point consistently, your expectations move. So he's not judged anymore by being the first-year coach or the second-year coach. He's judged by being a guy who's been to the Super Bowl. If he don't get that consistently, he'll get fired for what other people don't get fired for. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, there
So,
is
and
more
that's it.
pressure.
Raised his own bar.
That's his own doing.
Yeah.
By being that good of a coach, you got to get over the hump because when he gets down, as good as he is as a play caller, he don't come back. When he's up on you, he can make you look stupid. When he gets down, he doesn't.
Right. Now, I have spoken to Jed York, who is the CEO and owner of the team, and all he does, and obviously he knows that what he's saying to media is out for public consumption. But I've spoken to him. He's like, who else is there? He's like,
Yeah.
Absolutely, Kyle and John are going to be there for the long haul. I mean, they both have signed huge extensions. I just don't think there's another option that would be better. And you kind of look at comparing him to, Andy Reid and what he's been able to do. I mean, like, he got to the end point, nearly got it so many different times, and then finally kind of got over the hump. But players love Andy Reid. Players love Kyle Shanahan. He's honest with them. I think he does a great job scheming things up. And, if all of his players are on the field at the same time, and honestly, I think, in the last Super Bowl, if Dre Greenlaw didn't tear his Achilles early in the game, it's a different outcome. So, I mean, when he has all of his players on the field doing what he has schemed up, I think he really is one of those kind of unbeatable coaches.
I hear you on that. Let's go to Deebo Samuel. He's talked to the Niners. They say he can be traded. What's his market? What do you think the chances are he lands in Washington? What are your thoughts?
Deebo Samuel is one of those guys who can make a difference on the field. Now, there are, if you look at his production, it was that 2021 season where he was the offense. Everything fell and landed and moved where he moved. But since then, his production has gone down a little bit. And you look at just the numbers alone. He's dealt with a few injuries here and there, but that's also because of the way he plays. One thing, I mean, going back from when he was drafted, Will Muschamp, who was his coach at South Carolina, was a guy who told Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, Deebo Samuel is an amazing football player, but you have to stay on him in the offseason. He can go up and down in his weight. We've seen him come into camp completely lean, and we've seen him come into camp a little heavier. So he's a guy that coaches have to stay on to make sure that he is the best player he can possibly be. He can be a game changer. Yes, he's getting up there in, receiver age, but he's a guy that, when his mind is set to it, he can be a really good player. Now, he's not a finesse route runner. He is an athlete on the field. So, you've got to have, this is why they drafted Ricky Pearsall. They needed a guy who could get open in man coverage. Deebo's not that guy. He's a guy who can change your offense, make defenses guess, but he's not a guy who's going to run pristine routes and get open for your quarterback.
Would they trade him within the NFC?
I think they could. I'm maybe not NFC West, but I think NFC. Yeah, I don't think.
Well, we gave him Trent Williams. Let's be real.
That's true. I think one thing that's great about the 49ers is John Lynch. His days as a player, his days as a broadcaster, he has great relationships with everybody in every front office, and so deals can get done because he is that guy. So, I mean, yeah, guys like deals like Trent Williams. Those are things that John Lynch has been able to do, be able to pull off. But he's also, he's a guy that can give favors back. So there is a possibility.
It doesn't hurt that Adam Peters is here now.
That's correct. Yeah.
I don't know that Deebo's the right thing for what they need right now, but he's undeniably a great player. It's an interesting fit if it is a fit. But looking from afar, what do you think the compensation needs to be to get Deebo out of San Fran?
I mean, looking at it, it's very similar to the Stephon Diggs situation last year. He asked for a trade. They got a second-round pick the following year in 2025. They dealt Stephon Diggs a fifth in this year and a sixth in 2024. So, I mean, I feel like it's going to be a similar package. They're about the same age. Stephon Diggs, though, I mean, is more productive. So I don't know if the 49ers are going to be able to get something like a second round. I'm thinking maybe like a day 2 or day 3 pick because he hasn't had that production that would be similar to Stephon Diggs. But age-wise, compensation-wise, the 49ers are going to have to eat that $31 million cap hit, but it takes them off the books for the rest of the, to get prepared for what Brock Purdy is going to be making.
Wow, that is fascinating. JLC, thank you for making time. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Good to be on.
All right. She's great. Give her a follow at Jennifer Lee Chan, covers the Niners, knows everything going on out there. The Diggs trade, we got to look into that, see what sense there is. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and now I'm thrilled to join the motorcycle community. After meeting with Law Tigers, I'm so psyched to ride. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that the Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for over 20 years. Check this out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of D.C. to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps Fans Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, lawtigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
Surprise. All right, B. We're living on the edge. Aerosmith making bangers. You know what else is a banger, B?
What's that?
This contest Odyssey's running, man. Right now, you can win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 buddies during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and 20 grand in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour, and then listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more info, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk.
How about you and one buddy, because you and I going with him, right?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yo, Wildcard Scotty said he's the unluckiest man on earth, but that he feels like he's going to win this contest.
What makes him think that?
He's
I'm the unluckiest man, but I feel like I'm going to win this.
eventually.
You just said you're unlucky.
Eventually it flips, B. It's the you're due theory,
He put,
also known as the gambler's fallacy.
yeah, he put the I'm the unluckiest with me, you're not winning.
I want to circle back. So we just had Jennifer Lee Chan from NBC Sports Bay Area on. Jennifer does a great job covering the Niners. And I want she's saying that she could see something similar to the Steph Diggs trade for Deebo Samuel. The Bills sent Diggs to Houston, who was a 4-time Pro Bowler, right? You can say a lot of things about Steph Diggs. He performed at a high level for a long time in Buffalo and in Minnesota, frankly. At some point when you've been traded 3 times, though, that starts to tell another side of the story. Buffalo sends him to Houston for a 2nd rounder, but a year away. So it's Houston's 2nd rounder this year, not last year when they got this. That kind of is interesting. And then Houston sent back a 6th and a 5th.
Yeah.
Something like that to me, especially if there's no cap situation, if the Niners have to eat the cap and say you get Deebo, 2 years, you guarantee a little cash, that gets a lot more interesting.
The question I'll ask you this is, are you looking for a legitimate route running receiver? Or are you looking for that athlete that he is?
You're not going to get the route runner.
Because I would ask this question. Does Deebo become your 2nd receiver, or Deebo becomes a guy who is your do-it-all guy?
I don't know.
Because I think you look at those people in different ways.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. I don't know. What you can't do is trade for Deebo and then expect him to change and be something he hasn't been.
Yeah.
And I think this staff is.
And I think
not
Adam being
way.
out there understands his whole,
Yeah,
what he can do. And I guarantee you he's having the conversation. They probably already had it with Cliff. Is this a guy you can use? Can you utilize this?
I also wanted to ask you this, B. In just looking at this, I'm looking at the Niners cap situation, and they have some cap space. But you got Fred Warner, George Kittle, and Trent Williams all going into the season with no guaranteed money. They also have big cap numbers.
Yeah.
A way to spread that out would be to guarantee some cash, spread it out for a little while. I don't know. I know Trent, when he was here, didn't love playing without guaranteed money.
I don't think anybody does these days.
Especially when you're that level of player, right?
Yeah.
That'll be.
Then your whole mindset change where you got to play not to get hurt.
And he's 37.
Yeah.
And you're playing with no guaranteed money on there. And if you look out ahead at the math on some of this, it starts to look not exactly to your benefit. I don't know, man. I wonder if there's other, at least contractual moves the Niners have to pull off. I want to open these phone lines up about like the people that are adamant that Washington needs to spend and spend big. I want you to explain to me what you want to do. 800-636-1067. We do have some breaking news here. Lenfeld, I'm trying to figure out what your text means. Specifically, the folks that like want to go sign T. Higgins, right? Tell me why. There's a lot of excitement. T. Higgins had a tweet yesterday, B. Are you aware of T. Higgins' most recent tweet?
Nope.
I'm going to tell you what it is, what it means. We'll figure it all out together. Phone lines open for the last hour. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said on his New Heights podcast that he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future following their Super Bowl loss to the Eagles. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark last night. He becomes just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. Tonight, the Wizards in action, their final game before the All-Star break. They take on the Indiana Pacers at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is questionable for the game. He's missed the last few with an ankle sprain. In the WNBA, the Mystics introduced their new general manager, Jamila Weidman, as well as their new head coach, Sydney Johnson. In baseball, the Nationals pitchers and catchers officially reported to West Palm Beach today. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
All right, here's the question for you folks. I want people that want Washington to spend a lot to make the case. I think my guy Toby Altizer is one of them. I might let him make the case. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Trucker Dan, though, is on the other side. He says, no need to spend big. What up, Trucker? Dan?
What's up? Y'all answer quick.
What's going on, man? You want them to go spend heavy this offseason?
Well, we got to resign a couple of our players back. Like, we got to bring back Tressway, Jeremy Chen, Derek Forrest, Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Marcus Mariota, a couple of linemen. But after that, I got some sneaky players that nobody's talking about. Like, how about Nick Westbrook from the Tennessee Titans, whom was catching the touchdown pass every game?
Westbrook and Keenan, yeah. I like him, man. I like him as an option.
So imagine him on our squad. Obviously, I know DJ Reed want to come over here. Nobody talk about how Asante Samuel Jr. is a free agent. As far as edge, what about Khalil Mack? I know everybody keep talking about, obviously the cash spot in Myles Garrett, but that's a long shot. I don't want to give up 2 first-round picks for him right now, and we still rebuilding the offense.
Khalil Mack's stats have fallen off. He had some health issues this past year, but I mean, certainly his track record, he's probably going to the Hall of Fame. So I'm not. I'm
not opposed to him. I'm not going to lie.
Basically, you want him to re-sign everybody and add more players, but you're saying they don't need to spend big.
That's not. I don't want to re-sign everybody because a couple of players that we had was on a level grade them. You to grade them a D. So I gave you our core players, and then Baltimore Ravens have 2 offensive linemen that are free agents. We can steal one from them. How about Dre Greenlaw from the 49ers? That's a linebacker that can come off the edge for us. So I think there's other edge players as well that we can get without spending egregious money. But I had
the players that you just named, all of them going to take top dollar for the most part.
For real? Well,
Yeah.
I guess.
So you want me to get them all. Once you get 2 of them, you're about done.
It's about done. Hey, man, I was looking at because I was watching this guy on YouTube and his name is Street Score. Like he talked good about the Redskins, and I ain't gonna lie. At first, I was opposed to everybody draft, how they build it, but he came with it like in a different way. He was like Washington went heavy on free agent with straight defense, and then in the draft they went all out on offense and changed our offense completely. And I was like, damn, imagine that offense with Jaden Daniels.
All right, Dan. Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you, man.
I don't know. The fun part when we're asking if people want to spend or not, they just call in and name 30 dudes.
Yeah.
and they're it was a good call. It was funny though, because his point was he didn't want to spend a lot, and then he named 30 dudes.
All the free agents. Get this one. Get that one.
All right, B. So T. Higgins
All right.
is a good player.
Yes.
Now I don't know anything here. T. Higgins has no Bengals stuff on his Twitter page. Maybe he never did. So I don't want to say that he's taken anything down, but we've seen how that has become in vogue.
That to me, I don't care about. It makes me no difference.
I agree with you. I'm just saying it's not there. In fact, his picture, he kind of looks like a ninja. It's he's like wearing all black with a black mask and sunglasses. He looks cool.
Yeah, he took it during COVID.
Maybe.
No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Now, to be clear, his Instagram page has plenty of Bengals stuff still on.
Okay.
So if you're playing the social media game, which I think is rather silly, know that it exists.
It does.
But yesterday, he posted. This is actually pretty funny. He posted, I'm going to let y'all know first. What is the B-Mitch, the Brian Mitchell, former pro athlete interpretation of I'm going to let y'all know first mean?
I know what he's trying to say, but they're not going to know first. He's telling the fans, he's trying to be indebted to his fans. I'm going to let you know what happens, what I'm going to do. Ain't that? It never happens like that.
Well, I think I can only imagine for Higgins, I don't know that he that he notices any of it, but like the amount of rumors and like just dumb stuff that goes up. I honestly think it's gotten worse on Instagram than it has on Twitter, but on both platforms, there's so much like sources. T. Higgins wants to sign with the Raiders or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
So I think him saying, I'm going to let y'all know first is like, yo, just wait until something real happens and we'll let you know.
Yeah, but I think, who lives their life off of every little thing on Twitter? You shouldn't. If you're serious about anything, you don't.
Right. So look, Higgins, this post has about 4 million views, right? And if you look at the replies, one is come to Dallas, no state tax. One is come to Kansas City, you'll be in the Ring of Honor, another three-peat coming. Come to Buffalo. Welcome to Chicago. Bro, you would look great in black and yellow. Come to the Patriots. See you in L.A. Like, this is all it is. By far the best response to all of this,
mm-hmm.
and this is actually him, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, Rap Sheet. So T. Higgins said, I'm going to let y'all know first. And Rap Sheet responded to him, me? Question mark.
I like that.
I think that's actually really funny.
Yeah.
If you look at sports betting, some of these places are starting to throw up odds for where Higgins
Where he's going to go?
The Broncos are the favorite. This is according to sportsbetting.ag. Don't yell at me, Maloney. This was handed to me. Sportsbetting.ag says the Broncos are 3-1 favorites. After that, your Washington Commanders.
Okay.
4-1. Then the Steelers at 5-1. Chargers 6-1. Patriots 7. Titans 9. Bills 10-1. I just saw a post from Connor Hughes, a dude that does a good job at SNY covering the Giants and the Jets, saying the Giants should go get T. Higgins.
Put him on the other side of what's going. That's a hell of a tandem right there.
Yo, and what you see when you get.
But who's the quarterback? I mean, I think if you're trying to get T. Higgins, you better have a signal caller. Somebody can pull a trigger.
My God.
I don't know if Danny DeVito going to make him say, yeah, I got to go play. I can't wait.
Patrick is in Orange, VA. Patrick, what you think? You big spender? Go get Higgins?
I definitely think they should go get T. Higgins, and it's mostly because Washington doesn't have to pay the loser tax anymore. They've been paying it for 20 years. They don't have to do that now. They don't have to overpay to bring in a decent free agent to be opposite of Terry McLaurin. I also think they should re-sign Bobby Wagner and Frankie Luvu because it's hard to replace that kind of production on your defense. And then the rest of it, build through the draft. Don't trade away those valuable picks. Just do what the scouting department is meant to do, which is fill the roster with the space and the money that you have.
Don't hate it, man.
I don't hate it, but my question is, in the draft, who you drafting right now that's going to contend with those big boys up there in Philadelphia?
You got to be considering long, rangy offensive linemen. I think there's a guy out at Texas who's supposed to be really sharp, and then there was this guy who was in the Senior Bowl out of North Dakota who naturally plays tackle at North Dakota, but they expect him to move inside to play either guard or center. Picking up a guy like that in the late first round or early second round is ideal.
Let me hit you with something, though. He's supposed to be. And this is why I hear people say this all the time, supposed to be. You know how many first rounders fail? So if a guy's supposed to be and he's not a top-notch first rounder, what makes us believe he's going to automatically be?
Well, you could make that same argument when you bring in veteran talent from other teams.
Not everybody's a fit in every system.
Dude. Not everybody fit, but that's why you bring a guy that fits your system.
Yeah. It's a good call.
See, I think we are
department do their job.
We're still shunned from what we've seen before. I don't think this staff, if they bring somebody in, they're going to fit their system. I don't think the other people knew what the hell they were doing.
The system seemed to change.
I don't think so either. I don't think, even if they did know what they were doing, I don't think Dan Snyder would let them. So, let the pros do their job. Let the scouting department, the amateur and pro scouts, let them do their job. Let them bring in the highest quality talent that they can. Again, you don't have to overpay, $10 million extra to go to Washington, because, hey, you're the second or third best guard in this available class. But if you want to get them to come to Washington, you got to, you don't have to do that now. Thank goodness.
Appreciate you, bud. Thank you for the call. Thanks for listening. So Connor Hughes for SNY writes how the Giants brought everybody back.
Yeah.
Which in doing so,
they also put more pressure on them.
Joe Shane and Brian Daboll are desperate to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Giants have the number 3 pick. The odds of that dude, say you get Cam Ward or Shador being your quarterback and getting you to the playoffs, are pretty slim. So I found this fascinating. I think the Giants have done this a few times. I think they did it the first year with Joe Judge, where they spent a ton, got a little bit better, made a quick playoff run, lost, and then sucked again for 3 years. They did it Daboll's first year.
Mm-hmm.
Connor Hughes from SNY covers the Giants and the Jets daily, says T. Higgins, Steph Diggs, Russ Wilson should all be in play for the Giants. If the Giants get Russ, you think they make a run at T?
I mean, you got to put some receivers around him. I would probably say yes.
White Brian, his face looks pained at this conversation.
Hey, you not pained at the fact that they kept all those idiots already there?
Yeah, I don't want Russell Wilson. I feel like that would just set him back another 3-4 years.
You may as well take Russ. You got all the mother bums on that squad that's calling the shots.
Yeah, you kind of know what Russ is at this point, though. And I don't think he can win a Super Bowl with a team as bad as the Giants.
Hell no. let me clarify that. Hell no. Do you think the Giants should make a run at T. Higgins, Brian?
That one I don't hate as much because
who's the quarterback?
If you get like a Cam Ward or a Shador and you have T. Higgins and
you got to get
Malik Neighbors,
you're gonna have to sign Higgins first, and then assume you're getting one of those guys at 3.
Yeah, but even if they're not generational prospects, if you have Malik Neighbors and T. Higgins, you figure they're gonna do well enough. I mean, they should.
Did they have a good offensive line last year? No.
It's not as bad as it was.
This is amazing.
I love hearing Brian because he sounds like we used to sound.
Germane to the conversation, it looks like the Hard Knocks offseason edition has been canceled. Like it went so bad for the Giants last year, that Hard Knocks. It looks like
canceled it.
That's the reporting is that.
I don't like that. I wanted to stay.
Now, I don't know. This is from a Newsday reporter, like a New York
I just think it should be the Giants every year.
Dude, that would have my full support. John Mara was the star of the show. He was
was.
the only dude that seemed rational.
He's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let our team's best player go.
Dude, he was like, clearly the Shane Saquon thing had gotten to a personal petty level.
If
Clearly.
he goes to Philly.
Also, the
I'm not gonna
GM's
be
son
happy.
was the second smartest one.
Said to go get Jaden.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Daboll was trying to make Jaden go through like mental gymnastics. One of the two of them looked much better by the end of the year. Tom Rock from Newsday reports, this isn't a definitive report, but in talking to league and media folks this past week, it sounds like no team wants anything to do with an offseason Hard Knocks this summer, and it may be a one and done. Hard to imagine why.
Can you believe? I mean, it works, but I just think that they had incompetency in front of the camera, point blank.
Greg is in Upper Marlboro. Greg, you going to get T. Higgins?
Hey, JP. Hey, Brian Mitch. Still waiting for you to get in the Hall of Fame. I think it's a travesty that you stood out in there, man. I watched you my whole life. Greatest returner, special team player of all time, and a great quarterback also. I'm not going to get T. Higgins. Honestly, I'd rather spend that money on an impact player like Myles Garrett just because our defense clearly needs help. I mean, think about this. We were 60 minutes from getting to the Super Bowl without a dynamic number 2 wide receiver behind Terry McLaurin. I think we could potentially get that position in the draft. Or as my man Joe the Trucker, I'm sorry if I said his name incorrectly, said, we can get a second wide receiver. Dan the Trucker, my bad, JP. We can get somebody secondhand, Nick Westbrook, DeAndre Hopkins, I believe, is a free agent. Not saying we should bring him in, but that's somebody we could think about. Even trying to trade for Garrett Wilson from the New York Jets. I mean, a lot of different things they can do. With Adam Peters at the helm making the decisions, I think we're in a much better position than we have been, considering the days of Vinny Serrato and Ron Rivera. But ultimately, I think we should just continue to build through the draft. We should get key free agents in specific needs, offensive line. You know who I'm really excited about? I'm excited about this guy from Dallas, Zach Martin. That's the guard. I know we have Cosme, but, with, I think, Ali Reddy, I felt a little shaky at times, just what he was doing. Maybe we go out and get another right tackle because how much can we really trust Wiley and Cornelius Lucas, at least Cornelius Lucas in the starting position. So I think we should really address those needs because ultimately with number 5 behind center, I feel like every Sunday we got a chance to win, irrespective of who we have on the field playing with them. So, no, I'm not necessarily a proponent to get T. Higgins. I feel like Terry McLaurin, without a number 2, a legit number 2, Terry McLaurin had, 14 touchdowns?
15 total.
15 total. So I think ultimately you get some guys around him. You upgrade at the position definitely because I don't really think we should bring Noah Brown back. I think the only other wide receiver we have on the contract is McCaffrey. You go out, you improve that position a little bit more, but you really fill the spots that we need: defensive line, offensive line, and safety. And I think we can either do that through free agency, not necessarily top tier, and then the draft. So that's just kind of my thoughts on that. Thank you, JP. Thank you, Brian, for taking my call.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that's a strong call, man. Thank you for
I think
that.
the safeties were okay. I think the corners, the cornerback position has to be improved a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to lose St. Juice. Noah
Yeah.
I is a free agent. You do have Lattimore and Sammer still.
But you have to have somebody else with them. So maybe somebody there. But I think, listen, if they go and they drastically improve the O-line and D-line, I would happen to be just happy.
Sure. I agree with you. Now, the Garrett Wilson thing, I find a little more intriguing, at least. There's been talk of Wilson wanting out of the Jets. But who the hell knows? If you get rid of Rodgers and Devontae Adams,
Wanted out because of Aaron.
Right. I think so. And so if they're committed to an actual reorganization, rebuild, like there's some talent on that roster, I would certainly put Wilson on that list. Since he's gotten to the NFL, he hasn't missed a game and he's had at least 1,000 yards every season. Think about that. For the last 3 years, Garrett Wilson has had at least 1,000 yards every season. What are the quarterbacks we're talking about? Him getting to that number. And I recognize these are 17-game seasons. Doesn't necessarily mean you're being explosive, but you're at least being consistent. All right. This past season, who was the Jets' leading passer?
The leading passer?
Yeah.
Trick question, right?
No, it was Rodgers.
All right.
Rodgers finished the year with just under 4,000 yards.
Okay.
In the first 2 years, Garrett Wilson was in the NFL with the Jets. He went for 1,000 yards each season. Who was the Jets' leading passer in 22 and 23?
When the little Wilson kid, the quarterback?
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about this. Zach Wilson threw for 1,688 yards in 2022.
How many Wilson had?
Garrett Wilson had, I don't know specifically of those 1,600, but like for him to have 1,000-yard season when your leading passer only threw for 1,600 yards.
That says a lot.
Garrett Wilson can ball, man. That Jets situation is a problem. Muy problemo.
Is he still on the rookie contract?
Dude, 2 more years on a rookie contract.
Man. And I'll see somebody like that. That would be a steal.
Yo, that has my full support. All right. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You want Washington to be aggressive here? You think they got to go get T. Higgins? Odds makers are suggesting they might do it. I don't know that that's correct. Sometimes odds makers are just trying to get things people to bet on. We got a Giants reporter saying the Giants should go get T. Higgins. I don't think Garrett Wilson's getting traded. I think it'd be nuts to trade him. That would be a receiver you'd have my interest. He's young, 2 more years of control. That signed me up, but I think it's fake. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines rest of the hour. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said on his podcast, New Heights, that he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. Their defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles, left for the same position at Penn State. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pacers tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is questionable for the matchup. He's missed the last couple with an ankle sprain. It's the final game before the All-Star break for the Wizards. And last night, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark. He becomes just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. In baseball, pitchers and catchers reporting for the Nationals today. Also, former National Anthony Rendon is going to miss significant time. He had a setback from rehab in the past few weeks. He's going to undergo hip surgery. It's unclear when he'll return to the field. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Might need to book the Roost tomorrow. Rooster out here tweeting, Zach Ertz is a must re-sign for the Commanders for several reasons. Who wants to spend big? Who wants to spend big on T. Higgins? It's probably the biggest expense that will happen this offseason. What up, Musa? You buying T. Higgins?
No, I'm not. And hey, JP, hey, Brian.
What up, man?
I would. Hey guys. Here's my question, and I need the help here. Isn't DK Metcalf a free agent? And you know, if he is, I think it's coming up on it. We should try to go after someone like him, who can be very explosive, can definitely contribute in all the right ways for this offense. I love Higgins. And I know he's
Metcalf
big body.
is not a free agent. He's going into the last year of his deal, and there's no guarantee on it. But he is not a free agent. He is under contract.
Okay, thank you for answering that. So it doesn't hurt also if we don't sign him. We go after the big pass rusher, maybe a Myles Garrett. We can always address it in the draft too. You know, we got some really good draft picks.
Yeah.
It's not something I feel like it's a dire need to go after a guy like this right now. Our offense is just missing one or two pieces. Obviously a big player wide receiver, but to go after a guy like that, you don't know if he's going to remain healthy. You know, he's sustained some injuries in the past. What do you guys think? You think we should or no?
Nope.
No, huh? And I'm with you. I don't think we should either.
I think there are other guys I'd be pretty interested in, but I think Higgins, just straight free agency, I'm probably out on it. I think he's a good player, but you're playing opposite.
We need a pass rusher, JP.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
Thanks for the call, brother.
We really do.
Thanks for the call.
You need that.
Toby Altizer joins us from Green Bay. Toby, you want him to sign T. Higgins?
I would love that, except for the fact that if you were to sign T. Higgins, you run into the same problem the Bengals are running into, where you got to pay 2 wide receivers. Because Terry McLaurin is in the final year of his deal. You think they're going to get some sort of extension done with him this offseason? So if you're doing that, you're running into the same problem the Bengals are running into, where you're paying 2 top-flight receivers. Now you've got the rookie quarterback contract, which the Bengals don't have the luxury of right now. I would love to have T. Higgins here, just if we're not talking contract, but that's the big part of this. So I don't think you can make it work, especially when you have needs all throughout the rest of the football team, and you can address wide receiver like we've seen many other teams do through the draft, and it doesn't even have to be a first rounder. It seems like there's 10 to 15 guys every year that come in and make an impact, even if it's not going for 1,000 yards as a rookie. You know, having 500, 600 yards as a rookie season, it feels like there's a lot of guys doing that now, not even just first rounders. So I think it's better to go that route versus paying T. Higgins.
I tend to agree with you. I will add, I am not one of those that is, hey, you can't pay two stud wideouts, because Philly just showed you how you do it.
You can pay them and still win.
The Dolphins, when they've been really good, you got Tyreek and Waddle there. Like, you can have 2 really good wideouts. You can pay them and still win.
When I look back at last year, the offense, we wanted a number 2 receiver. they won a lot of games, scored a lot of damn points with the people they had. We couldn't stop people from scoring touchdowns. So I think that's most important, to be able to stop people from scoring. And then guess what? You may not need a stud wide receiver.
Well, and I think to your point, B. Mitch, they got away with it where it was a want, not a need.
Yeah.
And sometimes a player like a T. Higgins can be one of those luxury type players, like a Christian McCaffrey going to San Francisco, where you've got everything else and you say, okay, now we can go spend and go get this guy, versus you need a pass rusher. You need some help at corner.
Yeah.
You need some of these other things, versus you don't need that number 2 receiver when you've got a special guy like Jaden who's able to make it work. So I think in that sense, maybe you go other places. If it works out that you get another receiver, that's fine, but probably not T. Higgins.
In their last game, they gave up 50. Now, I'm not sure that, everything, things kind of got away from them. But to your point, B, it
was 3 fumbles, and they weren't all receivers.
I'm just saying, if you had to look at the last game,
Yeah.
the offense moved the ball pretty well. They gave up 50.
Yeah.
Let's sign someone on that side of the ball. Lou is in Upper Marlboro. What up, Lewis?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Listen, I think we need to decide what Allen and Payne are going to do. We need a pass rush. If Philly can rush four linemen and get in there and put pressure on people, why can't we do the same thing? And then the other thing is, I like Wagner, but Wagner's getting old. He can't run from sideline to sideline like a lot of these linebackers, like Dallas linebacker, like Philly's linebacker. We need to upgrade that linebacker position, keep him in the locker room, let him continue to mentor people like he does. But he's getting old. Don't wait until the lights go out before you decide, oh wow, we got to get a linebacker. And the other thing is, I think the offense is fine. Offensive line, defensive line, linebackers. That's the order. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, bro.
Thanks, bud. Let's go to my man Herman in Fort Washington. What's up, Herm?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking the call. I think they don't need to spend a whole lot of money on these high-priced wide receivers. We went to the NFC Championship game with the receivers that we have. What I think they need to do is, the Super Bowl champion is in our division, and their strength is their defensive line. What we need to do is put that offensive line as a priority to make sure we get the best people available. I mean, the meanest son of a guns out there to play on that offensive line and give Jaden some time. And then whatever we have left over, if we try to get a low-cost wide receiver that's available out there in the draft, maybe. There's a couple of guys available that they could work with.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Thanks, dude. Let's try Mike in Orlando. It's wild. Nobody wants to spend. Mike, what about you? Big spender?
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call. Listen to you guys quite often.
Thanks, bud.
I think we should spend big if it's necessary. We should spend on an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. I feel like if we're going to spend heavy, those are the areas we should spend heavy on, because we need protection and we need to be able to apply pressure.
All right. I agree with
right
that.
about that, man. If you can turn up the pressure, it changes a lot. Thank you for the call, dude. It's a good one. I'm going to go to Duran in Maryland. Duran, what do you want him to do? You want to get aggressive? Go get T. Higgins?
Yeah, man. Let's get aggressive. I'm all for that. But we're missing our 2 draft picks, man, from Maryland. We got Caden Prather. We got Todd Felton. Just wanted to throw that out there, man. Those guys right there are what we need, man.
You want them to only draft Terps?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
That seems a hyper-specific plan.
They're homegrown. They're from the DMV area. Bring them home, man. Bring them home.
All right, dude. Do you work for the University of Maryland?
Nah, he's the agent.
Thanks, bud.
That's what you know.
I mean, it'd be cool if you draft them, but
if you could do that, you do it. But other people looking at him too.
Yeah,
it may be going.
I'm okay. However, that kind of shakes out. I wanted to get to this because I feel like we might run out of time on it.
Mm-hmm.
You see this Anthony Rendon thing? Now he needs hip surgery.
Yeah, I saw that.
interested, man. Like, my opinion of Rendon because of the way he performed in the World Series and everything here on that Nats run was so great. He then left. He got $1 billion. Good for him. He was never the most invested into
Little Ice Cube, man. Little Ice Cube never really he said he wasn't like most people are about the game. He was just good at it. You know what I mean? Like, some people love this. Some people are in it. Some people are just good at it.
Right. And I think he just was really good at it. I almost wonder
But
if
think about it, he's in a sport where you can be like that. Because he gonna get paid, dog. Still.
I know, man. His numbers have just completely nosedived. I almost said snowdived. I don't really know what that means. All right. I just wanted to mention that in case we didn't. Good luck to Rendon. I don't know what the hell's going on. I think that dude just doesn't want to play anymore. You want me to take one more call here?
Give me hip surgery. It's more than that, Jay.
Zach is in Virginia. Zach, what do you want him to do? Go sign Higgins?
I don't think they should sign Higgins, man. I think they should spend that money on the offensive line because I heard B. Mitch preach all year that, quarterbacks get hurt in the pocket more than they do when they're running the ball, So he's got a relatively small frame. I say we go offensive line.
That's a great call, man. Thank you. You know what's funny about that?
That's a great call. That guy listened to B. Mitch.
Dude, when was the last time we heard somebody talk about how worried they are about Jaden's frame?
Oh, it fell off quickly.
After a year of Jaden.
After he started balling, nobody cared.
And, dude, he took some hits. He got up. Obviously, the rib thing, but that was 30 yards downfield. And he kept playing.
He learned after a few, as I thought he would, how to do things.
But, B, here's the thing. Most quarterbacks, save for Mahomes, who keeps playing through a twisted ankle, I guess, most quarterbacks miss time. Jalen Hurts missed time this year.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's missed significant time in 2 of his 5 NFL seasons to the point where Joe Burrow has now won 2 Comeback Player of the Year awards. Is anybody not taking Joe Burrow?
I need Joe to stop getting hurt so he can get that award.
Lamar has missed
significant time.
Lamar missed 2 seasons where he didn't finish the year. I think he missed, I used to know the number. I want to say it was 12 games over 2 seasons, maybe 10 games over 2 seasons. Is anybody not taking Lamar?
See, that is a narrative until you play and show people what you're capable of. And next year, somebody gonna say it again. And he's got to show people what he's learned. The thing I love about Jaden is he does something, he learns, he corrects it. I'm cool with that.
But B, I guess my point would even be now. The odds suggest he's going to miss some time at some point. I hope it never happens.
Yeah.
But I don't want to hear everybody then talk about his frame. Quarterbacks
just get hit
players
sometimes.
miss time.
You just get hit sometimes, and believe me, it ain't always easy.
No.
Don't look at people just because they're your size and say, "Oh, I can do that." No, you can't. It's a different level of pain out there. Believe me,
for sure.
You just gotta. Listen, athletes get to the point where they're just so damn stupid they don't know how bad they're being hurt.
I believe that for sure. I don't know, man. I think they will be moderately aggressive, but I don't necessarily think that means some headliner.
No need to lose your mind in this thing, I really believe.
Wiz play tonight, B.
Who they play?
Pacers at home. If I had to guess, you could probably get a pair of tickets for that.
Wiz might win that one.
People out there looking for tickets.
Outright.
Well, you hold on 1 second. The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. The Wizards tonight are hosting the Pacers. They are getting 10.5 points, but B has a feeling on this. You kind of like the Wiz in this one?
Liking the Wiz in this one.
Yo, if you bet the Wiz money line tonight, plus 380, should we all dabble, get a little rich if the Wiz win? I kind of like that. There's a ton of NBA action tonight.
I got 10 on it.
I will match your 10. Celtics are hosting the Spurs. Knicks are hosting the Hawks. Sixers on the road in Brooklyn. Plenty to be looking at this evening. Whatever it is you're looking for. You can also just play player props, totals. They're not expecting a ton of defense on in Chinatown tonight.
They got it over?
Yo, the over under for Wiz Pacers is 242.5.
Damn.
That is and I would probably take the over. Whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet can get you set up. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. What is this song? Yeah, this song. Who sings this? Boy George? Culture Club? Is that also Boy George?
It might be. This is Tears for Fears.
Tears for Fears. Shout out. Can't believe I got to book another flight. Here we are. Indiana, here I come. Everybody. I know this song. Shout out to Stallion.
When is it? It's combine?
Yeah. DQ and AP are going to talk, so got to be there. It's funny, man. Combine will have a lot of juice just because free agency is right around the corner, and who the hell knows what happens between here and there. I wonder if some. So I think we'll have a much better idea of Washington's plans. When do you think kind of the first big domino falls between now and March 12th is the first day of the league year? And I'm talking about like a new deal gets worked out with a star player, or there's a trade, or we find out about a franchise tag around the league. Yeah.
I think in the next 2 weeks, somebody's going to sign a deal, an extension. Or they're going to, because they can talk to their own free agents right now.
Yep.
So somebody's going to sign something. I give it about 2 weeks.
I think you're pretty close to right on that. Landfill
I normally am, Jay.
Landfill had a thing on here that we didn't get to earlier. This will shock you, B. Guess who got rich on the Super Bowl?
Who is that?
The casinos.
Hey, building another building.
Dude, imagine, all right, so Landfill says it was a record haul. This is just Nevada sports books, right? They netted $22 million on the Super Bowl, the most ever. It topped
they netted how much?
22 mil.
Okay.
Now that topped the last time a defense kind of kicked the ass of an offense when the Seahawks beat Denver.
Yeah. And that was how many years ago? You got a lot more gambling spots right now.
I think it was 13.
So that's supposed to be
But
higher
this is
than
just Nevada. So think about how all the apps and
more
everything.
people going out there now. You see, you got those big hotels now.
Yeah.
Yeah. They paid for the other hotel with the new money.
I mean, this is wild.
Oh,
man.
boy.
Now, I bet one of the things that actually hurt the books, imagine if Dotson scored that first touchdown instead of being ruled down at the quarter-inch line, and then Hurts got it.
You know, some people threw it out there. Dotson.
Yeah, but not nearly the volume as people did on Hurts.
I understand.
Now, it was a higher odds. Let's make some bets of our own, shall we?
Heard it here first.
Ha.
Gather around.
All right, White Brian, what do you got? I got smoked because Michigan State is completely unpredictable.
Yeah, both the Bryans took home wins and everyone else
I'm
lost.
talking about, I got a parlay, so I got 2 wins last night, son.
Yeah, I'll give you 2.
I'm supposed to get 2 on parlay. You don't know the rules? We got Brian. Brian don't know when people win and what the hell the rules are, and we got him keeping tabs.
He's our best guy.
That's why Jeff Warner.
Although in fairness, he doesn't know how a spread works, so he's got that on Jeff.
Yeah, I think he understands the basics of gambling. He also understands how to get to work.
And that was
so what are we at for the week, Brian?
Everyone is actually, okay, so Jeff and Landfill are 0-2, JP are 1-1, B Mitch is 2-1, and I am 1-1.
All right, Jeff gets an L for tonight.
all right.
Anybody like
Jeff get an L
anything?
tonight because he ain't here.
Correct.
He's in the ditch. Gotta get him out.
I'm taking the Lakers.
Landville's taking the Lakers.
All right, let me see, y'all. I'm really putting some thought into this one.
Me
boy.
too, man. I'm going deep. Is Ole Miss good?
I'm gonna take the Wiz plus 10.5.
You like the Wiz tonight, B.
Hey, man.
Now, did you finally get Monumental on your TV? Is that why you're excited? You're going to watch it?
No. I'm just putting it out there. They're playing the Pacers. The Pacers have sucked.
All right. I like it. You have my support.
Where else am I going?
GW hosted VCU tonight.
We Golden State minus 6.5.
You want to meet me in Foggy Bottom? Go watch that game?
Nah, that's all right.
Well, I have all ears tonight anyway. I couldn't go.
You have all ears 24/7.
That should be a promo for that damn show. Who you
Landfill.
taking, Brian?
Make sure you get that, Landfill.
Rutgers -5.5 at home.
I looked at that, but backed off it. Damn. Duke is hosting Cal tonight.
What's the line?
23.5.
Damn. Is Cal that bad? Well, they just got a new GM. Spent all the money somewhere else.
That's football. I would look for a Caps game, but there is no Caps game. F it. I'm going to lay 3 touchdowns with Duke.
Jeffy, I think I'm going to go to the PJ Superstore and get me a new driver.
Brian, I know you fairly well. You definitely need another driver. How many you got currently? 6?
3.
No.
I traded the others in.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Daryl Ryder for joining us. Thank you to Jennifer Lee Chan, JLC, for joining us from San Francisco. Thanks to everybody that called in. Fun show today. If you're out there driving around, I think it's pretty safe, but, be smart.
Be careful anyway. Slow down a little bit.
Slow down a little bit, especially it's supposed to get nasty tonight.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Take care of yourselves out there, man. Seriously.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Let's go Wiz tonight. Get a win. Me and B got $20 on the money line, baby. Let's get rich. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
going to miss significant time again. He had a setback from his rehab in the past few weeks. He's going to undergo hip surgery. It's unclear when he'll be back on the diamond. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What's up, guys? G&D here on the Fan. No GP. He's got the strep. He's come down with it. Fighting it at home. Texted me today, what's that show you recommended me the other day? That's how bad it is, Toby. He's taking my show recommendations.
Time to settle in for him.
Seriously. My feed is up. Keep him isolated. Put on some Netflix. Welcome to the program. It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. As I mentioned, no GP. Yes, Toby. Now, Toby's going to do, you're going to hear Toby a lot. Toby's going to share his takes and then drop information every 30 minutes. This is what we like to call double duty. It's basically been like that in my house. Nobody cares. Everybody's fighting it. Everyone's doing it. That analogy about a fan and stuff hitting it, that already happened. Everything's broken. Everything sucks. This is so stupid. This is one of those times, we said this yesterday, where eventually my wife and I might chuckle at it, like my kids at like a family reunion in 30 years. We'll sit there. Do you guys remember the time? I don't know why we change our voices. Do you guys remember the time when there was the snow day and we had our little brother was only 2 weeks old and he got the puke flu, and then this kid got the puke flu, and then this guy had sinusitis. Like, it is so dumb. Everything right now is so dumb. Let me ask you this, though, Tobes. Have you ever been a 45-year-old washed up, out of shape white guy who tweaked his hamstring while shoveling today? You ever been that?
I think I'll probably be all of those things except for one.
I'm that. I did it today. I'm all those things.
At some point, I will probably hit all of those things.
Yeah. I mean, this. I was wearing a back brace to try to prevent injury while shoveling. Just, I mean, this sounds like a flex.
By the way, what does that feel like when you're like, you know what, I got to start throwing on braces? I can't risk these things.
It feels good. It's great. It's like nice. You know what I mean? Better take precaution. No, to protect the back, because shoveling is a strenuous thing.
Yes.
And so it sounds like a flex. It's not just the nature of the house. Our driveway is long.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Somebody like, oh, nice long driveway, Mr. Fancy Pants. Just, it's a long driveway.
It's nice until it snows.
It's a nice driveway. Well, that's it. I think the thing's probably almost 75 yards.
Ugh.
And again, it sounds like I'm sitting here bragging about my driveway. I'm not. It blows in these circumstances. So there's a couple spots in order to make sure I can get the car out of there. I got to get low, and I got to drive, and not just push the snow, but I got to drive some snow out. I got to lift and separate, right? Well, a couple of those times, this is wet, impacted snow. It's a little bit heavier than your standard issue snow. And I'm shoveling it, and then I'm going to throw it over to the side. And my right hamstring did the scraps, no thing. So I'm limping around
tough.
here. Yeah, it's tough for me. It's not tough for young people. What's tough for me? We'll talk about snow here in a minute. How dead everything is in sports. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's start with Durant super quick in your update. 30,000 points, man. Like, I understand he's been in the league a long time, and he's maybe the most gifted scorer we've ever seen. He and Wilt Chamberlain probably would share that, but no one was doing it this way. You look at the list of all-time NBA, ABA. Tell me the common theme here that you see. And then there are a couple exceptions that are so noteworthy. Ready? Number 1, LeBron James. 2, Kareem. 3, Karl Malone. 4, Kobe. 5, Jordan. 6, Dirk. 7, Wilt Chamberlain. 8, Dr. J. 9, Kevin Durant. 10, Moses Malone. And I'll add 11, Shaq for good measure.
They're all 6'6" and above.
Most of these dudes are bigs.
Yeah.
The few exceptions that are that great as either wings or guards, LeBron, Kobe, Jordan, and Durant. I guess Dr. J too, right, as a high flyer. But it used to be the center. You feed it down there, you put the guy in the blender, you dunk on somebody, you get fouled, you go to the line. This is one of the more unique players ever, honestly. I mean, I remember the first time you see this guy that literally looks like a pencil. show up at Texas and you go, that's different. Even back then, I'm not giving myself a pat on the back. I'm wrong constantly. I'll give you an example. I said Tyrus Thomas was the must draft player. I got more. What was the dude's name from Arizona who I was smitten with? Remember? Derek Williams. Derek Williams beat Duke single-handedly. I said everyone should stop what they're doing, trade everything for Derek Williams. That dude can't get a 10-day. I mean, the guy from Kansas, the super athletic, but threw up masonry as a slightly undersized power forward. I was like, bring that guy here.
Yeah.
I didn't remember his name anymore. I'm wrong all the time. I was
Thomas
right.
Robinson?
Thomas Robinson. Thank you, Derek.
Love Thomas Robinson.
I was convinced this was the next big thing. I go, this is Larry Johnson 2.0.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been wrong plenty of times.
Yeah.
But Durant, to your point, different.
I was right about that. When it was Odin and Durant time, this is true. The audition show that I first did for our program director before I got a job here, that was the debate. That's one of the things that came up. And my guy I had as my coach at the time, my buddy Rob Mayer, who's wildly successful, way more successful than me, who's awesome. We did the show. That was one of the topics we debated. He was a Greg Oden guy, and I'm basically saying this to dunk on my friend Rob, but I was a Durant guy. I go, I've seen Greg Oden. Strong, athletic, big. There's going to be chronic injury. It's not that special. This 7-foot dude there's no bad shot. No one can guard him because if he's covered by a normal wing and just raises up to shoot, he's open now.
Yeah.
He was not open before. He's now open. There are no bad shots for Kevin Durant. I said, we've never seen that. We've never seen that. There are guys that can go around you. That's, early Jordan. Dr. J goes over you. Kobe's everything between. We've seen some of these things before. This hadn't existed. And you draft that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible to see a guy that tall be able to do everything. Like we were talking about Wemby a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kevin Durant is just such a good scorer, and there really isn't a bad shot. I forget who I was watching a video of recently. It was someone they were guarding Kobe, and Kobe shot a fadeaway, and he missed, and the dude's guarding him. He's like, "Let's go!" I locked down. Kobe's like, "Dude, that wasn't you. I just missed." That's Durant on every shot. Because you can't contest him. Like, there's no way to contest him. If he shoots a fadeaway, he's 7 foot tall. How are you supposed to contest him? You put a small guy on him, he shoots over him. You put a big guy on him, he drives around him. There's no way to guard Kevin Durant. I mean, this dude's played now 1,101 games. I heard Savannah earlier in the update say it took the same amount of games as Kareem to get to 30,000 career points, which is incredible. He's averaging 27 for his career, and it's an easy 27 every night. It's not something where it seems like he has to work hard for it. He can score in every facet of the game. And the thing that I like about it, because we're kind of transitioning from the old school to the new school of there is no mid-range. Kevin Durant lives in the mid-range. He lives there. It's fun to watch him. He can score from three. He can score inside. But when he gets the ball in that mid-range and he just decides to pull up or hezzy pull up, whatever he's going to do, and he just knocks it down, there's not a better pure scorer that I've seen in my lifetime than Kevin Durant.
Yeah, so I remember when he was coming out, they do like the combine kind of stuff for draft picks, like it's the NFL, and he couldn't bench press very much.
No.
And I remember people saying like that was a thing, and I go, I promise you that's not a thing. Like, yeah, he may not be great driving to the hole, bullying people like LeBron or Russell Westbrook when he's right, etc. I get that. That's not part of his game. Again, like think early Jordan or Dr. J or some of these guys, or even early Kobe. Like if they wanted to outmuscle you, they could do that. That's never been Durant's game, and that's never been a problem. You know what I mean? Like just an unbelievably gifted scorer. I think I did a topic on this years ago. I remember as he was coming into the league for those really fun Oklahoma City teams. That now, by the way, speaking of those three guys,
crazy.
Westbrook has 200 triple doubles. Kevin Durant's got 3,000 points, and I think James Harden has like whatever it is, 1 billion 3-pointers, or whatever, the second or third most all time. I can't remember what it was, but it's just like to think that they never won a title. They're going to go down with some of those like the great Suns teams that never won, the Supersonics with Peyton and Sean Kemp and company, those great Pacer teams that never won just because they played at the wrong time.
And by the way, Kendrick Perkins was the leader of that team, according to Kendrick Perkins.
You don't just ask Kendrick Perkins who the leader of the team was. Kendrick Perkins will let you know that his belief was that it was Kendrick Perkins.
Darius, you led that team? Darius was the leader of that team? Perk?
So I love that bit. Now, I've actually been meaning that this has been sticking to this grinds my gears. Can I tell you something? Years ago, Kendrick, do you remember, you know where I'm going, Darius?
I don't.
Kendrick Perkins was on TV. And that day, Darius's beard and Kendrick Perkins' beard
looked identical. The haircut that Perk, I shouldn't do that. Kendrick Perkins.
Let's say Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, Perk and I are not buds.
No.
What do you think, Big Perk? No, I tried that on. It doesn't fit. Let's put it back on the rack, okay?
Cringe.
Yeah, incredibly cringe. At the time, very similar hairline. Okay, he changes his haircut now more often than Darius does, but they had a similar brow line. I thought similar shaped face with a beard.
Sure.
So I was like, has anyone ever told you got a little resemblance to Kendrick Perkins? And everybody acted like I said one of the 17 most bigoted, racist, over-the-line things in human history. Everybody looked down at their shoes, and they were like, Darius will understand if you want to file a report to nobody or like tell CK about it. And then Kevin Harlan does it impromptu. Everybody's laughing. Everybody's clapping. I get it. Kevin Harlan greater than symbol old Rainy Douye, but I never forgot that. I never forgot how Grant made me feel, how you made me feel. And I don't remember the other person. It might have been Ryan.
If you have the velvety pipes of Kevin Harlan, you can say quite a bit of things that we can't say.
Now, I caught a little bit of flack on the interwebs of X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. A couple of people tweeted me and said, "Really, Kendrick Perkins? He thinks he looks like Kendrick Perkins? What's going on with that?" It's like, it's whatever. Kevin Harlan says.
It's Kevin Harlan.
Yeah. I mean,
he's fresh off a game, calling the game in Boston. Maybe Kendrick Perkins was fresh on the mind.
Right. Well,
No?
Kendrick Perkins is always on people's minds. That's clearly right. I don't know. Again, it's not that big a deal, but it's something I've remembered for, the last 7 years. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Here's what I want to do on the radio program today. We got a lot of good stuff. We're going to talk to Mark Zuckerman at 5 o'clock. We're going to do an entire segment because you know what happened today? What happened today, Topes? Tell the people what happened today.
Pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach.
Here we go. Baseball. As Metallica, covering a Bob Seger song, sang, turn the page. Right? Here we go. Turn the page. Here it is. Big leaguers with easy gas playing catch. Big leaguers doing bullpens. You're going to see those big, burly 6'6" monsters picking up a towel, pretending to snap it 7,000 times on their follow-through. They're working their biomechanics. They're on their lift plates. They're figuring out this, that, and the other. One thing I'll never forget. We've been privileged over the years to go down to spring training a bunch. And one of the years, Topes, Grant and I, Darius, I can't remember if you were with us or not. I want to say this is pre-Christian Darisaw, all right? I think it was Brendan Darr who was trying to decide, do I want to get my teeth pulled or go to spring training with Grant and Danny? Like, he was not into it, okay? But he went because it was part of the gig. And the way they had it situated outside the Nats clubhouse, okay, you can see all the minor league fields, or most of them, and you can see the batting cages, and far away is the stadiums. You can't actually get in there and watch any games. Not sort of the way the timing was. We're still doing middays at this point. And we're right next, though, to the machine, how do I want to say this? The, like, assembly line bullpen. This is the, all right, 7 guys are throwing bullpens at once kind of thing. Where if you're looking from the side, it's like, dude, isn't it be a little intimidating? Like somebody's throwing 96, a foot and a half from you. What if one slips? Whatever. But they're big leaguers. Watching these bullpens. Watching Max Scherzer grunt and sweat and curse and get ick at not executing a pitch in early February was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And I said, I don't know if they do this or not. I would assume some of them do. But if I was minor league Marty, or if I was like roving coordinator or a pitching Peter that was helping out, a roving instructor, I would call all my minor leaguers together. So you guys will report. I'd find out from whoever the pitching coach was. Maybe Stephen McCaddy at that point. I got no idea. Whoever the pitching coach is. When's Max going to throw his first bullpen? This is I'm getting the kinks out. I've played some long toss. I'm going to get loose bullpen. Okay. I would have gotten them together, all the minor leaguers, and said, you will report to wherever it is, Vieira or West Palm at this time. You don't have to be ready for a workout. You just come outside with me at 9:15 in the morning, whatever it is. And I'd stand there and I'd say, you watch him as he's competing his bleep off to nobody. There's an audience of none. He's not doing it to impress people. He's doing it because he's a lunatic. He's doing it because this matters so much to him. So now, here's your assignment. You follow him around today. You keep your distance. Don't talk to him. Don't you dare speak to him. Like Danny Rouillet did one time in the clubhouse on the day he was pitching. And he still regrets it, by the way. You follow him around. You write down everything that he does, when he does it, how he does it, where he does it, and who he does it to. And then you do that. If you would like to be successful at this thing, do what that guy does, because that is a badass. That is the ultimate competitor. He is crazy. Be like that.
Yeah, I miss a little bit of, the Nats clubhouse. The guys in there are so nice. They really are. They're very gracious with their time now.
It really is a good group, by the way.
Really good group. I think it's a bunch of dudes that really like hanging out with each other. Really nice guys. Like, we're not dealing with the Jason Worth stuff with this clubhouse.
You mean Grant and Danny against Jason Worth from the Super Bowl?
We're not dealing with that stuff, but I kind of miss a little bit of that nasty. A little bit of that, don't talk to me, I'm pitching today. A little bit of that bulldog. You miss a little bit of that. I think the only dude, on the pitching staff now that has a little bit of that is Gore. And
like
it's
that.
more so a little bit like, it's a little more frustrated with himself almost.
Yes.
Versus,
Oh, yeah.
And that's fine. But they need a little of that, right? A little bit of
100%.
just that fire under them.
And this is not a criticism of anybody. If it's not your personality, you don't
absolutely
pretend to be something you're
Sure.
not. But there is something to that, where 80% of the days in a given week, Max Scherzer's the coolest guy. Doesn't have time for nonsense, but like, he'd come on with us. It was always gracious, always great, always, thoughtful. Just got a really thoughtful guy about the game. The day that he pitched, this was, and I'm not trying to be flippant about this, like, this was like serial killer, crazy mentality, competitive drive, where whatever time he showed up, he's sneering and snarling, and he's like attacking his breakfast. You know what I mean? Like, he's eating his eggs and protein in a way that he's furious at these eggs forever having been alive. Die! Eggs. You know what I mean? Like, different.
Well, and there's something to that, not just for the pitcher, right? Like, for the guy doing it, it's all sports. You talk about it in basketball, like, that guy's got the look in the eye today. LeBron's got the look. Kobe's got the look today. Michael's got the look. Or even this season, Jaden's got it today. Like, the rest of the team, right? Like, if you're standing at third base and Max starts stalking around the mound, you're like, all right, we're locked in.
Yep.
We're good. We're good to go. Kobe gets rolling. You're like, just give him the rock, get out of the way. We're fine. Like, that sort of thing. They're missing a little bit of that. And the cool part about this is our football team has a little bit of that, because you talk about Jaden this year. They felt like, just get the ball in Five's hands and we got a shot. And it happened time and time again.
happened a bunch.
So it's pretty sweet that we've had that with the baseball team. We obviously have that with the hockey team. We've had that. Not in quite some time with the basketball team, but now we've got it with our football team, and it's the quarterback. It's pretty awesome.
It's a good tie-in. So, rest of the show, so I got something I want to do here in a moment. But we're going to talk about, if you had 30 seconds in an elevator with any coach, any executive, any member of this Washington organization, all the way from Josh Harris on down, you got 30 seconds to say, hey, this is what needs to happen. Do more of this, do less of this, whatever at any level. Something you don't like at the stadium, something personnel-wise you want done. Tell Joe Witt, quit leaving Benjamin St. Juste on an island. Whatever you want to say to a coach, we'll give you 30 seconds to do that. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. But here's where I want to start. Bobby Slowick just got a job. You're going, well, what? So what? Why do I care? Remember last year, Bobby Slowick was getting head coaching interviews. The Houston Texans were the darlings of the NFL. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Young quarterback drafted second overall, exceeds every expectation, even for people that were bullish on him. Rookie of the year. One of the great rookie seasons in league history for a team that had previously been a hot tire fire, a joke, toxic, terrible, with all the clouds of investigations hanging over them. Incompetent ownership, incompetent leadership, bad decision after bad decision. Coaches at one time making huge personnel moves, other times being relegated to the backseat. Any of this sound familiar to anybody?
Yeah.
They have a renaissance year. Year 2, fine. But remember, this was one of the teams. They're going to challenge Kansas City. They're better personnel-wise than Buffalo. They're better or as good as Baltimore, maybe better with the ascension of C.J. Stroud and company. This is a team that is going to challenge for a Super Bowl. The offseason, they acted accordingly. They said, we're not just going to sit on our laurels. We had a great season for year 1. Let's go get Stephon Diggs. Let's go get, I'm blanking on the pass rusher's name from Minnesota.
Daniel Hunter.
Daniel Hunter, thank you. Let's go get player after player after player. Let's spend big. We got cap space. Again, does any of this sound familiar? Bobby Slowick went from league darling, getting head coaching interviews, to fired, now is a passing game coordinator in Miami. which is like being a passenger on a NASCAR team.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to have work to do. I'm belittling it some, but like, that's a Mike McDaniel situation, right? The pass game coordinator down there ain't much. That's what can happen in a year. My deep, dark places in the 6 inches between my ears. This is the only thing I'm worried about when it comes to Washington, Daniels, Kingsbury, everything else. What happened this year was so special. Obvious. We all saw it. We're all there. We're all going, throwing our hands up, going, this is just so magical. This is just so fun. This kicks ass. Again, a year ago, Bobby Slowick is a finalist, getting head coaching interviews. Now he's fired, pass game coordinator in Miami. Of the 32 jobs like that, that's the 31st or 32nd, right? That is a major cascade fall down the ladder. Anybody worried about that at all? In the back of your mind, even the front, maybe the side, I don't know, your life. You a little concerned about that? I want to hear from Tobes. We'll hear from Darius. If Corporate Clary is finished with his corporate meetings, we'll hear from him. We'll hear from you guys too at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'm using the Houston Texans as kind of a window. They were this 2 years ago. This past year, they were 10-7. It's fine, but it's not what everybody thought. Are you worried about that at all? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, tight end Travis Kelce said that he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future, and Bengals linebacker and leading tackler this season, Jermaine Pratt, has requested a trade. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. Their defensive coordinator left to be Penn State's defensive coordinator. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark, becoming just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. Tonight, Wizards and Pacers at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is questionable for the matchup. He's missed the last few with an ankle sprain. It's the final game before the All-Star break. In baseball, pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach for the Nationals today. Other baseball news, the Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill, and Anthony Rendon is going to miss significant time after undergoing a setback in rehab the past few weeks. He's going to have hip surgery. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries, retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby Altizer for the update. He's hanging out today till 6:30. No GP. Yes, Danny, we're hanging out with you guys for the duration. We'll remind you that we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Reminder, Rod Stewart tickets at 4 p.m. We'll give those away. And, not an or, this is an and. It's a Wizards Wednesday, people. Give you some Wizards tickets. Also, this is very cool. I'm into this contest. This is a very cool thing that Odyssey's doing. You can win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. All right. That is your housekeeping out of the way. Tobes, I posed this before the break. 800-636-1067 is the number. I'll give you, I actually want to hear from you first. But to me, Houston is my canary in the coal mine. They're my test case. They were us, talking about Washington, before Washington. They did this a year earlier. Think about a morebound joke of an organization that couldn't get out of its own way, that, ownership struggles, the whole Deshaun Watson shabingus, coaching tyranny, getting rid of guys for weird reasons. They were a mess. Here comes the quarterback that changes everything. Year 2, expectations through the roof. Not terrible. They didn't fall off a cliff. But they weren't anywhere near as good as we thought. Slowick, at one point getting head coaching interviews last year, now gets canned, is a pass game coordinator in Miami. Basically a glorified secretary. That's too far. But you know what I mean. Just a dramatic fall from grace to this point. This is my only fear about Washington. I'll tag you in.
Yeah, I think when you look at Cliff Kingsbury and you think, okay, how can he avoid having what happened to Bobby Slowick? I think the difference is Slowick, young guy, not tons of experience, versus Cliff Kingsbury has a lot of experience. And so, we had this conversation mid-season a lot about the Cliff, and is it real? Is it not? And I don't know how people during the season were saying it's not real. When you just look at the numbers, it's very much real. It was just something that maybe didn't show up as much here in DC. And there were reasons for that.
Yeah, quick interjection. The point of us bringing it up was to say, hey, fix it. And he did.
Correct.
He did things differently, which is all I ever asked.
Absolutely. I mean, he's moving McLaurin around the formation, doing different things. So he adjusted. I think, too, one thing that B. Mitch has brought up multiple times, and I think it's a really good point, is that whenever Dan Quinn would talk, whenever Joe Witt would talk, even Cliff at times would talk and mention this, that he's talking with the other guys on the defensive staff, talking with obviously the rest of his coaching staff. And look at the guys that they have on that staff. Brian Johnson, former offensive coordinator for the Eagles, called plays, right? You have Anthony Lynn, called plays, and he's former head coach, and Tavita Pritchard and David Blau's a rising star. They have a lot of good coaches, right? And so I think the difference here is you have the experience that Cliff has versus what Slowick had. And I think you've got a really good coaching staff around him. But that being said, whether you want to blame it on Slowick or not, there was a big drop back for Houston this year. And I think it's something that you have to guard against. Now, one thing that I think you saw happen a lot, and I don't know that it's I don't know if it's correlation, causation, I don't know, but we saw CJ Stroud hanging out with Micah Parsons more than anyone else in the offseason, right? Like we saw those two together everywhere. I don't think we're going to see that out of Jaden. And I'm not saying that CJ Stroud wasn't working hard, but I think when you combine a guy like Cliff that seems to be almost a workaholic of sorts, and not in a bad way for Washington, that he's trying to find different ways to improve the offense, and you combine that with a quarterback that is seeking perfection, not finding just a standard to be, I can be a good NFL quarterback, but is searching for how can I be the best. I think you combine those two. I think that's how you avoid it. Now, I think there's going to be some catching up. We saw it as the season went on. The run game disappeared. How do you fix that? Because theoretically, if the run game is what it was in the second half all of next season, well, then you're going to be in some trouble, and maybe they find ways to slow Jaden down in the passing game, and that's something that you have to worry about. But I think overall, I'm not as worried, but it is something that you have to keep an eye on and monitor, because you just saw, like you said, the first people kind of trailblazing this thing went through it and kind of fell off a little bit. Make sure you're not falling off the same cliff.
So the big part to me is Houston, nobody saw that coming, right? Where you look at them, previous years, tell me if this is familiar. 4-12, 4-13, 3-13. A disaster. Here comes CJ Stroud. Oh my God, look how fun this is, right? Outkick their coverage, not that talented of a roster. They hit on a couple picks, guys like Nico Collins. Next thing you know, this group at 10-7 is the darling of the league. The year after, they go, well, now it's time. We got cap space. We got draft picks. We got a window with a star rookie quarterback. Let's maximize. They scored fewer points on the season, gave up more, despite improvements to the roster. It's not just a Bobby Slowick thing for me. It's oh my God, we get so excited for the next big thing. That was the next big thing. We're the next big thing right now.
One difficult thing for Houston versus Washington, they're in the AFC, which has the four dudes that we talk about all the time.
Right.
And Washington might have the dude in the NFC. And so that, I think it might be a little bit of a difference. Now, Philadelphia obviously just won the Super Bowl.
Right.
They're the big bad wolf. But at the same point, you might have the quarterback. Not to say he doesn't take a step back next year, though.
Well, they're in that dumb AFC South, though, where if you put the guys in the same uniform on the field, you can win the division.
It's true.
Darius. Now, people don't know this about Darius. Two things they don't know. One, he's seen 4 movies and always somehow gets away with it. We found out today he's never seen Coming to America. That was before the show. That was a big shockwave. I understand you've never seen Vito because you're 11, but Darius not having seen it is patently absurd. So don't think I've forgotten about that. That's number one.
I've only seen Marvel movies. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not asking if Ryan's seen it. I know the answer. That's number one. We shouldn't forget it. But the other thing people don't know about Darius, huge Houston Texans mark for some reason. I've never understood it. You have an infatuation, and you know the Texans roster really, really, really well. Are you nervous at all here about what happened to them happening to us?
I think the only reason I'm not nervous is because I have faith in what Adam Peters preached when he first got here. And that was that they plan to build through the draft and supplement through free agency, which means that I know everybody's expecting, hey, we have all this cap space. Let's go make the big moves. Let's go make the big trades. Let's go get the biggest high price wide receiver possible. If Adam Peters follows up with what he was saying when he first got here, I don't know if those moves are coming, especially not this year. I think he might stick to his plan of wanting to supplement through the draft, of wanting to build through the draft and then make smart moves throughout free agency. And I think that's a good way to go about it, instead of messing up potential chemistry with the team by adding these big names all over the place like Houston did. I think the way that Adam Peters builds this is what's going to be the big difference as to what happened with Houston, as where Houston went all in. And again, maybe that changes because of the fact that we went way further than anybody thought this year. Nobody thought we were going to the NFC Championship. So maybe Peters' sightline does change. And maybe that is what makes us, puts us in that bag.
I know Grant and I have advocated there, and it's well said. Like, oh my God, the iron's hot. Strike. You're so close. Do something major. And your point is, hold on. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Be more judicious. Ryan Clary, big corporate culture guy. He's been to many seminars about culture. He's a culture builder at some of the highest levels of corporate here, overseeing our operations, just making sure that everybody's, lights are on, cameras are working, ducks in a row. Are you concerned about this at all? My phenomenon, or am I just crazy pants?
Yes, I am concerned about this, and it's kind of more so outside the box here. Like, if you look at their away opponents this year outside of the division, you're going up against the Packers, you're going up against the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Vikings, the Falcons, and the Dolphins. Those are just on the road. And then you look at the home schedule, you have the Broncos, who have Sean Payton, who I love Sean Payton, and I love Bo Nix, and really, honestly, their roster might overall be better than Washington is at this point in time. You also have the Lions at home. You've got the Bears, who should be better going into year one with Ben Johnson. This is a really tough schedule. So
on paper right now, it is, yeah.
I think as of right now, like, my focus is obviously on this offseason, and they do need to improve this roster on both the offensive line and defensive line. But my main concern is not about what's inside the building. It's about who you're going to be playing against for the next 17 games in 2025. That is a big concern for me, and I think having a tougher schedule is probably going to hinder maybe how many games that we can win this upcoming season.
You could see why he's gone corporate. I mean, just
big time.
You could see the big 30,000-foot view sight line that he can see.
Let me
but
talk
us
big
peons can't.
picture.
Yeah. That's why he's climbing the ladder. Tobes, that's a part of it too, right? Where you go, you got the Hail Mary this year. But what if you don't? You got the doink in the postseason game. What if you don't? Like, really close, narrow things. Like, you won a game against Philadelphia, who we know is probably the best team in the NFL. Oh, we just saw that. You won a game where you, in the first half, were maybe worse than you've ever played the whole season. That's not sustainable, right? They were on a wonderful run, and it was awesome. But you replay that with the same factors, the 5 turnovers, the million penalties in the first half, whatever, you probably don't win that game. You see my point? You're playing a really difficult schedule. Is some regression natural there anyway?
I can see both sides of that, because I think we're going to have discussions. I already know that it's going to be brought up on various shows and be articles written about it, talking about one possession games and what happens if it goes the other way. And it very well could have, to your point. Like, it very well could have. They won 12 games this year. What was it? Their last 5 or 6, including some playoff games, were won on the last play of regulation. That can easily go the other way. But I also think it taught them how to win, and it was important in the playoffs, because you look at Kansas City, obviously everyone's down on KC because of what they look like in the Super Bowl. But again, they got to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
They didn't dominate anyone all year, but they found ways to win ball games. So I think it's going to be valuable next year when, to Ryan's point, you're going to be playing a better schedule. When the Lions come in here to DC, chances are you're not going to be able to do what you did in the playoffs. Can you win a one-possession game, though? Can you give it to them a chance when you got one possession game to end it? You give it the ball to Jaden and win it. I think those sorts of things are going to be important. So I think some of that experience is nice, but you also want to see them still dominate some of those bad opponents that they did. But it also could, like you said, just go the complete opposite way, and suddenly you're looking at a 7-8 win team versus a 12-win team.
You've heard our spiels. 800-636-1067. Are you worried about Washington Houstoning? And I just made that word up. Are you worried about them Houstoning? Are you concerned that Darius hasn't seen coming to America? 800-636-1067. A regression. Maybe you don't get the good luck. Houston was thought of as a Super Bowl contender, and their OC, who coaching interviews last year, and now is a pass game coordinator, making sure the coffee's hot for Mike McDaniel. Any fear about that at all? Next, fan. Who's untouchable? We'll do that at 3 o'clock. Talking about Washington maybe making some maneuvers in the offseason, some high-profile players maybe on the trading block. And if they ask you for a player in return from Washington, who's untouchable? We'll come up with a list and ask you guys to do the same. That's in about 12 minutes. But right now, 1067 The Fan, Grant is out. So it's Grant Danny minus Grant. Toby Altizer hanging out. You hear him on updates. You hear him talking in about 14 seconds. As soon as I'm done resetting the topic, he's going to chime in. Are you concerned about Washington Houstoning? That's the question. This is kind of back of my mind. This ride was so special. This isn't a criticism of anybody, by the way. Like, best intentions. I'm sitting here advocating for go find me a superstar or two. Go get me a couple blue chippers to compete with Philadelphia. You got to keep rounding out the roster. A lot of guys are on one-year deals. You need free agents. You need a great draft. That's always normal. But I'm going, the iron is hot. Let's strike. And in the back of my mind, I'm going, that's what Houston thought.
One thing that's interesting that I kind of just kicked around the last few minutes or so is realistically, it's a 5-year window, right? They've gone through 1 year with Jaden in the 5-year rookie contract. They've gone through one. Next year is going to be year 2. You've still got 4 more years. So I agree. You want to strike while the iron's hot. You also don't have to be reckless in year 2, right? Like, it's something where you still have some more. So if the right opportunity doesn't present itself, but I would like to see them be aggressive. I'm not crazy about some of these guys, but I would love to see them go get a Myles Garrett. But to Darius's point earlier, do you want to mess with some of the culture that they're trying to build, and you want to build through the draft and build something long-term? But at the same point, you've also seen the Niners go get a Trent Williams when he's available.
That's
so
right.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how they maneuver, but I'm not super worried that they're going to go the Houston route and kind of fall off a little bit.
Let's go to Matt and Bowie. Matt, are you worried about Washington Houstoning?
I am not. First off, Darius, it's criminal that you have not seen
That's correct.
coming to America.
That's right.
Please send law enforcement over to him.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Secondly, but I like Toby said, I kind of believe that Cliff has more experience than Bobby did prior to this season. So I think he's going to be able to rebound from it and make adjustments to next season, as he showed in the middle of the season this year, that he can improve upon, when his offense is slowing down. And then one thing I forgot to tell the screener before, but I also think Jaden is a little bit better than CJ Stroud. I mean, I think he had a better season. I think he's more calm. And so that gives me confidence that they'll be able to sustain any kind of sophomore slump.
Matt, thank you. So the thing that, and Stroud is plenty athletic. He can move when needed, but not like Jaden Daniels, who just set the rookie quarterback rushing record. That to me is a smart point by Matt. That prevents your floor from being lower. Now, the danger, of course, is if you're hurt, but
Yes.
that's with anybody, but maybe more so with a running quarterback. Think what happened with the Carolina game, et cetera. But to me, in general, let's assume health, which you never can, but let's assume it. It's like that Atlanta Falcons game can happen. You know what I mean? Where it's like, great play call, Cliff. I'm just going to go do it. That's a great pass concept. Good idea. Maybe someone will be open. I have to go win this thing by myself right now. That's maybe a thought to prevent as much of us. And again, it's not like Houston fell off the world. They were 10-7, but everyone thought they were going to be the next thing.
And you can get away with a offensive line that maybe takes a step back more with a guy like Jaden, because even Tom Brady almost sounded jealous when he's talking in the Lions game. And I think it might have been Brian Branch or someone comes off free and Jaden just runs away from it.
Yes.
Having a guy like that can just get away. You can get away with some of the stuff that you couldn't with like Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when you're wrong, he makes you right. Bill and Lorton, are you worried about Washington Houstoning?
Not really. How you doing, Grant? Danny, how you doing, Toby? Hear me out for a minute, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
If we went this far with that we did with the players that we have, why spend so much money in free agency and try to go after the big names when you could go through the draft? And look at what happened last year.
Bill, thanks, man. Your phone's breaking up a little bit. That was kind of the approach that Darius was talking about, right? That more judicial, patient approach. And here's my response. A lot of the guys that made impacts this year were on one-year deals.
Yes.
A lot of guys are free agents to be, regardless if you do anything or not. So, of course, you have to nail the draft. In fact, I think this is going to sound blasphemous when their rookie quarterback just won Rookie of the Year. It is incredible. And they may have found a starting offensive lineman in the third round, but you probably need more.
Yes.
Out of more players in the draft than they got this year. Ben Sinnott did not contribute. Johnny Newton was fine as a rotational piece, but those were sort of big marquee picks with your 3 second rounders. I need a little bit more there. Luke McCaffrey, who I love, but a non-factor for the second half of the season. So just on that front, you probably need to continue to hit on the draft. That's true of the Chiefs. That's true of the Eagles. That's true of anybody at the bottom, middle, top. Yes, it's the what are we going to do with our cap space? How aggressive are we going to be? And where's that line?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this comes back to similar. You can have this discussion about coaching sometimes, about quarterbacks, and I think this kind of falls in that discussion with the roster. Is I remember back when the Raptors, where they were really, really good, they had Dwayne Casey, and he won Coach of the Year, and they fired him. And then they brought in Nick Nurse, and some of it's Kawhi, but then they went on and win the NBA Finals.
Yep.
Like, just because you're good where you're at doesn't mean you shouldn't try to get better. Right? This team right now was good enough to go to the NFC Championship. I don't want to just perennially go to the NFC Championship. I want to make this team a juggernaut so that they're in the Super Bowl every year, a la Kansas City. And so while their floor was really nice this season, I'm not sitting here saying, you know what, let's keep doing this. Let's try to improve off of what they did this year and see if we can't get even better.
Let's go to Patrick and Orange. Patrick, are you worried about Washington Houstoning at all?
Oh, not at all. Here's the thing. Even if it does happen that way, you got to go down swinging. You got to try and bring in more talent. You can't sit there and be like, oh, hey, we're totally good, like the Giants of a couple of years ago, and not try and get offensive linemen or try and go get a big-name receiver to be opposite Terry McLaurin. That's disrespectful to the fans and the people paying good money to watch this team.
Patrick, I love that. That's my view, is I don't blame Houston for a single move that they made.
Correct.
When Stephon Diggs doesn't work out, not because he threw a tantrum, because he got hurt some, and maybe that's part of the evaluation too. But if Washington, I'm just making this up, if they trade for Myles Garrett and end up with, I don't know, a couple sort of middle to upper tier free agents trying to take a swing at this thing, going, we're right there. We are eyeball to eyeball with the best team in the NFL in our division, and it doesn't work, I'll be pissed off like everyone else will when we lose the game, but I am all in favor of that aggressive approach.
I'm never going to get mad if you go up to the plate and you strike out because you struck out swinging and you're going for it. I'm going to get a little bit frustrated if you're just standing there looking at everything. And that's the point here. Go for it. This is your time. If we look back in 6 years and they didn't capitalize, but they swung for the fences and missed, we'll live with it. If we sit here 6 years from now and they still haven't done anything and you say, why didn't they make the Myles Garrett move? You're going to be a lot more frustrated then. So I think now is the time to go for it.
That's Toby Altizer. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant Danny here on The Fan. No GP for at least today, maybe longer. So we kicked this around a little bit before the show, and we sort of morphed it like a Power Ranger into the following topic. We'll give you guys all our answers. We'll go through the roster a little bit. I think this will be a fun exercise. There are trades being floated around now. Guys have requested them. A linebacker from Cincinnati, a defensive player from Cincinnati, to me, is not someone that I'm interested in at all, just on its face, but maybe. Whether it's Myles Garrett, whether it's Deebo Samuel, whether it's a sign and trade because T. Higgins gets the franchise tag, there are guys that might be available in trade. If you're on the phone, if you're Adam Peters with your great hairline and your jaw and just you look so handsome, it's like hey, what's up, girl? Like 5 o'clock shadow, right? Where he looks just so. And they ask you for a player. Who's your no? I'm not doing that. Who's on your no chance, bro list? We'll do that in 5 minutes here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future. Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt has requested a trade. He was the leading tackler for the Bengals last season. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator and Lions head coach Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. Jim Knowles left for Penn State's defensive coordinator job earlier this offseason. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Pacers tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is going to play tonight for the Wizards. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. It's the final game before the All-Star break for the Wiz. Last night in the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark, becoming just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. In baseball, Nationals pitchers and catchers reported to West Palm Beach today. The Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill, and Anthony Rendon is going to miss significant time. He had setback with his rehab in the past few weeks. He's going to undergo hip surgery. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Double play at 3:45, Beltway Blitz at 4, and we're going to talk about shoveling snow in the 4 o'clock hour. I promise you it's more intriguing than that. Maybe not much, but a little bit more.
A little bit more.
We have a Kurt angle on it. Mark Zuckerman joins the show at 5. So that is that. Here's the topic at the moment. So there's a lot of trade banter floating around. And welcome back. It's Grant Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. There's a lot of trade banter, oot and a boot here, Tobes. And one of the things that I'm always hoping for, and it's always unrealistic, right? But I'm always hoping for, hey, what if they took a player back and considered it part of the compensation that I'm not really that excited about having anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the dream, right? Where it's like, take the guy on the expiring deal or the persona non grata.
The
or
thing you do in Madden, you throw the dude in that you don't want. Yeah.
One of my best buddies in the world. We can't play fantasy sports together anymore because he wears you down with trade offers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he'd be like, just take like Rudy Johnson and like 3 other guys just for LaDainian Tomlinson. I'm like, no, I'm not doing any of that. I don't want any of these guys.
He's telling you how great they are while he's trying to get rid of them.
Yes, like I wouldn't pick these guys up via the waiver wire, let alone trade away from my best player. Anyway, so Myles Garrett may or may not be available. Cleveland has said no, but again, there's still buzz around there. He wants to leave. Think of T. Higgins with the sign and trade via the franchise tag. Think of who knows what's Trey Hendrickson. There's a million players. Deebo Samuel's coming up, where maybe via the right price. Let's just say that the other team goes, for the sake of argument, to you, Tobes. Toby Peters. We love Deron Payne. We love him. We want him as part of the deal, and it'll save you the pick sweetener on the back end. You don't have to give us a second, and we'll take Deron Payne from you. Right? That could be part of a deal. And so it got us to thinking, who's on your list of you can't have that guy? Who's on your list, and how big is your list? And this is kind of getting me to an interesting point. I want to hear from you first, but 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Who's on your MC Hammer list? Who's on your can't touch list? Thank you very much.
I think there's only, and this speaks to how good of a job the coaching staff and the players maximizing their ability did this year. I think there's only like 4 guys for me. I think there's only 4. Jaden's obviously at the top of that list.
Sure.
I think we all understand that. Terry would be on the list. I think that's understandable. And then there's been 2 dudes that I've seen various people throw around in potential Myles Garrett trades that I would immediately say no on, and I would throw in an extra pick so I could keep them. Frankie Louvu is unavailable to me. He's a chess piece. He's a Micah Parsons style player without the Micah Parsons baggage and without the Micah Parsons price tag. And he's a great leader in that locker room. So to me, Frankie Louvu is untouchable. I've seen people float him around for Myles Garrett. I'll throw you another pick. I'm keeping Frankie Louvu because I think he's that impactful. He was a second-team All-Pro this year. Really, really good player. He's untouchable to me. And then the next one would be Mikey Sanders still. I've seen people throw his name around. He's not available to me. He looks like he could be a legit corner, and whether he ends up outside, which I think they're going to kick him back inside, but I thought he played reasonably well outside this year. Regardless, when you get a guy like that, especially as a second rounder with a price tag, he's not available. He looks like he could be a legit nickel defender for a long time. A guy like a Mike Hilton or someone like that who's impactful for that Bengals defense for a long time. I think he can play that sort of role, or he can be your number 2 corner for a long time. You've got 3 more years of cheap play from him. He's not available to me. So that kind of is the list for me. Like, you look at, we talked about Payne and Allen yesterday. I'll part with either or both of them. You look at some of the other impactful players. I don't know that you can't have that guy for Myles Garrett. To me, it's only 4 dudes that I'm saying, if you're saying, give me the best player available, which would be Myles Garrett, I'll throw in an extra pick. I'm keeping these 4 guys.
800-636-1067. That's Toby's list. Okay. So, all right. I've got a pretty significant list here as I was starting to think about it.
Interesting.
Okay. Here we go. You ready? Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin. That's the end of my list. And I tell you what, I love little Terry as much as the next guy. I don't know what scenario would happen, but if somebody said, like, for sake of it, let's say Minnesota, the craziest thing in the world happens. They go, we're actually going to move Justin Jefferson. They wouldn't, but bear with me. Well, we could do it for, I don't know, a few next year's one and Terry McLaurin, so we have someone to build around and help us in the next couple of years transition to this new regime or something for Justin Jefferson. Okay. Like, I love Terry. But to say, like, there is nobody right now in the league where I would go, yeah, you can have Jaden Daniels.
Correct.
Right? I mean, even the best that are doing it, I would not trade him for anybody. Which says something, right? For McLaurin, to say he's untradeable, any realistic scenario, no, he's not tradable. But it's not if, like, I don't know, I gotta make it up a name. If Calvin Ridley's available, then no, pound sand, you're not having Terry McLaurin. But if Jamar Chase is, he wouldn't be, but if he was, right? Or I don't know, you could, if CeeDee Lamb or AJ Brown, maybe not AJ Brown. But you see my point. So very few scenarios. But I'll say for realistic scenarios, McLaurin's untradeable. That's my list. I like all the guys you mentioned. I love Bobby Wagner. I love Dante Fowler, what he did. He's a free agent. But Frankie Luke was awesome. Nobody here outside of those 2 guys to me is untradeable. Knowing with kind of the full-fledged understanding, if I'm going to get better, I have to do a couple of things. I may have to give something that hurts. People should treat it as painful to give up that first rounder, painful to give up that second rounder, but you got to give to get. Number 2, I've got to trust the brain trust to go, I'll find the next Luvu. It's not like Frankie Luvu signed for $25 million a year. Right? The film was available to anybody. They saw him in Carolina for a dreadful team, floundering, going nowhere, and that guy played really, really well in this Swiss Army knife role, and they had him come up and do the same. To me, the premium position guys, like, depends on your city, depends on your team, depends on your guy. But if I've got a great left tackle, it's going to take an awful lot from him to move for me. See Trent Williams going to San Francisco and having a bunch of great years afterwards.
Yeah.
It would take the craziest set of circumstances to happen, and that's what happened. I'm not moving off a superstar receiver that's really good and a good citizen, not complaining and kvetching and moaning all the time. And I'm certainly not moving my great quarterback. Other than that, if we had an alpha superstar corner, Sauce Gardner, you'd be hard-pressed to have him included in deal. You'd be hard-pressed to include a great defensive end like a Myles Garrett, right, under contract in his prime. Other than that, I got to find my next Luvu. And if I can't, I'll just find a dependable stay-at-home linebacker as I've built 4 werewolves up front to go get the quarterback. Like, to me, that's easier to find than one of the superstars at a premium position. If that's what I'm getting in return, everybody's on the table. It would suck to trade Frankie Luvu away. I would not like it. I wouldn't be happy about it. Some way, it would suck to get rid of a second rounder. It would stink on ice to trade away a first-round pick for one of these dudes. Again, I don't think most are worth it. Garrett would be. And that should be painful because you're acquiring somebody so special.
Correct. But it's so hard, and maybe the better exercise here with this too, Danny, is who has value. Like, which of these guys has value in trade? Because I say take Luvu and Sanders still off the board. If I'm the Cleveland Browns and I'm saying, okay, I want a 1, and Washington says, I'm not giving you 2 1s, right? I'll give you a 1 and a 3 and a player. Which player am I asking for? I'm probably asking for Sanders still. I'm probably asking for Luvu. do I really want Deron Payne? Do I really want John Allen? Maybe Brandon Coleman would have some trade value. Is someone really that excited about Luke McCaffrey? No one's really that excited about Ben Sinnott. I mean, you look through this team, again, it's a credit to what they were able to accomplish this season. It's not like there's a ton of guys that everyone around the league's like, you know what? We need Noah Brown back. We need De'Ami Brown. Like, I know those guys are free agents, but like, there's not a ton. And so maybe to your point, Jaden's untouchable. We know that. Terry, in just about every circumstance, is untouchable. But if you really want to go get your guy, you don't have other dudes with value. You might have to trade one of those dudes on the defensive side.
So this is such a good point here that you're making. And Grant and I have argued about this a bunch. He thinks the roster is more talented than I do. I look at what you just said, and this is kind of my whole point here, is punch above your weight class doesn't begin to cover it. What they just did with guys that nobody else wanted, playing key roles, not the special team Sammy, not your Michael Walker, not Alan George or Andre Jones Jr. as a rotational defensive end, but starters. No one really was that interested in Cleveland Farrell, Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler signed for less money than Tress Way. Like, they just did this with readily available players. Zach Ertz was basically out of football. Anybody could have signed him. And Washington was like, here's something. Fine. Huge down the stretch for them. Getting them into the postseason. Getting them into the damn conference championship game. You already mentioned Noah Brown was cut by the aforementioned Houston Texans. De'Ami Brown has been available. If anybody had offered anything over the last 4 years for De'Ami Brown, the answer may have not have been yes, because Ron drafted him. But you know what I mean? The point is, you're willing to give us something for that guy? You guys are going to give us something for De'Ami Brown. Oh, yeah, we need a lot. If you just come pick him up, it's yours. It's like a TV when you're moving. That won't fit in your new apartment.
Yeah. Buy us dinner one time, you can have it.
Yes. Just if you have something that can haul away my couch that had dust mites in it or something. Olamide Zaccheaus. I mean, I could go on. They just did that with that.
Well, and that goes back to our other point, what we talked about earlier. This is why you have to upgrade this roster. Like, you like the guys, what they were able to do. Is Dante Fowler going to have another double-digit sack season? Maybe. Probably not. Like, I'm not going to count on it. Is Zach Ertz going to come back and do what he did this year? Maybe. Probably not. You can do that with just about everybody on the roster. And I saw a report today that Jeremy Chin maybe is the most likely of the one-year guys to come back. That's fine. But like, I don't know that a lot of these guys are going to be able to do it. So you have to improve. And so that's through the draft, that's through free agency, and that's finding guys in smart ways to improve. And so I think, maybe you have to include one of these dudes on the defensive side. I think Quan Martin maybe is someone that someone would be interested in. But again, are you moving off people that you really are trying to build around? Maybe Sam Cosmi, but he's hurt. Like, I don't know that this team has a lot of value for guys in trades, so it's going to end up being draft picks, and then you have to decide if you're Adam Peters or, like we talked about, realistically, you've got a 5-year window. You're in year 2. It's really easy coming off an NFC Championship game appearance to say, let's go, baby. We're all in right now, versus what happens if, okay, I trade my pick this year, next year, the next year, and all of a sudden, maybe we're not playing up to our standard, and we need to improve some places, and we don't have the draft capital anymore, and we've spent a lot in free agency, and that guy didn't pan out. So you have to be smart with these things where we're reactionary saying, let's go all in year 2. Maybe you have to be a little more smart going into this season and looking ahead.
You can't pluck away too many culture guys.
Yes.
And kind of keep it going. You have to switch out some, and some are going to be gone regardless whether you want them to or not. Let's go to Vinny in Sea Pleasant, line 1. Who's on your untouchable list, bud?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling? I'm going to state the obvious. I'm going to go the easy route. It's got to be JD5 and Terry. I'm not going to give you a full list, but why would you give up your franchise quarterback, period? That's just
right.
idiotic.
Done. Yeah, move on from that.
That's not it. And Terry, why would you give up the only person basically for real on this team who production increases or elevates every season? That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, you can't touch Primetime 5, and you can't touch Scary Terry, not even a little bit. This is not a democracy, it's a footballocracy, and we're going to keep it rolling. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, dude.
By the way, those two, I think, are the most important to the culture. Obviously, Jaden, we understand that with the talent, but I think he's obviously big, and I don't think Terry can go anywhere in terms of he might be the biggest dude in this organization outside of Jaden. Might be the biggest dude in this organization still with Jaden right now. So those two, to me, are the big culture guys as well.
Edwin in Virginia, line 2. Who's on your untouchable list in a trade?
Hey, Danny.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Hey, guest host. Look, I'm a big fan of you guys, man. Even when you were in so-called North Bethesda, I came out to see you guys. You know, I'm a big fan. Been a big fan for years.
Appreciate you.
But I feel like you guys have had this thing where you kind of disrespect Terry low key, man. Because I remember the second, like week 2 or week 3, you did this bit with Grant where you were naming all these wide receivers that you could rather have over him, and you named like maybe 8 people I've heard of, and then you went up to like 20 people or something. And I didn't like it at all. And to say that you would trade him, he's our captain. He's untradeable. I don't care how good Justin Jefferson is. You know, Terry's just as good, and he's a leader on this team. He has a lot of clout on this team. He's the kind of guy you need to have if we're supposed to build something. If we're supposed to become a champion. I mean, he's more than just he's a great producer, but he's more than just his production. You know,
I hear that. Edwin, let me ask you this super quick. Would you rather have Jamar Chase or Terry McLaurin?
I'd rather have Terry McLaurin. I'd rather have Terry McLaurin than Jamar Chase.
Appreciate you, bud. So I understand that. You love Terry McLaurin. And this sounds like I'm ripping Terry McLaurin. I am not. When Terry McLaurin goes for 127 catches, 1,708 yards, and 17 touchdowns in a season, that's what Jamar Chase just did.
Yes. I'll
be there clapping like a seal. I'll also be in line for hell freezing over. I don't think that's the thing. And that's okay. I don't get mad at people for being really good. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's really good. It's okay to not be one of the 2 or 3 best receivers in the sport. I see your point, though.
To your point, Anthony Davis wasn't available until they called about Luka Doncic, right? Like, I'm not trading Terry unless they say, you know what? One of those dudes is available.
Right.
Like, he's not available until he is because of one of those guys.
Yeah, so, what I was doing, Edwin, and I appreciate the kind words. I'm not trying to rip you. The point of the dude's story here is to say, when I say untradeable, it's like a must win. I go, well, not technically a must win, but they better win it.
Yes.
It's sort of the same definition. There is a scenario that I would trade Terry McLaurin. It's not likely, and it's never happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost not worth talking about. So then by that sort of expand the definition, he's not tradable to me. That's my list, is Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. Because there are quite literally nobody that I would trade. If somebody called me about Mahomes for Jaden Daniels, I don't think I would do it.
No.
Right now. Because I got 4 years of the rookie deal, and Mahomes is the best in the world. I'm still not switching. Like, give me Jaden Daniels. I would swap McLaurin, as good as a dude as he is, and as awesome as he is, and as important as he is to this organization, for a handful of guys. That's it. That's not happening.
Yeah.
So to me, he's untradeable.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden is available for 0 players in the National Football League. Terry is available for like 3. And that's it.
Right.
And those 3 dudes are not available and will never be available. So it's not worth our time. It's not worth us discussing. So there's no one down on Terry. And I think to our point on this is those 2 are kind of the guys. You look at everyone else, the guys that are valuable, the guys that people would want. Maybe you have to consider those if you're going after the big names that might become available, because we're just early in the offseason. Myles Garrett's available. That's the big name, or at least he wants to be available. Maybe the Browns aren't shopping him. Who else could come up? We just learned about Jermaine Pratt. I know he's not a huge name, but he was the leading tackler for the Bengals this year. Who else could come up down the line if one of these big-time dudes comes available? Maybe you have to move off some of these guys. More than likely, it's not going to be someone big enough that you include Terry McLaurin.
I want to try to slide a slightly different angle into this when we come back. 800-636-1067. Who's on your untouchable list? I'd rather move on from a player than a draft pick guy. Now, once I get into the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round, whatever, take them. We're going to reacquire. We'll do there'll be some comp picks. I mean, these guys are smart enough to manipulate this thing. So I would rather move on from a guy, for example, that's good for me than a draft pick. I want to get your angle on that and see if you guys feel the same way. 800-636-1067. Who's on your untouchable list for Washington in a trade?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is going to take some time to decide on his playing future. He said on his podcast earlier today. Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt has requested a trade. He was leading tackler last season for the Bengals. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. He was formerly the Patriots defensive coordinator as well as Lions head coach. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000 point mark, the 8th player in NBA history to achieve that milestone. Tonight, the Wizards taking on the Pacers, the final game before the All-Star break. It'll tip off at 7 o'clock at Capital One Arena tonight. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr going to play. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. In baseball, Nationals pitchers and catchers reported to West Palm Beach today. Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill and Anthony Rendon, former National. He's going to miss significant time. He had a setback from his rehab in the past few weeks. He's going to have to undergo hip surgery. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're about 15 minutes from a double play here on G&D. Toby Altizer hanging out with me, Danny Rouillet, for the duration. I'm at Funny Danny on Twitter. Toby, I believe, is Toby_Altizer. And Darius Tamron is _game836. And Toby, I just tweeted this out. You follow me. Give me a look over there on Elon's app. It would be a shame. Like, it would be really upsetting to me, and I think a lot of other people, if people chirped Darius for never having seen Coming to America. Like, if his mentions were aflame with people that pointed out how absurd that is and how irresponsible it is, probably, frankly, that he's never seen it. Not so much you, again, you're young. I respectfully, I sort of expect that from you to a degree. As what's his name? See, I'm old. I can't remember his name anymore. As Owen Wilson said in Wedding Crashers, we're not that young. Talking about Darius. Not that young anymore. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You need to see Coming to America. So please don't tweet him about it. Don't chirp him. Don't make fun of him. Don't belittle him. See, Ryan, I'm doing a good corporate culture thing because Ryan's listening to this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's got his pen and paper out, making sure nobody's harassing anybody. I'm saying don't do that.
Correct.
Don't harass Darius.
Do not
harass Darius about never having seen Coming to America.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was trying to come up with a list moments ago of where it ranks for me among the funniest movies of all time. It's in the top 10. I mean, it's absolutely in the top 10. Where that's Eye of the Beholder. You know, when you start going into old school, super comedies like everything from Caddyshack to Airplane to Dumb and Dumber, things like that. But Coming to America is in the 10. And Darius went, every day, Darius went, nope, not today. I will go, alarm goes off. Today's the day I could see Coming to America. And you know what he did? He didn't see it. For years, decades. It's available anywhere, dude. Anywhere. The remake featured a guy from DC named Jermaine Fowler, who used to perform with. And the remake, not as good. That's going to happen. But, dude, Coming to America. McDowell's. You don't know anything about McDowell's? You don't know anything about sexual chocolate? No file. Nothing. It's the best, Jerry, the best. All right. Enough. Again, do not make fun of Darius about that. 800-636-1067. And don't call. And when you call in about our topic, and if you talk to Darius on the phone, don't mention it to him then either. Don't say anything about it. Just move on. Move past this glaring thing staring you right in the face. The topic of the moment, who's on your untouchable list? For Darius, unwatchable list would include Coming to America, apparently. But who's on your untouchable list in a trade? Mine is exhaustive. It's huge. It's ridiculous. It's Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin. Toby's is?
Same two guys, and then Sanders Still and Louvu on the defensive side of the ball.
Who's on yours? 800-636-1067. Andre Manasseh has been very patient. Who's on your untouchable list in a trade?
First of all, Darius, you got no glow in your soul, man. I mean,
he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. But I do.
Yeah, of course you do.
Blow.
Anyhow,
I would say this. The funny thing is, everybody's right. Jaden Daniels is the only person that we would keep, which is, at the end of the day, it gives me pause. Because if you look at, Philly up the street, they're about 15, 20 dudes that their fans would keep. And our team, there's only one dude we would keep. It does give me pause in terms of what the ownership and management needs to do in the next year or so to make sure we are a winner. I mean, I don't want to be chasing the dragon and all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position that we've given up the farm only to attain maybe one or two more untouchable guys, and we still have to play Philly. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the year, for this offseason, how we're going to go about, getting better. And to your point, Dan, you said sometimes you may have to give up something. It's going to be painful. What if the pain is, you know what, guys? We had an incredible season last year, but we're going to build this team the right way. We're going to build through a draft, and, maybe next year we don't make the playoffs.
Interesting. I appreciate that, Andre, because this happens all the time in sports. You can be better than you were the year before in a lot of ways and not have as good a record, especially in football when every week is kind of its own story. It happens in baseball all the time where a team is on better, their Pythagorean win-loss is X, and that they're 3 or 4 games worse, and people go, what happened? Yeah, sports happened. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it happens in hockey, it happens in it happens in every sport to a degree.
I mean, to your point, I think that they are going to improve this roster this offseason. That doesn't mean I think they're going to win 13 games next year, right? Like, I think they're going to be better on the field. I think they're going to play better. Doesn't mean that they're all of a sudden going to win the Super Bowl and win 13 games next season. You'd hope.
They could be better on paper and be a 10-win team.
Correct.
That's very reasonable with the schedule.
And by the way, nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that.
So look at their current draft stock. I wanted to get into this part of it too. So they've got the 29th overall pick because they were in the conference championship. Anyway, 29th overall pick. Second round, 61st. They got Miami's third rounder, okay, the 79th pick in the draft. Then no fourth round pick, a 5, a 6, and 2 7s. They're going to maneuver around. They'll do some moves and this and the other thing. Maybe they'll get some a draft pick back somewhere else, or they'll trade up, trade down, acquire more picks, etc. But it's not an overwhelmingly huge draft haul potentially right now on paper, okay? What's your thought on this? For both the judicious approach that people are talking about, aka take your time, don't rush into things, build it the right way, be smart about it, that first and second round pick is essential. And for the dude, it's time, go all in, same thing, that first and second round pick is essential, right? If you add more to that, if you trade back, whatever. So for everybody, draft picks are really important. So to me, I'd be more hesitant to part with my 1 and my 2 in any given deal. I know what it would take to get Myles Garrett, and it would take maybe those things. I'll do it still, but it would hurt. I'm more reticent to part with those 2 things than I would be with anyone else on the roster. And that includes, by the way, really good young players like Mikey Sanders, who's on your list. I love that dude a lot. How could you not? But I'd rather part with him than a first or second rounder. Is that crazy to you?
I don't think it is, but I would still lean on the draft picks, but it has to be for guys like Myles Garrett. And by guys like Myles Garrett, I mean dudes that I think are going to help you more than just 1 year, more than just 2 years, that theoretically could be there for that window I just talked about of the 5 years of Jaden's rookie deal. If they're going to help you for 3 of the 4 years, I'll trade one of those picks. But I'm not trading for someone that I'm saying, you know what, I'm going after a Stephon Diggs is going to be here for 1 year. That's a mistake that I think Houston made, where they traded for him and now he's a free agent. Now, obviously some of the injuries and stuff, but they were only going to have him for 1 year. I don't like those sorts of moves in this time frame when you're trading draft picks. But the reason that I would like to hold on to these players is because instead of going through a rookie season, now all of a sudden, instead of getting rid of Sam Ristil and drafting a guy to replace him, I already have Sam Ristil with a year of experience under his belt, theoretically a year better, right? And I want guys that are going to continue to get better. I want to get guys that are going to help me for the duration of the rookie contract. And so it has to be someone like a Garrett of that age group if I'm going to trade him. Otherwise, I don't want to get rid of a young guy that's already had a year or 2 of development. I'd rather keep that guy.
Now, if all things are equal, I'd rather keep them. I'd rather keep guys that are going to help me, to your point. But if it's a, hey, you have again, this is a very down the line hypothetical, but if it's a deal with Cleveland, and these aren't real terms, but I'm making them up. You can give us this year's 1 and this year's 2, or this year's 1 and Mikey Sanders still. I think I'd give him Sanders still.
I'd give up the picks.
Is that crazy to you?
I'd give up the picks.
I'd rather keep the guy that I've had a full year
That you
working with.
know? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's kind of where I would lean. I think that's a good exercise, though, because I think some people would. I think at that point, then maybe you can get a guy that's more talented if you view it that way or something like that. It kind of depends on the draft class, to your point. But I think I would rather keep the guy that I've had for a year, that I already knows the system, is already in part of the culture, has had that experience of playing in the playoffs, playing with this team last year. I'd rather keep that guy than the pick.
Where's the line? So is it if I go this year's one and next year's one, or this year's one and next and Mikey Samerstill?
It probably have to be Samerstill then because of the draft capital.
Because of the
right?
one.
If it's a
Yeah.
one. Yeah, ones are a little bit different, I think. But if we're going same draft capital as a guy like Samerstill, second round pick in you're trying to give up, I think then I'm going to go with a player I already have. Unless it's somebody that you don't view as a productive. Like if you were asking me the same question and someone was enamored with Ben Sinnott, you can have Ben Sinnott.
You can have that.
Yeah, but a guy that I've seen productive on the field already, I'm going to keep that guy, value him a little higher.
Yeah, because again, this isn't again to rip Samerstill. Simply talking about this. To me, and maybe this is also an evaluation thing. I don't say I'm lower on him because all he's ever done is what he's asked to do. Right? I think that's a will over skill type guy. I think he's tough as nails. He fits their culture. He's not afraid of any kind of contact. I just don't think he's elite. I think he's a solid slot corner. When you look at some of they had a type this year where they drafted all these athletic measurements. I don't have them all in front of me, but whether it's a spark score or all the different things that show how athletic a guy is. Everybody fits that bill except for Samerstill, where they just go too good of a dude, too tough, too physical, football player. Think Scott McLuhan, in his prime.
Sure. How do you value a slot corner? Because that's something I think has changed. If you value
see no further than Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, if you value the slot corner pretty highly, where maybe it's not the most skilled, maybe he doesn't fit that mold of the long, lanky 4-4 sort of guy. I think he's more valuable as the slot guy, which they're going to have to kick him back in there. He didn't play a lot of that
what
this
I want,
year.
yeah.
But I think that's a little more valuable than maybe you're giving it credit for.
Well, okay, yes. What I want is for him to play that role. I don't want him stuck outside.
Sure.
I want to upgrade opposite Lattimore and get down on my old man knees. It's really hard to get down, by the way.
With
it's
your knee braces, right?
Yeah, it's like a groan and a grunt, and then when I'm down there, it's like they get sore real quick because it's carrying too much weight. And now it's like it's rubbing on the hardwood floor. Maybe they could have a mat or something. And I'm going to pray to whatever you got that Marshawn Lattimore plays well.
Yes.
That what we saw was just a hamstring thing and not the story now. Not that New Orleans got one over on us. I want to upgrade on the outside, and I want Samerstill to be my slot guy. I think he'll be solid there, if not spectacular. Right? I don't think spectacular. I don't think that's in his toolkit. I think he's a really good player who's going to do everything right every time and compete as you know what off. It's not that easy to find, and I'm not trying to belittle that. I just don't see that high ceiling player. I don't see him doing in a Super Bowl Cooper DeJean just did, for example.
Sure.
No?
I don't disagree. Like if you're talking about athleticism and stuff, sure. I think the leadership and everything, it's more the intangibles, right? The leadership always being where he's asked to be. But I think that nickel corner in the modern defense is being a little bit undervalued by the flexibility it gives you, where he can cover the guy in the slot, which is now, it used to be the slot receiver was just the Julian Edelman. Now CD Lamb's lining up in the slot. Like big time dudes are lining up in there.
You can get kicked out of Darius's Madden League for this, but everybody knows, like, you can exploit a little wink there, Darius. I'm all over you today for whatever reason. It's this coming to America thing. You're just catching shrapnel. But everyone who's ever played Madden knows, like, well, the third best corner is usually the inside guy. So I'll motion my star in there, and now good luck, as you said, good luck covering CeeDee Lamb out of the slot. And everybody's got to be able to do everything now to a degree, right? With the way these offensive coordinators are smartly, motioning guys, stacking guys. You got to banjo this coverage. One guy's got to go in, one guy's got to go out. Well, the guy that goes in might be the great receiver. It might be Jamar Chase. You're going to have to deal with everything. And that's an uber valuable position now. I don't want to say it's more valuable than the outside guy on an island, but it's close. It's no longer a 1,000 feet of crap and then the slot guy. It's closer to a 1A.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I view it, right? And that's where I think we're a little bit different. Like, you probably would rather have that second outside corner, right? Is that kind of where you're at?
Given the choice, oh, that's a good question. A really good second corner opposite Lattimore, or a really good slot guy, the same equivalent in the slot. I would. I'd rather have the outside guy.
See,
You'd rather have a slot?
I might take the slot.
That's not crazy.
If it's a guy,
given the modern league, that's not crazy, Topes.
If it's a guy like Sandra Still, where I know I can use him in every facet, he's going to be good in the run game. He's physical. The thing that I think Sandra Still's really good at that he doesn't get credit for is when they throw those little screens out there. He's reading that perfectly, coming up, laying the wood, either taking out the blocker or getting up to the ball carrier. I think those sorts of things he's really valuable in. Maybe he's not the skilled Cooper DeJean where you could play him literally everywhere and he's just a freak athlete. But I think that's why I would value that more than the pick, just because of I like that position and knowing that I have a guy that's very dependable there and sending him on blitzes and various things. I just think of that Anarumo defense that wasn't this year's Anarumo defense, but previously where Mike Hilton was all they ever talked about. And I think you can have that sort of an impact guy like that. And I think for me, that's more valuable than, say, a mid-second round pick.
I smell what you're cooking. I think it's a good conversation. Let's do a double play. We're going to Beltway Blitz at 4, spin you around what's going on in all things DC sports. Here's a hint. It's not a ton right now this minute, but it's a little bit more preview than it is the current goings-on. We'll do some spring training talk, pitchers and catchers. Mark Zuckerman joins us at 5. But next, double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. In 11 minutes, give you a chance to win those Rod Stewart tickets right here on G&D. Welcome back to the program. Couple reminders for you, a bit of the housekeeping. This show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. You heard that music, which means it's time for this. It's time for your double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. So usually when we finish saying those things, Darius hits a button and then this sounder plays. So no pickup hoops this week because of the snow. And here's what's really tough for me is not being able to do it. I love doing it. It's fun to play with this. It's a good group of guys. And somehow, Tobes, I'm as sore as if we did play. This aging thing, I used to mock, everybody about it at all times. Like I'd watch my dad shuffle around in the morning before coffee, and I was like, I'll never be like that. I'm worse than that. I'd watch him do something that wasn't that hard or strenuous and grab his back or sit there and wince, go, like rub his knee or his leg or some part. And I go, I'll never be like that. I'm worse. So now I get why every ad during all these games and all these different things I watched over the years was like, hey, men, you old, you know what? You worthless zilch that's tired all the time. Here's something that'll make you feel better. I never understood, and now I'm there. I'm in it. And I know it's not going, all I'm trying to do is stem the tide. It's not getting better, but but it is getting worse.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that time. I'm just 26 and I'm running into various things where I'm like, wow, I feel old. Wow. Like my back has been bothering me, which probably isn't great for 26 years old, but my back's been bothering me for months and I can't get over it. It's like that constant feeling of needing to crack, always just a little bit sore or like a tension headache, like those things. It never seems to go away. It's so annoying.
And I used to make so much fun of like whatever ad it was where it's like, do you have low this? Do you have medium that? Do you have below average this? And I'm like, and now I'm going, really, Frank Thomas, you're on to something.
Now you're going, yes.
Hold on, can you guys be quiet? Doug Flutie's talking about something. Let me see what this is for. Yeah, they do. Shut up, Danny. We're having a conversation. You jackass. Why do you do that?
That's absolutely ludicrous.
I know, Coach. He just blurts, like Toby and I are talking, and this selfish, red-cheeked idiot's got to make it about himself.
Danny Routier?
That's me, Chuck. And by the way, I'm so frustrated. You know what? I can't say anything else. I'm frustrated that I can't say anything else. I'm sure I just gave it away. And if it's someone, a representative of this company, whatever. I'm screwed up. I'm screwed up. Okay, forget that. Forget all that. Sorry. I'm sorry. See, Danny threw me off. And then Chuck chimed in.
Yep.
All right. Where was I? Oh, yeah. All I'm saying is I get it. I get why now people keep these, whatever these companies are, and I'm not knocking anybody down. In business, I'm desperate to feel okay. That's all this is. That's my only rant. I've done very little, and I feel awful. That's my point. Like everything is sore. I told you, like I strained my hamstring today, just trying to shovel.
Just shoveling snow.
Just so I could get to work, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Regular tasks that you have to do.
Regular tasks.
It's one thing if it's voluntary, but it's something that you have to do, and now you're feeling it all day. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it, Danny. I'm not looking forward to it.
I mean, Father Time's beyond undefeated. He's on nothing but quad one wins. You know what I mean? Like he's
not UNC this year.
Yeah, he's undefeated with the greatest point margin of all time.
Yeah.
Like you might get him once. You might get him for a quarter. He's winning, dude. That guy's unbelievable.
It makes it crazy, too, when you think about some of these guys playing into their 40s in the National Football League.
Well, I just saw this also. Justin Verlander's playing catch of spring training for the Giants.
Yeah, it's insane.
He's throwing 99 at my age.
Yeah, it's insane, too, that, like, we see guys do it all the time now, right? Tom Brady made it popular. Aaron Rodgers is still probably going to play another year. Russell Wilson, these guys. It's the crazy when you look back at some of the dudes that were playing back in the day, right? Like, you get pictures of, like, George Blanda
Yeah.
and dudes like that are just rolling into their 40s doing. You're like, how did they do it when their pads were essentially styrofoam or what, like taped inside of metal case?
on your
Like,
head, yeah.
I don't understand how in the world they were doing it. Like those pads weren't doing anything. Let's be real.
No.
Like,
just made it harder to move around.
Yeah, just made it a little bit more difficult and maybe saved you a little bit of pain. A little bit. It's insane.
It really is. I mean, and not even, this is actually like shtick aside, not to joke about it. Remember, Charles Mann was on with us a few weeks ago, right?
Yes.
And he was like, yeah, just sort of casual. Like, I think of the number, and I apologize if I got it wrong. I think he's like, yeah, I've had 13 surgeries. What? That what that means is they lay you down on the hospital bed, they knock you out, and they take some equipment and cut you open and try to poke around in there and see if they can fix something. Like, that's a major deal. People say surgery like it's I don't like I changed my underwear, like I got a new hat. Like, surgery, dude. Like, that's a lot of surgery.
I mean, I just saw something. Will Blackman, this was from a couple of 6 days ago, February 6th. He was getting an injection in his knee so he doesn't have to get knee replacement in his 40s. He said he's had 10 surgeries in 12 years. I mean, you just feel,
come on.
It's crazy how much a toll it takes on these guys. I think it's something that sometimes we forget about. Like, it's wild how hard it is to get through a football season. Even basketball, baseball, just to get through a professional season is incredible.
Yeah,
it's just
then,
incredible.
And then that much more, you've got guys like LeBron who are 40 years old going, 26, 10, and 7 every night.
You wonder how they're spending 7, 8 figures on their bodies.
Yeah.
And then you start, it makes sense.
Now I get it.
I get it.
Right. But I can't remember who the young player was doing one of the, you may have seen some of there are these NBA related podcasts. Have you guys seen any of these?
Okay.
Yeah.
New
They're
thing.
new.
Yeah.
And there's I think it's like 1 or 2 trillion of them.
Mm.
But it was a young player who was like talking about LeBron and his work ethic, where he was like, I tried to beat him to the arena and I never did. Like, that's the deal where it doesn't make sense at 25. No one, come on, dude. I don't care. I'll go out the night before. It doesn't matter. You still do what he's doing at that age, where you're in your hyperbaric chambers. You get your, $1 billion massage roller things and this nutrition. Like Tom Brady didn't eat a sugar for 20 years or whatever. He's like, I can't have the tomato because there's too much inflation.
My ice cream is made from avocado.
Yeah.
Gross.
Is it though, dog? Anyway, I'm old, and that was the point of the dude's story. Beltway Blitz is next, 6 minutes away. Spin you around what's going on in DC sports, and we got some shoveling, tales of the shovel. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour, but we'll spin you around what's going on in Washington, D.C. We'll do that in 6 minutes here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said on his podcast that he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future. Bengals linebacker and leading tackler this past season for Cincinnati, Jermaine Pratt, has requested a trade. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. He was formerly the Patriots defensive coordinator as well as the Lions head coach. The Buckeyes defensive coordinator Jim Knowles left to be the Penn State defensive coordinator. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000 point mark last night. He becomes just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. Tonight, the Wizards taking on the Pacers at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is going to play tonight. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. In baseball, Nationals pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach today. Some other news in MLB. Marlins are going to be signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill, and Anthony Rendon is going to miss significant time. He had a setback in his rehab in the past couple of weeks. He's going to have to undergo hip surgery. Looking to upgrade your office game? Well, swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Granddaddy here on the Fan, no GP, but Toby is in. And I want caller 10 at 800-636-1067 right now. You'll win 2 tickets to see Rod Stewart one last time, tour Saturday, July 19th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, 800-636-1067. That's how you win those tickets. Got some Wizards tickets for you guys 1 hour from right meow at 5 p.m. We got some NFL to discuss. We got some Local 53 to discuss. But first, we're going to kick it around here. You heard Toby's update. Pitchers and catchers reported today. Let's talk some Nats, Stairs. To do that, I got Toby Altizer, a couple of baseball guys sitting in a room talking baseball, Tobes. It's been a long time.
Been a long time. It's nice to talk about these guys. It was a little bit of an underwhelming offseason. I like some of the shrewd moves that they were able to make, but you would have liked to see them be a little bit more aggressive now that you've got James Wood and Dylan Cruz ready to go.
Roster questions from me. Who's in the starting rotation? Are they going 6-man? I haven't heard anybody kind of talk about that, but there are guys like Mike Soroka, Shinosuke Agasawara. I'm still trying to get it right. Over from Japan, their first, Asian signing in a long, maybe ever.
I think it was first Japanese signing,
first Japanese player ever for them. So that's a big deal. But then you add in Trevor Williams, DJ Hurst, Mitchell Parker, Jake Irvin, Mackenzie Gore. It's a crowded rotation. You don't have superstars there, but who's a lock to you to be in their first 5, and how are they going to shake it out?
I think Gore and Irvin are locks. I think Soroka is going to start the year there. I don't know that he sticks there long term, but they signed him to be a starter, so I think he's a lock. I think it's kind of up in the air after that. I would like to see DJ Hurst kind of earn that spot at the second half last year. He was their best starting pitcher. He's really, really good. I think if he was able to get a third pitch that's a little bit more effective to lefties, even though he's a lefty pitcher, he's got a little bit of reverse splits. I think if he can get another pitch, whether it's throwing that changeup to lefties a little bit more or adding a slider that slides a little bit more to lefties, I think he could be really impressive, and maybe he's your breakout star this year. But I think really the only locks are going to be Soroka, Irvin, and Gore going into it at least.
So there are 2 players on, I was calling it on offense. It's not offense. They're position players, but you know what I mean. 2 position players that I'm incredibly intrigued by this year, and I want your reactions to both. Number 1, Keibert Ruiz. Last year was a disaster for him.
Big time.
And this is a guy that they signed to a very affordable deal, thinking that he would blossom into not a star, but at least a plus catcher. That didn't happen last year. There's reasons for it. I'm willing to kind of wash it away for a guy that I think is only, 25 years old, maybe 26. I still think there's something there. The bat to ball is too good. I need a better approach than he's had in the past. But again, it didn't work for him last year. I'm fascinated with what he does. Second is CJ Abrams. I mean, you look back to a year ago at this point, David Martinez was open about it. Mike Rizzo was open about it. They had a come to Jesus moment with Luis Garcia after they sent him down for being out of shape, and they said, in or out, dude, get your act together. Remember, Trey Lipscomb outplayed him thoroughly in spring training, and the thought was he'd break camp as the second baseman. They gave Garcia one last chance, and he thrived. A nice year. No one's talking all-star, superstar, anything like that, but a nice big leaguer guy that I've advocated for. Abrams is at a similar crossroads. Immaturity, whether it was boredom, whether it was something came too easy to him, I don't know, but didn't produce last year, especially in the second half. And then, of course, you know what happened, demoted after basically as the minor league season ended, basically sent away from the team for breaking some team rules. Those two guys, prognosis, outlook, your thoughts this year.
Yeah, I think Keibert Ruiz is interesting because he had that long layoff, remember, where he had the sickness, he dropped a lot of weight, and it seemed like he wasn't the same after that. It's not like he was tearing the cover off before, but it's disappointing that last year, going into the season, he's coming off a year in 2023 with 18 homers and 67 RBIs. You're like, okay, maybe he can take a step forward. He didn't do that last year. He didn't really take a step forward as a catcher, which frankly, he's one of the worst catchers defensively in the league. And so if you're going to rely on his bat, you need the bat to show up. It didn't. So it's a big kind of make or break year for him. It worked for Luis Garcia last year, so maybe you can see that with Keibert Ruiz. To your point about CJ, you hope that the gambling stuff, whatever, is behind him. You hope that's all gone and you kind of get a little more professional approach. I need to see him be consistent. You look at his numbers in April and March and April last year, a 992 OPS, followed up in May by 519 OPS. In June, 1127 OPS, and then 572 in July. If you can get some of that consistency month to month where, okay, the peaks are awesome, but the valleys are far too long. If you can find ways to just get a little more of a steady line there, I think he can be the guy that you bargained for, but he showed you last year for periods, that first month, he looked like an MVP candidate. So if he can play a little more consistent, be a little more professional, have some of that veteran leadership in there, I'm really intrigued to see what he can do this year.
Super quick one. Who plays the most games at third base? Ahmad Rosario, Jose Tena, Trey Lipscomb, Andres Chaparro, or someone not on the roster yet?
I like Tena.
Actually like him a little bit too.
I like Tena a lot.
I'm with you. Darius, NFL sounder, please. Our pal Mike Jones joins us to go around the NFL. The season is in the rearview mirror. We now enter the business of the offseason. Mike, the coaching carousel is over with, but now it seems the potential trade market is heating up. Is this one of those things where it's just some agitating and talk, or you actually think it's going to be, one of those feeding frenzies where a lot of guys are on the move, be it Myles Garrett, Hendrickson, Deebo Samuel, maybe a sign and trade for T. Higgins, et cetera? Do you think there's going to be activity, or is it just banter?
I think that we'll see some answers. I think you'll see some teams that are very close and feel like they're a piece or two away. We've seen more trades over the years involving draft picks and, meaningful players. I don't know if everybody is changing addresses. I think that the Browns would like to hold on to Myles Garrett, but if they get offered a whole lot for him, this is a good way to reset, which is what they badly need. And so I think we are going to see some guys changing addresses.
Quarterback's going to be really intriguing to see what happens this offseason, as it is every offseason. I want to ask about Aaron Rodgers in a second, but also Pittsburgh. What is Pittsburgh going to do? They're going to stick with Russell Wilson or Justin Fields? Are they maybe going to go after Aaron Rodgers? What do you see happening there?
I see them letting Russell Wilson walk and holding on to Justin Fields. He's younger. There's upside there. He didn't look bad. They were winning. I think what were they, 4? They'd won 4 games. Maybe they're 4-2 with him as a starter. It's kind of foggy now. Feels like so long ago. But they had a winning record with him as their starter there. And I think having familiarity will help him continue to blossom. So I think that would be the way they'll go. I'm real curious. I don't know where Aaron Rodgers fits. I've heard Tennessee is a possibility, but I just don't know that he's a guy, and Tennessee is not going to be in the middle of contention and be appealing to him, I wouldn't think. Is it the Raiders? I don't know. I feel like Russell Wilson is probably a better fit for them than Aaron Rodgers is. But, Tom Brady's going to have a lot of input there, so I guess we'll see what happens regardless of what Pete Carroll wants.
Like, Houston was 10-7 this year. And that's not bad for a group that just 2 years ago was $3 and $1 million. The year before that, $3 and $1 million. I mean, they were awful before C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans and company arrived. But the expectations for them were through the roof. A year ago now, Bobby Sloak was up for head coaching jobs. Didn't get any of them, but was still one of the darlings of the league. Now he's like a scribe for Mike McDaniels to run his offense, right? Just how far the mighty have fallen. The expectations were so huge for them, they didn't meet them. Give me kind of the autopsy now that we're removed from Houston's season. And the reason I ask about it, A, I'm curious, but B, I'm worried about Washington falling into the same trap.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got to continue to address their needs. They didn't really do a lot to help their offensive line, and that came back and bit them. They spent money, on Danielle Hunter, who, went nicely with Will Anderson Jr. To help their defense, but they also gave up a lot to get Stephon Diggs, who, he did well, but I don't know that he was really a franchise changer, and then he got hurt. And so now you go into this offseason, they still need help. C.J. Stroud was sacked 52 times, which was second only to Caleb Williams, and then he was sacked another 11 times in 2 playoff games. So you've got to beef up the interior of your offensive line. And so that's also a lesson for Washington. Look, continue to build in front of and around your young quarterback. Because, now everybody's got game film on them. They're going to be pinning back their ears and coming after them. And so that's really what Houston's got to do. They've got to get help on their offensive line. They also need help at wide receiver, probably some depth at running back as well.
With Kellen Moore going to the Saints, the coach carousel's done. Which coaching hire was your favorite this offseason?
I guess Ben Johnson going to Chicago. I think that he'll be good for Caleb Williams. I think that they have talent on that team. They just needed an upgrade as far as creative minds to work with their young quarterback to help get the most out of him. I think that Ben Johnson is a good fit. I felt like he was a better fit there than the Raiders, which, people thought that he was going to go there. I didn't understand that. They don't have a quarterback to work with, so why would he want to go there? So I thought Chicago really was a good fit for him. And then, I didn't like the way they handled the whole thing, but the Patriots getting Mike Vrabel was perfect for them. They wanted to turn the page on the Bill Belichick era, but now they reach back into their past, and they have a guy who's going to bring, a similar culture. He's not Bill Belichick, but what he gets out of his players, what he demands out of them, the Patriot way is very similar to that. And so then they bring back Josh McDaniel because he just can't, stay away from that team. And so he'll be good for Drake May. So I feel like the Patriots, they obviously have a lot of talent deficiencies, but coaching-wise, they will be significantly upgraded.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Really appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, man. Talk soon. Darius, hit that local 53 sounder, please. And to talk about them, our buddy Mitch Tischler joins us. He's an authority on the subject, I tell you. Mitch, how should they approach this offseason, talking Washington? Should they be aggressive because the window is now? Should they kind of do it no, we're not changing our schedule. Let's be judicious and kind of those same sort of under the radar maybe type signings. Go big or I guess go small?
I think this team ultimately is going to be more judicious. I mean, you can only look up the road at the Eagles and the way that that franchise is built. And listen, it pains me to say nice things about anything Philly, but let's be honest, they did a really good job of implementing exactly what Adam Peters talks about, which is building through the draft and supplementing through free agency. You look at their defensive line, all 4 of their starting 4 were original draft picks and on rookie deals. They have 6 players on defense that start and play big-time minutes who were on rookie deals, and they were able to go out and get Zach Bond off the trash heap of New Orleans and turn him into, a great middle linebacker based on how good, that defensive line is. And so I think when you look at Washington, while they do have a ton of money to spend in free agency, you also have to remember that they have 27 free agents from their final 53 this season. And so as much money as they have to spend, they got a lot of holes to fill. And so they're going to spend a lot of money there. You're probably, after they re-sign, get to a full 53, they only have about 20-25 mil to spend on, outside the building free agents. And I'm not saying they're going to re-sign everyone that's available, but to spend all of that money in one chunk on a guy like T. Higgins, I don't think is particularly prudent. If it's a guy like Myles Garrett, he's a kind of once in a lifetime, one of a kind player, and he's a guy that I would actively trade for and figure out the contract situation with him and make him happy. But other than that, I think we're going to see a pretty similar offseason to last year with not a ton of huge splashy moves. Ultimately, because Adam Peters and Dan Quinn aren't trying to push all in to win next year. They're trying to keep this team competitive and in that Super Bowl window for the next 5, 6, 7 years to come.
Mitch, it feels like everyone's going to say that they want to upgrade the offensive line, but realistically, what positions are you looking to upgrade on that offensive line? And then looking at right guard with Sam Cosmi, what's kind of the timeline to expect him back next season?
Yeah, I mean, the Cosby injury is going to be the interesting one because he's probably going to miss, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks at minimum, and who knows what that recovery looks like. If maybe there's a couple more years. Listen, you're not going out and finding a stud left tackle in free agency. Those guys don't just become available. And so I think you can look a lot at what they did this offseason, bringing in Allegretti, bringing in a guy like Dieter, making some of, drafting Brandon Coleman. I just want more competition along the offensive line. I don't think they need to go out and spend top dollar to get one of the top, tackles on the board. I think it's too early to say that Brandon Coleman isn't the guy. And quite frankly, I want to give him a little more time to develop and see what he can turn into. Andrew Wiley's going to be an interesting situation. He has no more guaranteed money. Do they kind of keep him on board as that third swing tackle? But in the meantime, before Cosby comes back, do they try him on the inside at guard there? There are a lot of questions. But I think at the end of the day, Jaden Daniels helps hide a lot of holes on an offensive line, and he did that this season. And I expect that they're going to bring in more competition, more depth. Most of that, I think, is going to come through the draft, though. I don't know that you're going to see a ton of signings in free agency on that offensive line, and I think that's not the worst approach.
Mitch, quick one here. Kind of to your point, you referenced this indirectly, but I want to hammer down on it. So to me, there are premium positions, and the reason I think of them as premium is, to your point, there just aren't left tackles available in free agency. Last year, it was Tyron Smith at age, my age, basically, signing a 1-year deal for punter money. Okay? You can't just go upgrade at left tackle. Similar to wide receiver. If somebody's available via free agency, it means there's usually a wrinkle or kind of something's going on. That's why T. Higgins is going to get paid, monopoly money at this point because he's the best of a small bunch, right? So to me, that's why I'm all in on the idea of one of those guys being my first round pick. And I can find maybe the Dante Fowler pass rusher. I can find a couple of the other positions. The free agency market tells you what positions are most valuable, and there's a reason those guys are never available. Long way of saying, if they went tackle or wideout with their first round pick, your thought would be?
I'd be happy either way. I think kind of what you said is where I expect this thing to go. I think a lot of the upgrades on defense are going to be free agency signing, veterans, and I think a lot of the upgrades on offense are going to come through young players. And I think if you're able to build an offense similar to what the Eagles have on defense, where you have half of the team on rookie deals, you're going to be able to build up that defense with some premium talent. And that's where I'm looking because, rolling this thing back, if Dante Fowler, who's going to get, more money than probably Washington can afford this offseason, considering he had double-digit sacks, if you're rolling this thing back with Cleveland Farrell and Dorrance Armstrong as your main two defensive ends, I think you're building it wrong. So I expect, kind of like you said, I want them to try and make a splash, particularly at defensive end and edge rusher, and ultimately supplement a lot of the offense through the draft with a couple kind of veteran depth guys that get brought in.
Mitch, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
There he goes. That is Mitch Tischler. And that right there, that's how we Beltway Blitz. 5 o'clock, Mark Zuckerman joins the show. We've got a good old-fashioned baseball segment coming at you. Little spring training, pitchers and catchers reported today. We got a couple former Nats. Actually, one really is in the news, but it's kind of give us a nice little look in the way back machine at 4:45. But next, I want to do this. Some shoveling went down at the Hooray household. All right? Old Fanny Mouye / Randy Douye, a.k.a. Danilo Daninari, shoveled his tuchus off today. I had some help. I'll tell you all about that. We have a question for you, the audience. I'll explain all of that in 5 minutes here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan and the NFL. Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said on his podcast that he's going to take some time to decide whether he's going to continue playing in the future after their Super Bowl loss to the Eagles. Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt, he led the team in tackles last year. He is requesting a trade out of Cincinnati. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. In the NBA, Kevin Durant going where only 7 players before him have gone before, scoring 30,000 career points. The Wizards in action tonight, taking on the Pacers at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. It's the final game before the All-Star break. Alex Sarr will suit up and play tonight for the Wizards. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. In baseball, Nationals pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach today. Other news in baseball, the Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill and former National Anthony Rendon. Going to miss significant time for the Angels once again. He had a setback from his rehab in the past few weeks. He's going to have to undergo hip surgery. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good bit, Dares. Yeah. Great Danny here on the Fan. Toby's in for GP. I'm warning all of you guys, you're not going to care about this next thing I'm about to say at all. Like, you're not interested. Ryan's not going to be interested. Darius, you're not going to be interested. Toby already wasn't interested. It's on my mind, and I can't stop it. I've got this snow thing I'm going to do in a second. My boys from GW, baseball season gets underway this weekend. Again, no one's going to care about this. Good luck to them. They're heading out west. They're coming from playing in a gym, practicing inside. It's just impossible to compete in early part of the season. They're going to play USC. Okay? The fact that USC isn't a buzzsaw every year is patently absurd. Like, they're playing the University of Southern California. I bet you the weather's good. It's where Mark McGuire went. It's where Randy Johnson went. Like, just a list of who's who. It's at one of the most beautiful campuses in the world, one of the most beautiful places possible. If you're interested in this sort of thing, I have no idea. I mean, I've heard people might be. You might see some attractive folks there on campus.
Really?
Yes.
At USC?
Yes, Toby. Yes. How they aren't unbelievable is ridiculous. They should always be in the top 4 in America. Again, I told you guys you weren't going to care about this. It's, it's your usual cast of characters, SEC schools, couple ACC. UVA is going to be nasty this year.
Don't their rivals have a good program? UCLA? Isn't it decent?
They were at various points. I don't know if they're nasty now, but there's the Pac-12 is now the Pac-1. I don't know who's there. I don't know what everything is. It's all dumb. But like, if I'm USC and I'm lower in the rankings than Troy, what are you doing? The recruiting pitch should be like, come on. Like, that should be the entire list of the hello? Hey, it's Coach whatever my name is from USC. Come on. Right? You coming? What are we doing? That's all I have for you. Okay.
How high is college basketball? Oh, it's basketball, I'm sure. How high is college baseball on your list of sports things?
And as I played forever ago, and so in that sense, I care about GW and the program. And, my old coach is now the head coach of Wake Forest. They were an out or two away from winning the whole thing a couple years ago. So it's like but it's like not like night in, night out. I can sit there and grind out NC State at Oregon, like I don't have the wherewithal to do it. And there's too much else that goes on. But I love the College World Series. For anybody that's a sports fan, especially a baseball fan, make that trip to Omaha at least once. I'm telling you, it is really, really cool. It's a great event. Everybody, you at first think you're being pranked. They're so nice. Everybody is so friendly and so kind. And the way you can do it is you get like a multi-day or game pass. So even if you're not a fan of, say, I don't know, whatever team that makes it, like you don't care about any of the teams, but you go and you just want to watch some highly competitive baseball with a lot of energy because everything's do or die. It's not like, 162. It's like you could be out of there in an hour. Basically, you get one guy has a bad start. Next thing you know, you're in the loser's bracket and you're pwned, right? But it's such a cool event. It's so good. It's just for the love of it. Because, until recently, these guys weren't getting paid. And it was just like everyone else is out of school. All their peers and all their buddies, they're missing graduations. They're all on to summer. They're at the beach. They're doing internships. They're hanging out. These guys are, just grinding out game after game after game, having gone through hell and back just to get there. The energy is incredible. It's awesome. It's a great event for sports fans. But you can kind of go and it's done for cheap, and you can then take a shuttle. Like some people have done this. I've never done this, but you could take a shuttle bus to Council Bluffs, Iowa, where it was legal to sit there and gamble out hands on blackjack, and you could come back and win, and everyone would be really impressed with you at the hotel. I'm just saying that's something you could do. Where was I? Oh yes. Okay. So here's the story. And again, USC should be so nasty all the time. That's the end. So there was a lot of shoveling done at the old Rouillet house. Okay. I'm dreading doing it. I've already done it a couple different times because of the stupid snow. The way our house is, we love it. We're grateful. We love being there. The neighborhood's incredible. But you got multiple walkways, right? There's front steps, which you have to. You got to take care of those. Just for safety for everyone, from mailman to neighbors to whomever, if you walk out there yourself. And then kind of a back pathway where we use to get to our garage, okay? Or anywhere in the backyard. So that's essential too, okay? It's just, you have to do it. There's no way around that. Then just the layout of the house. There's a long driveway that, I'm not kidding you, is probably like 65 or 70 yards, which again, I'm not doing a flex. I'm not doing an Eric Bitko. I don't have a thing at home where I can hit a golf ball. And then
you don't have a simulator?
I have no simulators. I do have a sport card, though, where you can play some pickleball. Anyway, the point is, I'm not doing a flex. I'm just saying it's the layout of the house. There's a separate detached garage, which is one of the main reasons we end up loving the house. So the shoveling is a lot to deal with. And I was dreading it. I didn't want to do it, but you have to. There's no choice. I got to come to work today, right? We don't get canceled. So yesterday we did the show at home because there'd be no way to get home. Today it's like, okay, the roads are clear. Like, let's go, Skippy. So get out there and shovel. And I asked my 11-year-old, please come help me, please, please, please. And he made the sound that you would make in the middle of getting your teeth pulled without any numbing agents.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it sounded like I had just invaded his country. You know what I mean? Like, he was so upset about it. So I'm in the middle of doing it. I'm gassed. I've already popped my hamstring. I'm miserable. I texted my wife inside, I don't want her to help at all. She's got plenty to do. We got a newborn. She is eyeball deep in it. So I said, hey, if you want to try to see if you can get him to come out and help me, that would be awesome. And lo and behold, a couple minutes later, in his puffy coat, he came strutting out there going, what do you want me to do? Now, there have been more helpful people in the history of mankind, I will say, but he eventually got on board. So what I had him do is I got the big stuff with the shovel. We got a squeegee, but via like a push broom style squeegee, but not with bristles. It's like that, like the same technology as a windshield wiper.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? So I'm going, I got the big stuff, but inevitably when you're pushing to the side, some of that snow is going to kind of come off, and there are these little sort of extra lines and a little bit of slush. That's going to turn to ice when it freezes again tonight, and we need to be able to get out of here in and out safely. We don't want ice. Okay, we don't have. There's not enough that salt stuff or that fake, whatever salt technology to de-ice this whole driveway. It's half a whole bag gets you half of it, right? Because it's so much. Again, it's another driveway flex, and it's inevitable. So can you push these off the side just to make a pathway for the car? And he did it. And he was out there once he got started, didn't complain, and he did it. And I went inside, actually, we had like a little Danny Tanner moment. I was like, that meant so much to me that you came out and did that.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to. But it was really exciting that you're willing to help and willing to pitch in. Like, that's grown-up stuff. And that was very mature, and I was really, really thrilled with it. And I told him so. So here's the question. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I think my wife kind of looked at me and it's like, that's what he should be doing. But to me, I was like, I'm ever so grateful that you'd assist your father out there. I'm just struggling and trying to provide for the family.
Just your lowly old man, just helping him out.
Just a humble old man. Thank you for your help. Your assistance is much appreciated. Bye-bye now. Here's a special treat. She was like, yeah, that's what he should be doing. So I'm asking, what age should they be doing it? I'm going to do it as long as I can do it. To me, it's like, okay, I'm the dad. I can't fix anything. I can't build anything. I can't really help. There are a handful of areas that I can be productive, Topes. If you got something fairly heavy that needs picking up and moving to the next place, I'll do that. Trash, I got it. I'll take it out. Recycling, sure. Take the trash cans to the street. Yes, on it. Very limited amounts of skills. I can help with that. I will do the shoveling. What age is it appropriate to expect him to do it?
I think you're about right? 11, 12, somewhere around there. I think that's about right. Maybe not solely doing it himself, right? But coming out and helping and doing some different things. Now, personally, I don't know this. I don't have kids of my own. When I grew up kind of out in the sticks, and we had a giant hill, and it did us no good to shovel. We had to be plowed out. So I personally have not really had to deal with shoveling. I did a little bit. I lived in Wisconsin. As you can imagine, you have to shovel from time to time in Wisconsin, but I was much older by then. So that was not really a thing. But I would think around that age, right? Approaching being a teenager, somewhere around that time, that you can, hey, get out here and help, and you can learn the ropes, because when you get to an age where you're 13, 14, 15, Dad's going to be sitting on the couch and maybe helping you out occasionally, but you're going to be doing it. So I think about that age, probably about right.
Right now, what age? Now, I know you've got labor laws and different policies to worry about, and I know it's all fair and it's equity, and you've got all the right words and corporate buzz terms. But hypothetically, if you could put your regular citizen hat on again, if you remember what it was like just to be one of us, what age is appropriate?
It's got to be 10 years old.
10?
I think when you hit like 9 to 10 years old, that is definitely very appropriate. But let me ask you this real quick, Dan.
Sure, of course, yes.
I loved shoveling snow when I was a kid. Like, I just wanted to be out in the snow. Well, maybe I'm the weird one then,
No.
but like, I loved it.
I did
Is
too.
this a generational thing where kids just don't like it?
Yeah, I think so. Now, I heard this morning that I was awakened by kids frolicking in the snow down the street. I'm not complaining. I'm saying they were so excited about it because, oh my God, snow day. Yes, that's how I was. I think that's how a lot of my buddies were, but I think some were kind of going, I'd rather, because there's so many gaming options. There's so much, I didn't have any iPads or anything like that. They have those things, and it's like, I could get all dressed up like the kid from A Christmas Story and be miserable, or I could just sit here and grind out some video games. But to me, I was like, this snow day, I'm going to fit in every ounce of snow time. I'm not even going inside for bathroom breaks. You know what I mean? The snow will change colors.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? So you say 10.
10. I think 10's a great age.
800-636-1067. What age is appropriate to expect it? Because I did not expect it. I was hoping for it. There will be a time, though, where I'm going, oh, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Earn your keep around here, right? But at this point, I was overjoyed that he did it as an 11-year-old. Give me your thoughts. 800-636-1067. Got some former Nats updates I want to pass along to you guys. And speaking of the Nats, Mark Zuckerman is going to join us at 5 to go through what to expect here from spring training. Pitchers and catchers report today down there in West Palm, which is the best Palm, FYI. But next, what age should I be expecting my kids to help me out with the snow? Great and Danny here on the Fan. So I didn't totally plan on doing 2 segments on this, but the first half of the last segment was me ranting that a warm weather baseball team in California should always be awesome for college. So I know that's going to be tough for Ryan to like title the YouTube video.
Yeah.
Danny talks about USC baseball. Sorry, Ryan. But here's what happened. My oldest son, my eldest boy, he helped me shovel today, and I was overjoyed about it. I was thrilled. But a couple people have said, like, dude, that's what he should be doing. And you're probably right, but I was really pleased that happened. So my question is, at 800-636-1067, at what age do you go, yeah, you should be doing that? Not that you're grateful, but it's like, yeah, that should be the expectation. Let's start here. David in Bethesda. David, what age is appropriate to say, kid, go shovel?
From Bethesda! For me, I think you got to start them as early as possible so that 3rd, 4th grade, 10, 11-year-old, they got to be out there doing something, right? That you were winning off the field. You were winning in the snow.
I think that is correct, sir. Sean at Falls Church, what's the right age to say, come on, dude, shovel?
So, thank you for taking my call. For me, I think I'm going to go earlier, but I'm not going to expect them to do the driveway. I'm going to go, hey, the walkway from the driveway to the door, that's your job. I'm actually going like 8. 7
Sean,
if they're feeling adventurous.
So here's my theory on that. And this is something a lot of people might subscribe to, where you'd go, I don't expect them to do a great job at 7, 8 years old, right? They can't do the job of a grown man, but the act of doing it, the habit of doing it may be more important.
Yeah, I think so. I think getting out there, understanding what you're doing, helping out, and then eventually you're going to turn over the responsibility. But getting them started a little bit earlier helps them maybe appreciate it, like Ryan said. And maybe they learn, like, I don't mind this. It's kind of fun being out here in the snow.
Like I in future, Ryan, if you're okay with this, I may use you as an example, right? Well, I'll tell one of my sons, if you would like to climb the corporate ladder one day, this is what Ryan did when he was your age.
Yeah, you
I can say that.
Yeah, they love
Okay.
Uncle Ryan.
Do we need? They do. They get size for Uncle Ryan. Do we need any kind of like corporate permission, like any sort of like notarized thing? Or are we good? Just to say that?
I'll run it through HR, but they should be okay.
I appreciate that. Rick in Germantown, what's the right age for that?
I would say 12, but I would tell you what your wife told him to come out and help you while you couldn't get him to come out. She said, I'm either going to bake you cookies or make you your favorite dish.
Something to that effect. Who knows? Maybe he got bribed. Maybe it was Robux or something like that, you know? But either way, like, if you got to do a carrot or a stick, as long as it gets done, that's fine by me.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you're starting, right? You got to do something that eventually you're no longer getting cookies or snacks. Like it's
Come
it's
on,
your
dude.
chore now.
You're supposed to. But he really did with the squeegee. I don't know how to describe it. I'm probably not saying the right thing. You guys know what I'm talking
No,
about with
you're
the
right,
squeegee?
squeegee.
So
Yeah.
there's that push broom where if you've got standing water, you could push it off. It's not that. It's like this windshield wiper thing that's so good for this. Now, you can't shovel with it, but you can get some slush and you can move it off pretty well. Dustin in DC. Dustin the win. What's up, man?
What's going on? Hey, Danny. What's up, Toby? Real quick, give me some time real quick, because I would say when I was young, I started around 8 years old. My youngest brother was 2 years younger than me, so about 6 years old. And we had a group of us, I would say, with my youngest brother, about 6 to 12. And we were going to go around the neighborhood shoveling snow at that age. And you know how we got those shovels? We had to shovel at home first.
Yep.
So we were shoveling at home. In order to get those shovels to go out to the neighborhood, we had to take care of home first. And so definitely around 8 years old, I would agree with Sean. Start with the driveway, maybe the patio or the front porch, and then graduate to the driveway. And it even extends. I'm going to tell you, Danny, it even extends as we get older when your son gets into adulthood. He should be able, like my youngest brother did. I didn't get into it first. My youngest brother ended up buying my father a snow blower. So then it so that way it made it easier because we're not at home now. So that way, without hurting his back or, getting real exhausted or whatever, just blow the snow away. So it's going to even extend as he gets older. You just look for a present coming with the snow blower to make it easier when he's not at home.
Dustin, I like the cut of your jib. I think everything you said is correct. And my wife's already done this to me once, not so subtly, sent me a link to a Home Depot. Sent me a link to a Home Depot link. I speak for a living. sent me a Home Depot link.
Mm-hmm.
She sent me it was hypertext, a link to a web page, and I clicked on it. No, she sent me a link to one of those standing shovels, like a no bend. You push it like a roller cart.
Sure.
And the whole point is it's gonna earth move a little bit. Basically, like, hey, you old bitch, you can't move, you can't bend down, old man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hear you complain. So, like, look at this. So Dustin's onto something because I'm gonna think I can do it. Then I'm gonna throw my back out, or then another hamstring's gonna pop, one of the other ones I got left. And that's going to happen in the not too distant future. Let's go to Will in Woodbridge. What's up, Will?
Yeah, you got it. You guys, eight is the perfect age. You got to get them out there, start mentoring them. Little apprenticeship program. They got the sidewalks. You got the driveway. Yeah, give them a little money. Show them how to earn something. And you know it doesn't snow every year, so you got to take advantage.
Well, that's true. Thank you, buddy. The little money thing is interesting. My kids aren't motivated by that because they know they'll get it. Does that make any sense?
People are into like V-Bucks and all
Seriously,
they're not real money anymore, but they love those things.
Like, wait, I can use money to buy Robux, or I can use money to buy V-Bucks from stupid Fortnite. Colin, Fort Washington. What's the right age?
Hey, Danny, I think 10 is the right age. My father turned it into a kind of like an Olympic thing. He made it a competition between me and my brothers. He moved from the driveway to the car to the steps.
Like whoever could do it fastest would win?
Whoever could do it the fastest would win, Danny.
I love that.
I mean, that's a good way. Competition's always a good motivator.
It's good for me. But I'm telling you, my guys, like when I'm like, okay, let's see if we can do 5 in a row or just something, whatever we're doing, you would think I'm like, listen, reach in to your own stomach and grab your spleen and hold it up. You know what I mean? Like they treat anything like that. Like no, and the big pouting. Let's go to Aaron in Suitland. Aaron, what's the right age to get kids to shovel?
Man, look, you kind of got to read the room with your kids because I got one kid, like I was saying, like I was telling the producer, I could tell him I'm going to change a battery in a spaceship, and he's right there on my heels. And I could tell my other son, hey, there's a little water on the car, let's just wipe it off, and he'll look at me like, I'm not doing that. So, you know, it's kind of one of them things where it's relative. You know what your kid can do,
yeah,
and you want them to do better, but I could tell my youngest son, yeah, let's go shovel this driveway. And he's 10 driveways ahead of me. I could tell my oldest son, and by the time I'm finished mine and the neighbors, he's just putting the shoes on, asking me, do I still need help? So
amazing.
You know, it's kind of relative. I say about 10 is a you know, a reasonable age, but you still got to know your kid.
Aaron,
you know,
I love that. First of all, it's a great answer and very relatable. It literally sounded like Aaron was talking about my children. Like I got one. Now the latest is to be determined. We don't know. He's 3 weeks old. But I got one where if I asked him, like, hey man, could you, I'm thinking the most basic thing in the world, like, put your socks on. He'd be like, you just invaded this country. There's a UN binding resolution against you, you know, whereas like the other one, like maybe grouse a little bit, but would do it. That is funny to think about. So maybe it depends. But I think I've got to start a policy of, you got to just come help dad. Even if you're not doing great, just the idea, the process of doing it.
Yeah, because you got to improve. You got to understand the technique. You got to understand all the process. So, you know, you're not ending up with loads of ice and everything. Because at some point, old Danny Rouillet's got to sit his butt down and relax a little bit, right?
Get my feet up. Not yet, but one day when I can't physically do it anymore, which is only maybe, 5-6 months away. 5:00, Mark Zuckerman's going to join us. Pitchers and catchers reported today, people. Get on board and get your chance to win some Washington Wizards tickets. We'll do that at 5 p.m.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said he's going to take some time to decide on his playing future on his podcast today. Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt, he requested a trade. He was a leading tackler for the Bengals last season. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia, the former Lions head coach and Patriots defensive coordinator, as their new defensive coordinator. Their defensive coordinator from the national championship run, Jim Knowles, he left to be the Penn State defensive coordinator. In the NBA, Kevin Durant joined the 30,000 point mark club last night. He's just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. Tonight in the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pacers, the final game for them before the All-Star break. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is going to play tonight. The first time he's played in 8 games. He missed the last 8 with an ankle sprain. In baseball, Nationals pitchers and catchers reporting today to West Palm Beach for spring training. The Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill, and Anthony Rendon, the former National, is going to miss significant time. He has to undergo hip surgery. He had a setback in his rehab in the past couple of weeks. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Great Danny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP. The phone number is 800-636-1067. I want you to dial that right now so you can win some Wizards tickets. You'll have won a pair of tickets to see the Washington Wizards Friday, February 21st versus the Milwaukee Bucks. It's a Wizards Friday night concert series presented by Sprite, featuring a free post-game concert from rapper T.I., supported by Scooby and Sirius Company. For tickets and more, visit thefandc.com/contest. Good luck to you. 800-636-1067. Also want to remind you that we are exclusively sponsored on this radio program by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And finally, on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome everybody from Aston Sports, because pitchers and catchers reported today. Tobes, our guy Mark Zuckerman joins us. Mark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We are very well, my friend. One of my favorite days of the year. It's about new beginnings. Give me kind of your big picture, 30,000-foot view, major storylines you're following right now with the Nets.
So, all right, I think the way to look at this is that last year we saw a number of their top prospects, the big-name guys, Cruz and Wood in particular, reach the big leagues and show us a little taste of what they can do. And they're now kind of front and center going into this year. And you combine those two with the young building blocks that they've already had over the last year or two, C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Jake Irvin, Luis Garcia, et cetera. That's what this team is now. And it's still a very young team, but they all have some big league experience. And the feeling is a better performance on the field. I think a lot of people, myself included, hoped that the front office would supplement them with more this winter, with some bigger name free agents, some more established guys. The moves they made were kind of calculated in particular spots and maybe not the big splash that a lot of us thought was coming, and it didn't come. So I think that part makes you a little bit hesitant about how far they could take that next step this year. But ultimately, it's about the young guys. And 4 years into this, since they started the rebuild, this is finally the team that I think a lot of us have been waiting to see. Now let's see how they do.
You mentioned C.J. Abrams in their weird end of the season last year, sent down with some, off the field stuff and whatnot. Are there any hard feelings left over from that? I saw pictures that even though, pitchers and catchers were today, plenty of other guys there, C.J. Abrams among them. Does it seem like everything's just good to go for this season and that's kind of in the past?
Yeah, that was the message today. We talked to C.J. It's the first time he's spoken since his demotion at the end of September. He said He didn't brush it off. He acknowledged that it caught him off guard and that, it took him a little while to kind of get over it, but he's ready to put it behind him. He came in with a really good attitude. Like you said, he reported early with a lot of other position players. Davey Martinez insists that they've had some very good conversations over the course of the winter. And CJ's coming in here, I think, really motivated to show that the guy that he was in the first half of the season, when he was the All-Star, that's who he can be over a full 6 months. And, even without the demotion and everything that went with that, he slumped in the second half last year. And he knows that that's just as important here is for him to show that he can do this and be that kind of player for an entire season. So he's very motivated. He insists that he learned from it. He's trying to take positives from it and move on. And now it's up to him to show everybody on the field that he can be that guy.
Mark, let's say there was a game tonight, not a spring training game, but a real one. There isn't, but let's say there is. They got a 1-run lead. They're playing the Mets. David Martinez calls down to the bullpen. The door opens. Who's there to protect that lead in the ninth inning? Who's their closer?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Danny. It's almost as if you just read my Twitter feed because I just published the article answering that exact question.
Mark, did you?
So I love it. Go to massinsports.com and you can read exactly what the answer to that question is. But I'll tell you myself what kind of a little tease for what's in there. The answer is they don't know right now today, and it's a good thing that the season doesn't begin tomorrow because it's not an ideal situation. This, to me, is the number one cause for concern right now as we look forward to the season. They decided to non-tender Kyle Finnegan, decided he wasn't worth the $8 or $9 million he would have got through arbitration. They did not go and replace him with somebody of an equal salary or even a track record like that. They signed Jorge Lopez, who has been a closer briefly in his career with the Orioles. I think he's more of a setup man. They really liked Jose Ferrer, who is a really promising young, hard-throwing lefty who doesn't have a full big league season under his belt yet. So would you just throw him to the Wolves like that? Reading between the lines, I still feel like they are going to make some more moves over the course of the spring. It sounds like they are determined to add at least one, if not two more relievers before camp ends. Now, will that be a bona fide closer or just another guy who could pitch the late innings and they piece it together? I don't know the answer to that yet, but that to me is still a major concern because you guys know this. There's nothing more demoralizing in baseball than you do everything right for 8 innings. You're in a position to win a game, and then one guy in the 9th inning blows it. And I really hope they don't find themselves in that position too often this year because they decided essentially not to spend money on a proven closer.
Not to steal from your other story that you posted earlier today, Mark, but going into this season, 71 and 91 the last 2 years, what's kind of the vibe? What's the expectations around this team? Like, this offseason, we were hoping they were going to spend some more money than they did. They didn't really, but they did improve in some spots. Is this a team that they feel they can finish above 500 or around 500, potentially maybe even sneak into the playoffs? Or is this still continuing the same sort of, let's hope that we can continue building sort of year?
I think for the guys in that clubhouse and also, the manager in the front office, I think there is a feeling of it's time to see more results on the field. That back-to-back 71-win seasons obviously is not what anyone is hoping for, but you could also argue that progress was made because of the arrival and development of the young guys and that maybe the record was secondary to the development that they experienced the last 2 years. I think they all acknowledge that can't really be the case this year. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a winning record and they have to be in the pennant race in September. I mean, they would love for those things to happen. But more than anything, you want to be able to say at the end of the year, okay, we see tangible results of this long process that we've all been waiting to see play out over the last few years. And development is great, but ultimately it does have to boil down to wins and losses. And I think there's more pressure on a number of people this year. Davey Martinez, he has a contract option for next year. The club can pick up an option, but this is another one of those kind of contract years for him. I think Mike Rizzo, at some point, you do start evaluating how the rebuild has gone. And so I think for them and for a bunch of individual players who are trying to take that next step, there should be pressure on them all to be better this year, both, individually, but also ultimately on wins and losses. That's how this team should be judged.
Mark Zuckerman, Mass and Sports, with us here on G&D. Toby in for Jeeps today. So, Mark, their starting rotation, this is where they've got some depth. There are 7 guys that could make a claim for a spot. There are a couple that I think you'd put in Sharpie at this point, and it's not even including, an eventual Josiah Gray return and the variable of Cade Cavalli, but there's 7 guys right now that I think have starting experience and have had some success. How does that rotation shake out?
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest battle of the spring is to see how they decide who are the final 5 there. Mackenzie Gore and Jake Irvin are in for sure, and I would guess right now that Gore is their choice for opening day, although they probably won't make that announcement for quite a while. Davey Martinez flat out said that Michael Soroka, who they signed for $9 million this winter, that he said he is a starter for us. So I know he had some success in the bullpen with the White Sox last year. Maybe if things don't work out in the rotation, you could see him shift to a bullpen role, but it sure sounded to me like, certainly the contract they gave him, at least for this team, was a contract that you give to somebody you expect to start. So I put him in there. They brought back Trevor Williams on a 2-year deal, the only guy they gave multiple years to. So you would think, again, that he's got a leg up for that, and based on the way he pitched last year when he was healthy, that would be good. Then you've got some young guys for the other spots. DJ Hers and Mitchell Parker both had their moments last year. The new Japanese pitcher, and forgive me, I'm still going to learn how to pronounce his name properly.
I was hoping you would do it for me so I could copy your pronunciation. I've swung in this so badly.
Shinosuke Ogasawara, but I need to get that exactly right still. It's going to be really interesting. They view him as a starter. They're going to build him up as a starter. Is he big league ready? They could, in theory, send him to AAA if he's not ready for the start of the year. I don't think they view him as a reliever, but somebody from that whole group probably ends up as a long reliever, certainly given the lack of depth in the bullpen they have at the moment. But they have options, and that's a good thing, and maybe something they haven't always had in the past. So while there may not be a bunch of guys at the top of the rotation, you super excited. There's certainly more depth than they've had in a long time, and if and when somebody gets hurt, because it will happen undoubtedly, I think they're in a much better position to deal with that now than they've been in the past.
Mark, it seems like when you look through the roster that you kind of understand, or at least you're pretty confident who's going to start at most of the positions, but maybe third base. What do you think is going to be the plan there? Who's fighting for those spots in spring training?
Yeah, that's the one that's probably up in the air. And again, we thought maybe they'd go out and get somebody this winter. They haven't. There's still some guys available if they want to go that route, but at least the way that he spoke about it today, Davey Martinez kind of said it's an open competition, but seemed to indicate that they want to give Jose Tena, a legitimate shot to show that the offense that he provided late last season, that there is something there, and that the defense should be better now that he's had an actual opportunity to learn the position. He was kind of learning it on the fly last season. I think ultimately they're just waiting for Brady House to be ready. He's here in big league camp. They do believe he is the future, is the long term. I just don't know they want to force that issue. I don't think they'll rule out the possibility of him being the guy on opening day, but my sense would be that unless he has just a lights out spring and forces the issue, that they probably want him to start at AAA, have some success, and then call him up when you think he's ready. Probably, hopefully in the first half of the season, I'd like to think that. And in the meantime, whether it's Tena, whether it's Ahmed Rosario, who they signed, Trey Lipscomb, who's here and, got the chance last year and didn't do a lot with it, but, they're not giving up on him. I think all those guys are sort of stopgaps for now. And ultimately it's about when is Brady House ready for the big leagues.
Mark, Keibert Ruiz just did not have a good year last year. There's good reasons why. You can call them excuses. You can call them explanations. Regardless, you're now in, hey, let's get going. Prime time here, especially in catcher years. He'll be 26 this season, just a couple years removed from, almost 20 homers, a 260 batting average, OPS in the low sevens. Again, last year just never seemed to get right, both offensively and defensively. Just give me your thoughts, kind of overall picture here on Ruiz.
Well, yeah, I mentioned how there are individuals facing pressure this year. I think he's high on that list. It's kind of put up or shut up time. And I know he has the long-term contract. So it's not like he's going anywhere, but he does need to reestablish the fact that he is the guy behind the plate for them for years to come, and that we shouldn't be talking about somebody else, leapfrogging him, or at least getting to a point where he has to share the job. He looks good. He lost some weight over the winter. I think that's something they wanted him to do. They really want him to come in here and get off to a good start. Even when he was good a few years ago, it was more on the second half than on the first half. So they would love for him to get off to a good start, but at the same time, not to put too much pressure on himself to get off to a good start. He's a warrior. He is someone that when things are not going well, he takes it hard. And I think they're trying to help him understand, like, hey, don't do that to yourself. Don't be so focused on, well, I have to hit this in April or else the season is a bust. I think psychologically there's a lot of work to do there with him to get him back. But he needs to be better. He needs to establish that, yes, he is their answer behind the plate, not just now, but for years to come, and that they invested in him for the right reasons. So I'd put him high on that list of guys who are facing some real pressure this year.
Talking with Mark Zuckerman from MASNsports.com. Toby Altizer in for Grant Paulson today on Grant and Danny. One of those guys, Mark, that had a pressure-packed season last year and frankly didn't even have the best spring and then came out and responded really well throughout the season was Luis Garcia. And I saw this offseason that he had changed his representation. Is that the guy that the Nationals view as their long-term second baseman? And are they going to try and work out a contract to keep him around long-term?
Well, if he can do what he did last year, absolutely, he's the guy. That was by far the best development of the season, at least among the position players for them last year. And it took a while, and there was some tough love, and there were times last spring that a lot of us were wondering, like, are they squeezing him out? Is he in danger of being, knocked out altogether from being part of this plan? And then, to his credit, he worked really hard, and he got off to a good start, and he had an excellent season for them at the plate, on the bases, and in the field. Now, that next step for him is to not be complacent with it, to play with that same kind of urgency that he finally showed last year. Maybe being demoted a couple times and having the fear of losing your job altogether is what did it for him. He's got to find that motivation again to keep doing it and not just think, okay, well, I'm set now. I'm good because I had one good year. They would love for him to be the guy, not just this year, long term as well. And I'm sure somewhere along the way, they'll try to have that conversation. It's tough, as we've seen, to get anybody to agree to a long-term extension. But if he keeps doing what he did last year, he will absolutely be a part of their plan, not just now, but for a while.
All right, Mark, I'll let you go on this. Couple superlatives or prediction type deals, okay? Who leads the team in home runs?
I will say James Wood leads the team in home runs. We saw a glimpse of it last year. I know he hits the ball a ton. He hits it really hard. If he can start elevating it, which is any level more consistency, and we saw that, over those few months that he was here, by the end, he was doing it more. Give me James Wood approaching 30 homers this year.
Who leads the team in stolen bases?
I will say, yeah, that's a good one because CJ should be the guy, but Jacob Young was really good at it last year, as was Luis Garcia, kind of surprisingly. I'll say CJ gets back on track and looks like the guy we saw the previous year and is up there in the 40 range on stolen bases.
So back to homers. Last year, one player for the Nats, CJ Abrams, the aforementioned, had 20 homers. How many Nationals hit 20-plus home runs this year?
Oh, God, you would like to think it's more than that, wouldn't you?
I would love for it to be more than that, please.
We hope.
It's kind of important in today's game to hit home runs, It is an emphasis. They have absolutely talked about this, not just individually, but collectively, as we need to start hitting the ball in the air, fewer ground balls. So good on them for preaching it. Now, can they put it into practice? So I will say James Wood hits 20. I will say Nathaniel Lowe hits 20. I will say Josh Bell hits 20. I'll say CJ Abrams hits 20. And I would like to believe Dylan Cruz can do it. Maybe it's more like 15 in his first full big league season, but I know that power is there. So give me 4 guys maybe to hit 20 or more. How's that work?
I would. That's quadruple what we got last year, Mark. I would do spin kicks. Who leads the team in innings pitched?
Innings pitched, I'll go Jake Irvin. I think he is really showing that he can be a workhorse. And maybe he's not a number 1 or even a number 2 in the long run. But he was among the league leaders in innings last season. And so I think he's the guy. I think they'll be a little more careful with Mackenzie Gore, knowing that as he gets deeper in games, sometimes it falters on him. They're obviously going to be careful or more careful with Trevor Williams, and we don't have Patrick Corbin around here anymore to plead with and hope that he could somehow give them 180 quality innings. So I'll say Jake Irvin leads the staff and maybe even is among the league leaders again in innings pitched.
And last one, who has the Luis Garcia season? Like, there have been signs in the past of Garcia. I've always liked him, but he had his breakout last year. How How about this? Have we noticed this guy kind of season?
Yeah. How about I go with Cabert Ruiz
all out
on that? Yeah, I think he knows it. I think everybody knows this is a big year for him, and there's a reason they acquired him and why they gave him Max Scherzer and Trey Turner, and he was one of the key pieces they got in return. I think it's kind of a make or break season for him, knowing how motivated he is, determined he is. I'll say it's a big year for Ruiz, and at the end of the year, we're saying, okay, that did all work out in the end, and yes, he has proven that he's a part of this city.
Mark, appreciate the time. Enjoy the beautiful weather while we have to deal with snow here in the DMV.
I wasn't going to say anything about it. It would be rude of me to mention that I'm worried I got sunburned on day one while my wife was at home shoveling snow, so I just won't say that. That wouldn't be appropriate.
No, it'd be wrong to say that. Mark, thank you, buddy. Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes. That is Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports. And there is what you do when pitchers and catchers report. You talk about a little season preview. Plenty of questions to be answered. Some good ones in there. Back to some football. Matters of football here. So we came up with this kind of, over the last couple of days, an idea or two. You get stuck in an elevator. Door opens, right? A coach, a GM, a PR person, Josh Harris, whomever. Somebody's in that elevator with you, and you got a long 30-second elevator ride all the way up to the tippy top. You got 30 seconds to tell them whatever you want to tell them about the local Washington 53. For example, Joe, stop leaving Noah Benogany on an island, or don't play Benjamin St. Juste ever again. Dan, keep going for it on fourth down, man. Adam, go get me a marquee player at this position. Cliff Kingsbury, stop handing it off to Austin Eckler in between the tackles and getting him, beating all to hell. Whatever you want to tell him, you can tell him. Who are you talking to, and what do you tell him? 30-second elevator pitch. 800-636-1067. You're talking to a Washington Local 53, either executive, GM, coach, owner, whatever. What do you tell him in the elevator?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce said he's going to have to take some time to decide on his playing future. And Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt, he was a leading tackler for the Bengals last year. He's requested a trade. College football. Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire Matt Patricia, the former Lions head coach, as well as the Patriots defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator, is being hired as the new defensive coordinator for the Buckeyes. Jim Knowles, he left the Buckeyes to become the Penn State defensive coordinator. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000 point mark last night, becoming just the 8th player in NBA history to reach that milestone. Tonight, the Wizards taking on the Pacers, their final game before the All-Star break. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr is going to play tonight. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. And in baseball, we just caught up with Mark Zuckerman. The Nationals pitchers and catchers reported today to West Palm Beach. Other news in baseball, Anthony Rendon going to miss significant time. He has to undergo hip surgery after he had a setback from his rehab in the past few weeks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Toby, name the album. 3, 2, 1, go.
I got nothing.
I love it. Working with young people, it's the best. 800-636-1067. It's great to hear on the Fan. Toby's in for GP. Don't feel bad. GP wouldn't know either.
I know it's Michael Jackson.
Yes, you do.
I don't know the album.
Thriller.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I should have just guessed that. I knew there was Thriller.
I would have just guessed that. Yeah. So you know why? Because it's an incredible album. Maybe the best ever. Any Hoodles, 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Elevator pitch. You get stuck in an elevator with somebody that's a decision maker here in Washington. Cliff Kingsbury, Dan Quinn, Joe Witt, a secondary coach, whoever you want, Adam Peters, Lance Newmark, Josh Harris, whatever. You got 30 seconds to pitch them your thing about what to do this offseason, what to do for the fan experience, what to do for players, for personnel, or whatever. So I'm going to put Toby on the clock here in a minute. He's going to get us started. But Darius told me that he's got some elevator music for us. Oh, yeah. Riding up the elevator. Maybe it's Josh Harris going, hey, what floor? Do you want me to, I can go ahead and push it for you. We're leaving the name in the past, and we're just going to be the stupid one from here on out. Is that cool? Oh, you're going up to the top? That's good. So am I. It's penthouse. Go Sixers. You know what I mean? Like, that's Josh Harris in the elevator with you. I don't know. But that's the elevator pitch music, right? Okay. So Tobias Funke. Oh, now we get out? Oh. I thought I was just going to have to stop the timer. Is that timed at 30 seconds? Okay, that rules.
It's awesome.
I don't have to do anything.
Darius is a good producer. I don't know if you knew this.
I'll agree with that. You know what else, though, about Darius? This is true. He hasn't seen Coming to America.
Oh.
You ever learn about that? You ever hear that?
That's a shame.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm going to play. He has no idea. That's good. Okay, Tubbs, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
So you're going to pick your person and then start your pitch. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, hello, Adam Peters. Good to see you. So, Adam, what I want to ask of you this offseason is I thought this year was really, really impressive. I thought you did a really good job building this team. The one thing I want to see improved is the running game. There were 16 guys this year that had over 1,000 yards rushing. A lot of those guys really explosive. I think, maybe giving Jaden a little bit of help back there would be nice. So if you could get us one of these explosive running backs, good at catching the ball out of the backfield, just a really good, solid back, I'd really appreciate it if you could find a way to do that. Thanks, Adam. Have a nice day.
And he got off the elevator. I like that. 800-636-1067. Ryan, prepare your pitch. Darius, you too. I'm going to give you mine. It also happens to be going to Adam Peters. So the elevator's opening. Adam, what's up, man? Danny Rouillet, 1067, the fan and lifelong fan of the team. Here's the deal. You got Cliff here in town scheming people open. Stop doing that. I don't mean stop scheming people open, but stop relying on it. No more Noah Brown, no more Delmy Brown, no more castaways, no more Island of Misfit toys. Ballers. Draft them, sign them, trade for them, whatever you got to do. I want an alpha at receiver opposite my little Terry. I want an alpha at running back. I want an alpha at tight end. Not some also ran, not some other guy that's available to anybody. Give me a star. It's like, thank God that's over. How desperate was that guy? So sweaty and loud. 800-636-1067. Corporate Clarity, did you finish your Zoom?
Yes, we have finished.
You're all set.
We
okay.
already.
Right. We're going to circle back to those line items later on your Microsoft Teams account.
We'll get it.
You'll be slacking a couple different people here, there, and everywhere. Corporate Clary, your 30-second starts now.
Cliff Kingsbury, is really nice to see you here. Let me tell you this. You have something great with Jaden Daniels. You are awesome at calling plays. But let me just tell you this. Go deep more. Jaden Daniels actually has a pretty good arm. And I think you kind of realize that at points this season. But we did not run enough deep routes with Terry McLaurin. De'Ami Brown even. We saw De'Ami Brown in the postseason. If he's back in this roster, run him deep. Call him out there 4 times a day. Run deep, my guy. He is really good at it. And Terry McLaurin as well. And just throw the ball.
The door closed, man. That was awkward. Just yelling at nothing. I'm kidding. Good job. All right, Christian Darisaw. You got to time yourself. Can you do both? Can you reach over and do the thing?
I think I can do that.
All right, so hold on. Do it. I'll vamp for you for 1 second. Darren's hitting the button now and start. He's got it.
Hey, Dan Quinn. It's great to see you, man. Nice bald head you have there. I have to say, I love this brotherhood bit that you guys do. It's great and all. I'm glad that it brings the team together and it led you guys to 12 wins plus 2 playoff wins. But for the love of God, Dan, can we please do individual player introductions at the stadium? Oh. I know you want to bring everybody out at the same time because it's a brotherhood. I need the crowd to be able to roar for Terry McLaurin when you announce his name. I need the crowd to be able to roar for Jaden Daniels when you announce his name. Frankie Louvu. These guys deserve individual recognition. Please, Dan, please.
That is an interesting one.
That's an awesome one, by the way. Awesome one, by the way. You know, I was at the Sunday Night Football game. They clinched the playoff appearance against the Falcons. And just give me the opportunity to have the whole stadium explode as you say, and a quarterback, number 5 from LSU, Jaden Daniels. Give me a chance to explode. Give everyone a chance to just yell and scream because they love their quarterback. You didn't get it. It was awesome, but you didn't get that moment, which I completely agree with Darius there.
I like that one a lot. 800-636-1067. Let's go to line 1. Vinny and C. Pleasant. Vinny, you understand what you're doing here? You're getting on an elevator and you're just going to make it awkward, but say what you want to say. You ready to go?
Yes, indeed. I'm ready to go.
Here we go. The elevator door is about to open. Darius, hit it.
Hello, Mr. Peters. How are you? You looking really spiffy today. I'll get a question for you. I just wanted to know, what are we doing about this secondary coming up next season? I mean, you know, we had to have somebody out there on the other side to help out Marshawn. We can slide Cameron still in the slot, and we can, you know, take going from there. It's a guy out there by Denzel Burke. He's a real rangy guy, and he's a real ball hog out there, Ohio State. I'm just giving you a little plug, but I think you should go ahead and check him out. Thank you. You have a nice.
Well done. With the courtesy at the end from Vinny.
It's very good.
You have a nice day.
Very good. I like it. I'd be down with Denzel Burke, Ohio State guy.
Talking about drafting?
Yeah.
They're at 29 probably? Is that the range? Or is that a second round situation?
Slip a little bit. Might have to be early second round sort of range, maybe at 29. I'm not sure. But yeah, I like that. Improve the secondary.
There are a few rollster, to borrow from Kevin Sheehan's pronunciation, few rollster spots where if you upgrade there, hard for me to be upset. Like a couple years ago, I remember Ben Standig, who came on, and he wrote a piece and he suggested when they still had Young, Sweat, Payne, and Allen, that you look at this, they might have a need pretty soon at defensive line. And I went, I understand what you're saying. They just can't do that right now, right? Well, now you could definitely do it. Does that make sense? Like a couple years ago, I'm going, they've done a first-round pick for 4 straight years on the defensive line. You can't make it 5 out of 7 or whatever the heck it would have been, 5 out of 6. And I get it. You're right. I mean, you're going to look at it. It's going to be a dramatically different defensive line next year and the year after than it was over the last handful of seasons. I totally understand how the league works, but my goodness, that one might irk me just a little bit if they went defensive end or defensive tackle at 29, given maybe the rest of the offseason. Now, if you move Payne or Allen, I get it. Maybe we'll do that, but golly, it's just one of those things where there's so many. I'm going, yes, please improve this key spot. That it would still irk me, but I won't be upset, I guess is the point of the dude's story there. Let's go to Sam in Gainesville. Sam, you ready to make your pitch, buddy?
I am ready to make my pitch,
Let's
Mr. Rouye.
Let's do it, sir. Darius, the elevator door's opening. He's on the phone. That's why. Hold on. The door is going to open now.
Mr. Peters, great to see you, sir. Welcome into the elevator. Beautiful hair, looking sharp. I only have 2 requests this offseason. 2 things, that's it. I need you to go out and sign T. Higgins on the offense. I need you to sign Myles Garrett on the defense. If you do those 2 things, you probably get us 1 more win next year. We'll go 13-4. And everything else you can do through the draft. You've got $70 million worth of cap space. You've got 7 or 8 picks. Go have at it. Go sign those 2 veterans, and we're all set. Thank you, sir.
Everyone's getting out on time, by the way, as they're walking away.
It's
just
very
a thank
impressive.
you. It's very polite. 800-636-1067. One more of these. Got a couple other little news items of the day. A bummer in the world of sports and sports-related television. We'll pass on the bad news at 6, but until then, you get 30 seconds. Elevator. Maybe it's Peters. Maybe it's Quinn. Maybe it's Joe Witt. Maybe it's Cliff Kingsbury. Maybe it's Josh Harris. Maybe it's Mitch Rales. I don't even know. Whoever you want to talk to, it's your 30 seconds, man. Elevator pitch to a member of the local 53 that can make some decisions. We'll do that next. If you're a TV sports nerd, you're not going to like what I got to tell you at 6 p.m. A couple other things I want to hit on the way out today, but we still got some time. 800-636-1067. 30-second elevator pitch. Scranton Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. Adaris Dameron, Ryan Clary production. Thank you again to corporate Ryan Clary for allowing the lights to be on, the Wi-Fi to work, and us to have a building to broadcast from. We are forever grateful for your stewardship, shuttling this company into the, what century is this? 21st century? 22nd?
21st.
21st? Yeah. Anyway, appreciate him and all of his efforts. 800-636-1067. Some really creative ones so far. Toby and I both talked to Adam Peters. Darius wanted individual player introductions. I thought was really cool. Some good ideas from callers as well. Let's go to Kevin in Virginia. You understand what you're doing here, sir? You got 30 seconds to talk to whoever you want about whatever you want. You ready to rock?
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it. Kevin is on the clock right now.
Mr. Harris, thank you for buying the team. 2 quick suggestions. Let's get away from this nostalgia. Let's put the stadium in Oxon Cove across from National Harbor. All 3 jurisdictions have access to a new stadium, the National Stadium. Second, change the name to the Red Hawks. Redskin fans will be happy, and the Native American populations will be happy as well. The Red Hawk is a sacred bird in the Native American history. Those 2 problems can be solved. You'll have a great team. You'll have a lot of revenue, and we're going to win a Super Bowl. Thank you, sir.
Boom. Great play on the way out, too. Now, the area he's talking about for the stadium, I want to address that. People think that I'm sure everyone's concerned. But when I say it can't be in Landover, wherever you want to call it, where it is right now, it can't be, in my opinion. There are places in Maryland where I go, that would work. So that spot that he's talking about, I don't know if that's on the D.C. side, right close to where Nats Park is, or still on the Maryland side, not far from Andrews Air Force Base, and kind of down the street, I'm putting that in quotes, from National Harbor, the BetMGM, the whole 9 yards that's right there. I don't know if there's any spot that would work. I'm not an architect. I don't know, if it's too swampy or if it's, the land wouldn't be good for whatever kind of reason. I do know that there's some space.
Definitely.
And I've always said, at one point, as I recall, Larry Hogan, when he was governor of Maryland, was having some banter back and forth with Snyder and company. That area was discussed. And then that was before Hogan said, you know what, we're being played. We're just being used to drive up the bidding somewhere else. I ain't dealing with that jackass. Anyway, so that was off the table. I don't think it's on the table now, but I wish it was. I'm just throwing it out there.
I don't hate it. Is there a metro stop there? Is there at least closer than a mile walk?
Not really.
Yeah, that's my only thing. I want a metro station wherever we're going.
I get that.
I need one there because that's usually what I take to come into games aside from going to Nats games since we work down here. But I would much rather at least have a metro option than always having to park down there.
What would be the closest there, Darius? Do you know off the top of your head? Closest metro? Because it would be similar to the way it is now where you'd have to get out and walk a ways, right?
Yeah, I just don't love that.
Yeah, I don't think anything's anywhere close to that area, unfortunately.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because you're sort of in that Oxon Hill, Forest Heights,
correct,
Bellevue, Blue Plains kind of region.
Yeah.
I don't know what metro's there. I fully admit I don't know.
To his point, decently accessible, right? At least further going all the way into Maryland a little bit more, right?
But, which is all, so it's all driving traffic the way it is now, but it almost touches the DC border.
Yes.
Right now, again, it's not like, if you're in past the halfway point, northern DC, it's still far. It'd be a pain in the butt, but it's a pain in the butt for everybody to get anywhere.
It wouldn't be that much of a change, but it would be a little bit closer for the Virginia and some of the DC folks.
Way closer for Virginia folks. But again, I haven't heard that area mentioned at all. I'd love it if it was mentioned. That's what I've got for you. Chris in Hyattsville, he's got a 30-second pitch. Chris, you ready to rock?
Yeah, Dan, you're not an architect?
No. Even though that's a great bit, by the way. I always wanted to be an architect. I claim to be an architect. Chris, give me your 30-second pitch. Ready, go.
Cliff. Hey, bud.
Hey, bud.
I want to introduce you to someone. To my left is this big, strapping young man named Ben Sennett. He's your rookie tight end. Now, Ben is a big, growing boy, but you know what he needs, Cliff? He needs to be fed. He needs targets, Cliff. He needs snaps. You got to feed him. Okay, can you take care of that for me, bud? All right, great. Thanks, Cliff.
First of all, I love that Chris went full Bateman in his pitch.
Yes.
That's getting the bit, by the way. That's next level.
Very Bateman.
Hey, bud. Now, I've heard this from some people. It's not one of those universal things, but I've heard this. Darius, maybe can back me up on this. I think I've heard folks say sometimes for tight ends, it takes a little bit longer. Now, for every one that's true, someone's going to go, hey, idiot, what about Sam Laporta? Or what about this guy, that guy? Sometimes, sure. But I think a lot of times when you come from a lot of these college offenses, the nuances and the things that you need to be a pro tight end, a.k.a. inline blocking if you're a receiver, a.k.a. being a receiver if you're an inline blocker, are hard to pick up. A lot of the nuance, and it's got to be very precise because you're so close to the line of scrimmage. If you're super fast, hey, man, run that 9 route. Go get him.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less complicated.
I think the thing that frustrated me about him not getting more involved was the style of tight end that he is. Yes, you need him to be able to block, and that's an important part of it. But he's not your Zach Ertz, where it's like if Zach Ertz isn't understanding how to sit down in the zone and do some of these things, then yeah, he's not going to get play time. Ben Sinnott's the guy that runs everyone knows the tight end drag route. You throw him the ball and he turns a 2-yard catch into a 15-yard gain because he breaks a tackle or two and he's good after the catch. I was hoping you could see a little bit more of that, but at times there were some spots where he'd miss a block or something of that nature. So it's tough to get on the field when you're missing assignments, even though maybe it'd be a little bit easier to get him the ball than some other tight ends. So I think you'll see him take a big step forward next year.
I got some good news and I got some bad news and I got some news that just is news. We'll do that next here. Last segment on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. There may be snow on the ground in the DMV, but there isn't in West Palm Beach, and Nationals pitchers and catchers reported there today. Other baseball news, the Marlins are signing starting pitcher Cal Quantrill, and Anthony Rendon going to miss significant time. He has to undergo hip surgery. He had a setback from his rehab in the past couple of weeks. In the NFL, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is going to take some time after losing the Super Bowl now to decide on his playing future. He said that on his podcast today. Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt has requested a trade. He led the Bengals in tackles this past season. College football, Ohio State is finalizing a deal to hire former Lions head coach and also Patriots defensive coordinator Matt Patricia as their new defensive coordinator. Their defensive coordinator Jim Knowles left to be the defensive coordinator at Penn State. In the NBA, Kevin Durant passed the 30,000-point mark last night, becoming just the 8th player in NBA history to achieve that. And the Wizards taking on the Pacers tonight, their final game before the All-Star break. 7 p.m. tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Alex Sarr going to play tonight for the Wiz. He's missed the last 8 games with an ankle sprain. Power up your future. Enroll tuition-free in the Sustainable Energy Program at PGCC. Start your career in renewable energy today. Visit www.pgcc.edu to get started. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Final furlong here on G&D. Tobias in for GP. All right, so we got a little news dump, a little news blast for you here, Tobes. And then I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. All right, so let's just do the news first, okay? I was surprised by this metric. Where would you guess? You guys are all Washington fans. Where would you guess Washington ranked in the NFL this year in tackling efficiency? It's a hard to place metric, but anecdotally, as you're watching games, did you feel like that was a good tackling team or a subpar tackling team at times? What did you think?
I don't know that I thought anything about the defense was above average. So
right?
I would probably say tackling maybe was one of their better traits because I didn't think they were great in coverage. I didn't think they were against the run, but I don't know that there were tons of missed tackles. But I would still say they were probably below the middle of the league, so maybe 18 to 20.
So that's probably what I would have guessed, right? If you're talking about a tackling metric, I go, there's no way this group tackled well. It just didn't feel like it. Now, whether that's what every team feels, what every fan base feels, what everybody looks at. So I was stunned by this. NFL Advanced Analytics, I forget exactly who did this here. I think it's from NFL.com, but they use somebody who does these sorts of grades, and they put that out via the NFL. Washington was 8th in tackling efficiency this year.
No way.
Does that stun you?
It does. I don't.
Yeah, audience like that.
Credit
for
them.
Big deal.
That's something that they were good at defensively. I didn't think the unit was particularly good, but I guess they weren't missing tackles. They were just always out of position.
Ta-da! That's a great way not to miss a tackle. So I thought that was interesting. Credit to that group. And that was and they give credit, rightfully so, to a group that last year was in the low 20s, I think 23rd, 24th in the ranking. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt. You got that much going, right? Where you tackled pretty well. A 15, 16 spot improvement is a dramatic improvement there in that regard. So that's number one. Number two, this is via Daniel Jeremiah and Greg Rosenthal. Again, it's sort of an NFL related thing. We didn't get the chance to talk much about this. I think maybe we'll hammer this a little bit more tomorrow. So Daniel Jeremiah was tweeting, if you don't sound like JP Finlay.
Or Xing.
Mm-hmm, that there's momentum for a Matt Stafford trade. And tweet. Thank you, JP. Tweet. Thank you, JP. And Greg Rosenthal's point, and this is what he says via his, what is it? What's the word? Via his tweet. Thank you. It's not getting enough attention that Stafford appears way more likely than not gone. And I'd be stunned if they got a top 5 pick for him. So again, he's responding to Dan Jeremiah saying, I don't think the Giants are parting with pick 3, but maybe there's something there where he could be the quarterback of the Giants and they make a move. I feel like there's no buzz for the fact that Matt Stafford might get traded.
Well, and we were talking about this before the show. It makes no sense to me why you would consider trading Matt Stafford now. I understand Cooper Kupp because you've got a better Cooper Kupp already in your building in Puka Nacua. He's essentially Cooper Kupp that can actually stay on the field and does all the things, but a little bit better, right? At this point in his career. With Matt Stafford, you just had your head coach on the brink of retirement to join our ranks in the broadcast world not that long ago. He was considering leaving because he didn't want to deal with, I guess, a rebuild and maybe having to try to find a way to build back to be a Super Bowl winner. You just had your head coach essentially flirt with our industry, and now you're going to trade his quarterback? I don't know that I would be doing that. I don't know. And it's not like Stafford was the best quarterback in the league this year. It's not like he was the worst quarterback in the league, but I don't know that I'd be moving on without a clear succession plan.
Crazy, right? That once I sort of call this my Washington paradigm. Now, granted, the whole road led us to Jaden Daniels, so it's hard to really complain now that he's here. But if you haven't had competence and you got it, you hold on for dear life. If you're Green Bay and you go, we'll just draft another one.
Right.
And they're right, which is beyond annoying, by the way. We're going to talk about ultimately 30 years straight of 2 Hall of Famers and then a guy that I think is pretty damn good, Jordan Love. That ain't fair. Usually it looks like Detroit or Cleveland or Chicago or Washington, where it's always a bridge. The guy that you draft breaks or something terrible happens and it never works until it does. But it's kind of the Cousins corollary. He's so much better than what you've had. You can't let him go. It's worth more to you than everyone else. There's an arrogance there that, we'll find one.
Yeah.
Right? To your point, you're not in a great position to draft one. Even if you pick up a pick, it's not going to be a top 2 or 3 pick in a year that's not a great year for drafting quarterbacks.
Well, and exactly. Not a great year to draft quarterbacks. If you didn't know, like this past season, I don't think anyone expected half of the first 12 picks to be quarterbacks. I think maybe there was a chance that one of these dudes slipped down a little bit. Maybe if you're the Rams and you're sitting there in the 20s, you're like, you know what? Maybe we can move up to 15 to go get a guy. You're moving up to go get one of these dudes? No, like if you're going to sit in your range, you're probably not going to end up with Shador or Cam Ward, who probably wouldn't have even been top 6 quarterbacks in this past year's draft. So you're going to wait and go after, say, Quinn Ewers or Jackson Dart or someone like that and say, you know what? That's who we're going to pin our future to. I don't get it. I don't think Stafford has that much left in the tank, maybe a year or two, and I think he can still give you above average quarterback play. But if I had a guy like Sean McVay, who everyone dreams they had as their head coach, and he's been flirting with the idea of leaving to being my head coach anymore, I don't know that that's the time that I would say, you know what, that's the time to move on from my quarterback.
It's certainly, without, as you said, just somebody ready on alert 5, without a backup already in-house, willingly jogging into the abyss, as you said, you kind of transition to whatever new era you're in, it's risky. Now, if their point is, we're going to do this because this guy can't anymore, and we got to get out before everyone else realizes it, maybe. But again, what's your succession plan? Like, you're too willingly going into the dark, too willingly just going, oh, that's a dark cave that's with a lot of holes in it. Let's see what happens. Like, listen, they're smarter than me. They got a championship under their belt, and they've been really good. They've done the same thing 2 straight years where they've started off pretty poorly, and they played way better in the second half. They gave Philadelphia the best game in the postseason.
Yeah.
If it's not snowing, they got a good shot to win that damn thing. They
already had a good shot, right? They're right there.
Right, and they were right there as it was. So maybe, who knows? But that's a head scratcher. And I think Greg is right on that nobody's talking about this.
No. I mean, it's baffling. And if you want to go get a quarterback, maybe they're viewing Sam Darnold. Maybe they're looking at something. Who knows? Maybe something's going on behind the scenes. But like, even dudes that are going to be available, like Russell Wilson isn't an upgrade over Matt Stafford. And in terms of timeline of their careers, they're kind of same sort of area. Aaron Rodgers, it's not even like there's a clear guy that says, okay, we can move off of Matt Stafford because we can go get ex-veteran quarterback.
Right.
Unless you're going after Darnold because you feel like he's the reclamation project and he's a little bit younger. I just don't see what the succession plan is.
Yeah, all the shouty shows are doing, Deebo Samuel and Myles Garrett and, is T. Higgins getting franchised, whatever. And I understand that, but there's no buzz or energy for that. Just fascinating to me that a Super Bowl winner, a guy that I've always felt is criminally underappreciated because, frankly, they just was toiling in Detroit where they couldn't win for most of his career. But anyway, just something very interesting to me. One more bit of news and housekeeping before I get to the good news, bad news portion of this thing. You see this? We didn't get a chance to talk about it. Again, we should delve into it a bit more maybe tomorrow. Anthony Rendon is going to have hip surgery and is out long term. Oof, is my official reaction. Oof.
I feel so bad for Angels fans because people around here love Anthony Rendon, and I understand he had a very interesting personality to deal with in our profession, and at times he had different things to say, but for the most part, everyone loved him here, right? Like he's a hero, like you said. He's great in 2019. He was a really good player for a long time. He was my favorite player for a little bit of time as a Nationals fan, and they never got to see any of that. Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post tweeted this out. This is interesting, Danny. Rendon's final year in DC, he had 44 doubles, 34 homers, 126 runs batted in. He had a slash line of 319, 412, 598, and 146 games. Now in 5 years in LA, he has 50 doubles, so just 6 more.
Yep.
He has 12 fewer home runs at 22. He has 4 fewer RBIs at 122, and he's batting 242, 348, 369 in 257 games. He's never played 60 or more games in a season in his time in LA. How wild is that?
It's insane.
And who would have thought that after the 2019 run, where Rendon was one of your top 2 batters and Strasburg was the World Series MVP, that the correct answer at the end of that season, when you said, which one of those guys would you keep? You said, neither one.
Neither
one.
I mean, I was going to point it out in a different way. In the pandemic season, which everything was weird, he was Anthony Rendon. People forget this. So he goes to LA in 2020, plays 52 games, but there were only 16 the season. He hit 286, 915 OPS, 9 bombs, which is, your typical 30 homer pace, give or take. And he was Anthony Rendon. Since then, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. 58 games, 47 games, 43 games, 57 games over the last 4 seasons, kind of to your point. Single-digit home runs in each one. Worse and worse and worse batting average, OPS, slugging percentage. Everything has gone away. I can't believe it. Because at the time, this is similar to what happened with the Caps, 2018. I'm going, hey, I'm smiling so much right now. But I can't believe they're going to let Barry Trotz go. But they just won a championship, so I don't give a damn. Like, once you're further away from it, you go, I can't believe they did that. They let the championship-winning coach who finally beat Pittsburgh, who finally got him over the hump, let him walk away. That's insane, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy they won the World Series. A, that there's a baseball team in D.C., but B, they won the damn World Series. That's a terrible deal for Strasburg, but I don't care. I don't care. I was in the parade and I got hammered. I have a ring, by the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, at the time, I advocated signing Rendon because I thought he would age better.
Sure.
And I guess maybe you could say that he has because he still technically played some Major League Baseball where Strasburg can't and will never play again, probably. Not even probably, will never play again. But, oh, my God, what a disaster for both.
Yeah, it's just disappointing because both of those guys are DC legends, guys that forever are going to be loved here. And there's a little bit of a stain, right? For Strasburg, I think some of that's going to go away as time goes on because it's injuries. And then we had the whole saga at the end of his career. I think that'll go away as time goes on. People will just remember that 2019 run, whatever. But for Rendon, people in LA are going to hate him. I mean, for whatever Angels fans are out there, they're not going to like him. And it's a shame because he's an interesting personality. And it's a shtick that only works when you're playing well, right? I don't really like baseball. But when you're hitting, 25, 30 bombs, a lot of doubles, you're Tony Two Bags out here, that's fine. But it's just really disappointing because he was someone that I really enjoyed watching. He's a really good baseball player. He's someone that was one of the best third basemen in the game when he signed that contract. And he hasn't been any of that with the Angels. It's just crazy to see the fall off of both of those guys since 2019.
So a couple other baseball items, if I may. April 8th on Netflix. Let me put this on you guys' radar. The Season, I believe is what it's called, right? Or it's called The Clubhouse. This is a whole year with the Red Sox. Now, the reason why I'm intrigued is the Red Sox weren't that good.
No.
There was a lot of dramatics. They were up, they were down, everything in between, but not a great club last year. Floundering in a division with a bunch of buzzsaws, and a bunch of their plans, a bunch of their watch how smart we are type things didn't really work. A couple things did, but not enough. So there's some scuffle. There's some bad. I can't wait. Give me this into my veins. I watch whatever this thing is about tennis. I don't care about tennis at all. I cannot name 7 tennis players. Oh, I can name 6. In fact, I'm not even sure I can name 3 or 4 current tennis players, right? As long I don't know if what's his butt? Nadal retired or not. If he did, then I got Nadal.
He retired.
I got Federer. I don't know if he retired or not.
He's retired.
I got nobody. Seriously. Coco Golf, probably. But anyway, the
yeah.
point of the dude's story is I watched that one. Golf on TV is stupid. Golf is a fun activity. It's not a sport. Sports have defense, the imposition of will between human beings. Defense can't be ground.
We're going to disagree on
and
this one.
sand. It's just because it's difficult, Toby. A lot of things are difficult. Nuclear physics is difficult. Doesn't make it a sport. Sports has two people trying to get something. That's what a sport is.
I'm going to disagree, but continue.
Other than that, you're doing an activity. It's a challenging one, but so is juggling. Anyway, I watched Full Swing.
Yeah.
I can't get enough of DJ. Come on, Dustin. Get in there, buddy. Get legs. I'm Johnny Golf Guy. I'm wearing stupid pants.
Yeah.
I'm wearing dumb hats. I cannot wait for a new season. Give me this, and it's so good.
I'm excited about this, but what's interesting to me, Danny, is I didn't get into the basketball one. Starting five with LeBron and what was it, Tatum, Sabonis,
Little too
Jimmy
fluff.
Butler.
Little too fluffy.
I didn't get into that one. I haven't watched that one, but this one I'm all in on.
Yeah.
This one I'm excited. And I think for so many people, this is one of the cool things because you don't get, this is why we love Hard Knocks. This is why we love some of those things. You don't get to go in these places. You don't get to be in the clubhouse while they're getting ready for a game and what the decisions in the dugout and these things. This is going to be a really cool behind the scenes thing. And I think it's cool. Like you said, this would be awesome to see the Dodgers do this, but I don't need to see Dave Roberts put Ohtani in the leadoff spot every single day. That's not difficult to see.
Or that's not that much fun.
But seeing like, hey man, we're gonna have to move you down the lineup. Hey man, you're sitting today because you're just not doing well. Hey man, we're gonna have to send you down. Like seeing those conversations, as much as they're going to show, I don't know how much access, I don't know exactly, but I'm really intrigued to see this. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm in on that. Speaking of Hard Knocks, so we got some good news and bad news. I'm gonna give you the bad news first. Looks like a one and done for offseason Hard Knocks.
Who could have thought that would happen?
I think teams, and I understand this, by the way, in general, that Hard Knocks cologne that we've talked about over the last several seasons where you're going, I could, like, I don't pick your team. I could see the Titans winning 15 games. Like if they did it this year. Like I could see this Cleveland team going on a run. Like Detroit is a national darling because of how much fun they were on Hard Knocks, right? And everybody now was rooting for them, pulling for them. The Hard Knocks preseason cologne is awesome. So teams are foolish for not wanting to sign up for that. I would be scared to death of the offseason Hard Knocks.
Yes.
You've broken, like, the Wizard is just a guy with some levers. Like, I said this at the time. I couldn't believe it, and I still can't. The unsophisticated level of just a couple of dudes talking about football players that they may or may not want to give millions of dollars to was like breaking that wall, right? Don't look behind the curtain. It was so embarrassing. You need to keep the illusion, if you're an NFL team, that they're using numbers and data and tracking and analytical thought that is so different than a couple of dudes being like, dude, he averaged 4 yards a carry last year, but the offense was bad. Like, don't sound like me when you're going, do we give this guy millions to fill a position? They were just boobs. Brian Daboll, like, putting his feet up, being like, I'd trade up for Daniels. You got to coach Daniel Jones in an hour, you dweeb. You know?
Yeah.
Joe Shane being like, yeah, we can't afford that. We're not going to pay $12 million for Barkley. I'll tell you what we'll do, though. Let's give Daniel Jones $45 million. You know, he's our guy. You know, whatever. Like, it was like a regular dude talking fantasy trade with his buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what it felt like, right? Like, you want to think that these guys are much smarter than you, and they all are, right? Like, they understand football at a level that is much higher than us. But at the same point, when they're deciding if they're going to keep Barkley, it's like what we're talking about in the producer room and break. Like, it's like we're kicking around. What would you do? What about you, Ryan? What would you do? Like, it's like exactly the same thing. And with all due respect to us, we shouldn't be like making these decisions.
We should be making the calls.
And yet somehow they are. And you knew this is going to be a one and done as soon as you had the moment where Mara's like, man, it's going to really suck if we see Barkley in Eagles uni. And Joe Shane's like, yeah, whatever. And sure enough, could have been a record-breaking season at Eagles uni, Super Bowl winning season.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, GMs are so glad this isn't coming back.
Oh, 100%.
So
everyone's
thrilled.
quaking in their boots. And the theater was incredible. It's the best Hard Knocks of all the Hard Knocks. And I'm a Hard Knocks guy. This was the one seed. To me, that's a big deal. And I understand not paying a running back $12 million when you got a million needs and you stink. And everyone's dunking on them for that one.
Yes.
To me, the thing I can't get over is when, like, they're all in a room every scout, every highly paid professional that's going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, even if not millions, to make decisions for the future of a pro football team. There are 32 of these things. And they're like, is Josh Jacobs good? I'm not sure. Wasn't he kind of hurt last year? Maybe. What's going on in that offense? I don't know, man. Like, they just sound like dudes. I'll never get over that. I will never unsee that. Where I go, none of you are competent.
Yeah, it's just like a bunch of us watching the NFL draft together. Like, you know who I would go with this one? I like that guy out of Texas A&M.
There's a guy from Clemson that I think is good because I read it. I don't know why this is the voice of everybody.
It is New York.
Yeah, sort of ish. I don't know. Okay, so that was the bad news. Darius, if you would, can you deliver me some good news music, please? Do you have something for me? Yeah, we're going to let it build for a second here. Because I got some good news. Now, it's not going to affect all of you. Toby's not going to care. Darius won't care. I'm not even sure that Ryan's going to care. But a few of you listen to the radio program, you're going to know. If you haven't already gotten that news, it's time to put that fist in the air like you're on the Jersey Shore and get going. The school is open tomorrow. Get out of the house. I don't have to entertain you. Get your ass to school. Walk. I can drive you. Either way, go. Open those doors up. You put them kids inside. We'll see them in the afternoon. Fairfax County schools are open. If you smell what old Randy Douye is cooking. Get them in that school and keep them there. You know what you should do the next day? You open that school up. Let's start doing it on Saturdays. Let's get nuts. Put them in that school. Yeah, Zombie Nation. That's what they've been around my house. Open that school up. Get them teachers in there. Get the PE guy. Get the math guy. The reading lady. Get everybody in there. And you can shuttle them from room to room. Let's feed them some lunch. And you keep them in that school. I have one platform. I agree with you on the good thing, and I disagree with you. No, I disagree with the bad thing, right? I'm with you. We think the same politically. I promise you. Everybody out there. Here's my platform. You open them schools up. The school is open. They go to school. The children go to school. That's my platform. I'll pay whoever I have to pay. I don't want anyone to be offended. But if you elect old Fannie Mouye on the ballot, we're going to open them schools up. And them kids are going. They go to school. Is it raining? They go. Is it cold? They go. If it's hot, they go. Every single day. Whatever facility upgrades we got to do, we're going to upgrade them. All right? We're going to keep them in that school. And if they're sick, they go home. Other than that, the school is open. There's no other there's no days. There's no what's the third Tuesday in November. So we're open. Every time, Topes. When in doubt, open them up. When in doubt, you open them up. If you can't make it, let us know. We got a registrar that's going to take a little note. You miss too much time, we'll have an email. It'll be kind of nasty, a little meanly worded, make you feel like a deadbeat parent. Whatever. We're going to that school. We're going to go. And if you got grades to turn in, I know it's hard. Turn them in. Right? You write your reports. You get you some free periods. Whatever you got to do. We're not doing any work days. We're not doing any. It's a weekday during the school year. They go to that school. That's what they do. And then I got more plans. During the summertime, instead of scrambling for camps, you know what we're doing? School. They're going to school. Maybe it's a different kind of school. Maybe it's to learn how to do a mortgage. Maybe it's to balance a budget. Maybe it's underwater fire prevention. I don't give a damn. I'm not spending $1,000 this week on one camp, driving to Rockville tomorrow for a different camp. We're not doing any of that crap. Which camp are you guys doing? You guys committed? Which camp is it? Are you doing a camp? Which camp are you going to decide to do? If you guys decide to do that, we'll do that one. We actually did this one camp that was in Tennessee, and we might do that for sleepaway. No. School. They're going to school. Here endeth the reading. Lena Willingham is up next. And I apologize for that, but I was excited. I got a little carried away. Topes, thank you as always, my friend.
Absolutely.
Good to hang. I'm betting you're hanging tomorrow, too, by the way.
I would bet so as well.
Poor GP. He's sickly. Feel better, my friend. For Darius producing the show, for corporate Ryan Clary, who's on a Microsoft Teams meeting right now deciding the fate of literally thousands of employees, here's hoping he keeps us in his good graces. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. Lena Willingham is up next for overtime. We will see you guys mañana.
Thank you for coming.